What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Spotify, Apple, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, August 7th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the latest on Texas running back C.J. Baxter, who left practice yesterday with a knee injury. We've got the latest intel there, and we'll talk about what an injury to C.J. Baxter could mean for the Longhorns offense in the 2024 season, which is now just 24 days away. We've got some Major League Baseball to get into. History was almost made in Arlington last night. Corey Seager, a 2-out, 2-run homer in the bottom of the ninth inning, prevented Framber Valdez from a no-hitter in Arlington. We'll talk about that. We've got the latest on the Brandon Ayuk trade rumors. We've got a potential big change coming to the SEC in 2024. And, of course, plenty of Olympic updates, as well as we hit the last 4 days of the 2024 Paris Games. A lot to get into, plus tons of fun to be had over the next 2 hours. Happy hump day to you, Buck. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's going to be a hot one today. Scorcher coming up for the next couple of days, folks out there. But you know what? It's August. It's Austin area. It's Texas. It's supposed to be hot in August.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't get any winter storms here in August. We don't have anything freaky happen except for tropical depressions and hurricanes. Other than that, it's just going to be hot. So this is that time. And hopefully we don't have a run of 20-some days of the madness, just a couple of days. And I think next week we get back into the mid-90s, low 90s, it's okay.
You know what I'm going to do today?
What's that?
I'm going to stay inside.
Yeah.
You know what you're going to do today?
I know what I'm doing, yes. I'm going to stay outside.
You're going to stay outside on purpose for about 5 hours straight playing golf.
Yes.
Look, there are worse things to do in this life than play golf. I'll acknowledge that. But
there are better days.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is one of the first triple-digit days that we've had here all year. This feels like a good day to, maybe avoid the links.
Yeah, my wife has already said to me, she goes, "Are you sure you want to do this today?" I'm like, I made the plan for today. I mean, it's just, I've done it for 30 years. So, I mean, what's the big difference? She goes, the difference is now that every time you say this, and I ask you this around this time of year, you're a year older, but you're obviously not a year wiser. She said, all these beautiful days out here to play golf, and you go like, it's either the rainiest, the coldest, or the hottest. You just, you have so many of those other ones in between. You decide on these, you don't do something else. I'm like, no, because when you make a plan, you got to stick to the plan.
Yeah, plans can change, right? Sometimes the weather causes people's plans to change.
I would like to say this. I would like to say it's not life-threatening, but who knows?
I did see you drinking a big bottle of water before we got on the air today. So if you are going to be outside like the Buck, make sure you are hydrating over these next few days because it's about to get real hot around here.
Yeah, I've been doing this since yesterday morning. So and then I had a big man breakfast this morning, and I'll have another something before I get on the course. Big man's been weighing in at almost 155 now. Went to the doctor, got on the scale, 154. I've hit the 155 mark. So I'm, like I said, I'm trying to get to that 160 where I wake up in the morning, not do anything, just get on the scale, and I'm 160. It's been a long time since I've been in that area.
You're about to hit your playing weight again, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to kind of stay around there without having to do much, and just a little working out and just my normal stuff. And the 3 meals is the hard part. I mean, I force myself to do I'm not a breakfast person. I just never been I can eat breakfast. If it's there for the taking, I'm good with it. But I don't wake up in the morning going, I got to have breakfast. I wake up and hell, I didn't even have my coffee yet today. And I just, I'll munch on something, and then I'll, hopefully after I play golf is when I'll grab something, or before I play golf. But now I've had breakfast, and I'll have a little something before. So, I mean, I won't run out of energy. That's the part, is if you don't eat anything, when you run fuel, that's tough. You can get plenty of water around the course, but if you don't eat a breakfast before you go play in this heat and there's no fuel in the tank, man, does that suck.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Well, I can tell the difference between being overheated and undernourished. I mean, that undernourished deal you just go straight down. I mean, you're done. You don't want to take another step. You just want to get in the air conditioning and go eat something.
Yeah, that's a bad combination right there. Overheated and undernourished. So good luck to you out there. I'll be inside watching the Olympics and enjoying the coolness of my Woods Comfort systems.
Yeah, baby. They were here yesterday. Yes.
There you go. Well, you got the new AC working and you're leaving it on day one. What are you doing?
I know, man. It wasn't that it wasn't working. It was just their time to come check out some stuff, and they did. And it's flowing good, and I'm all winterized and ready to go. So if we just happen to have a snowstorm here in the next 2 weeks, I'll be ready for that too.
Yeah, well,
that ain't happening.
I'm glad they winterized you in the beginning of August, because that makes a lot of sense. But
so I'm good. I'm good to go. Thanks to Woods Comfort System. I appreciate the guys come over yesterday.
Indeed.
And it was in and out.
Good.
Yeah, not a lot of conversation. Got the work done and get out of here because I had that window that noon to 6. Got here around 2 something. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, he'll take that.
Hell yeah. I mean, I think there have been, like the TV people now, the Spectrum people, they've cut it down from that 4-hour window to 2. Now they're having to do that 2-hour window. For Woods Comfort System, it can be 4 to 6 hours.
Well, yeah, there's no alternative to air conditioning. There is an alternative to cable now, and a lot of people are cutting the cord, but you got to have your AC. So.
Oh yeah, and this time of the year, you don't think they get plenty of calls? No. They get them like on the hour. I mean, it's nonstop.
Yeah,
you have to prioritize, and mine's is a big priority.
You're damn right it is. All right, before we dive into the unfortunate Texas Longhorn football news stemming from yesterday's first full padded practice of the fall, about the shout out to the soldiers. Buck.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate it, to you and your families. And do be safe out there.
Amen. Well said, as always. So I'm sure we're not breaking this news to anybody hearing the sounds of our voices this morning, but I'll give Anwar Richardson of Orange Bloods credit. He was the first to report it yesterday, and it has been corroborated by a number of different Texas insiders. Since then, Texas running back CJ Baxter left practice yesterday with a knee injury. The severity of that injury is unknown. It did come from a tackle, so it was a contact-related injury. According to another source, CJ Baxter told people he did not hear a pop. So the contact and the fact that he at least is telling us he did not hear a pop, those are two good things, but we are awaiting the results from an MRI that was supposed to go down last night. So I'm sure we'll get an update today, whether it's good or it's bad. I'm sure we'll have more information from Steve Sarkisian and the Longhorns at some point on this Wednesday. But, man, we were just talking about it yesterday, Buck.
Kickoff returns, things like that. All this stuff happens. You get into your first day of pads and you start doing some extraordinary things. I mean, you got to be able to practice in pads. You got to be able to make your cuts in pads. You play the game in pads. So it's unfortunate. And hopefully it's a knee strain more than, anything else. Maybe somebody hit him on the knee. Maybe it's a contusion or something like that. You just hope it's one of those, 1, 2, or 3 degree things. And it's not ACL or anything else. But, we hear about this stuff. We hear about the non-contact ones, which that always scares me when a guy makes a cut, nobody touches him, and there's a knee problem, because that ends up being an ACL, or MCL. So this one, when you have contact, could be a sprain, could be just a contusion on the knee. You're hoping more that way than anything. So, man, that's unfortunate in day one. And once again, when you start out practices, you have to know how to practice in pads. And, and coaches, they spend that morning of and the night before, before they get into pads, talking about this is how you practice in pads. Just because you got pads on, you got to stay off the ground. You can't have guys on the ground, running backs running through. Can't have a bunch of defensive linemen. Stay off the ground. That's all you hear is stay off the ground. Don't get caught where you're. I mean, it happens. It's football. Yeah. Not everybody can stay up. Not everybody's agile like that. Somebody's going to get tripped up, fall in a hole, hit a knee. You know what I'm saying? But you can't tackle low. The guy's on your team, so you hit him hard. You're not proving anything. But once again, we don't know how bad the contact was. I mean, if somebody just got a helmet on his knee, hopefully that's just a knee contusion that you're out a couple of days and you're ready to go back.
Yeah, well, this, of course, is not the first injury C.J. Baxter has sustained during his Texas career. Remember back to last year, his first collegiate game against Rice. He left that one early with what looked like a knee issue. Then Texas ended up calling it a rib issue. But that kind of opened the door for Jonathan Brooks to get the job, and he took it and ran with it. Still, C.J. Baxter as a true freshman last year, very, very impactful for this Texas team. Over 650 yards and 5 touchdowns. Felt like he was the favorite to be the starting running back going into the 2024 season. And like you said, I mean, hopefully this is just a minor injury. Hopefully this is something that's day-to-day. Hopefully this is something that doesn't cause C.J. Baxter to miss a single regular season game. If he's got to miss a little bit of camp, all right, that's fine. C.J. Baxter knows the offense. We know what to expect from him. That's going to be okay. But obviously, if this is something that lingers into the regular season, or worst case scenario, causes C.J. Baxter to miss a significant chunk, if not all, of the upcoming season, then Texas is in a little bit of a bind because, I think we were all pretty excited about this two-headed monster of C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue here in 2024. But you lose one of those guys, then all of a sudden, well, the depth that you thought you had a ton of in that running back room kind of goes by the wayside, and you don't have a lot of experience there if C.J. Baxter has to miss a decent chunk of time here.
Yeah, and Jaden, and for Blue, he doesn't have that type of body. He doesn't have the body that can carry just being that guy. I mean, a true bell cow with a bunch of carries on him during the course of the season. He'll need some help. So whoever's the next guy will have to be ready to go. And I mean, ready to go. He can't be just some guy. He's got to be kind of special, because he's going to get that next person is going to get playing time now. If something was to happen to Cedric Baxter, that he wouldn't be back for 6 weeks or something like that. You have one of those knee sprains. Hopefully that's all. Keep knocking on wood that's all it is. That you're out for 4 weeks. You're going to have to have a guy. You're going to have a guy ready to play and play a lot of snaps. So, and I mean, they're running back coach. They know they have players. They've got 4 or 5 guys deep. Just Gibson, the young guys will have to be pushed up, and they'll have to get ready. You don't have a choice. You don't get to go out and look for somebody now. You can't go in the portal and grab somebody. What you have is you've had 4 or 5 guys that are capable. They just don't have the experience. Now they're going to have to get the experience through practice and those early games.
Including C.J. Baxter, Texas has 5 scholarship running backs on its roster. It's C.J. Baxter, it's Jaden Blue, it's Trey Wisner, who's been talked about a lot by this coaching staff throughout this offseason, and it's the 2 true freshmen that Sark and company brought in with Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark. So now you're down to 4 scholarship running backs. If something is seriously wrong with C.J. Baxter, you've got a couple of walk-ons there as well. Hopefully you don't need those guys. You don't expect to need those guys. 4 is more than enough. But, I mean, look, Jaden Blue last year played a decent amount, 65 carries for 398 yards. He had 3 touchdowns. Of course, his role increased late in the season after Jonathan Brooks tore his ACL against TCU, so he got a lot more playing time down the stretch, and he played.
He's an experienced player. I mean, he's a kickoff. He's been back there, kickoff returns, so he's been on the big stage. So that guy you don't worry about. Just worry about how many carries he can take,
Yeah, that you're right. Exactly. Like, I think most Texas fans feel pretty good about Jaden Blue. Hell, I've been saying it all offseason long. I think Jaden Blue's the best running back on this team. So I've got no problem with him being a starter. I think he is an SEC caliber starting running back.
Sure.
But after Jaden Blue, like you said, this guy's 6 foot 200. He's never been a starter in his college career. Remember, this is a kid who skipped his senior year of high school. So you got to go all the way back to his junior year. That was the last time Jaden Blue was really a bell cow.
And he doesn't have a lot of carries on his body, which is in a way a good thing too.
Yeah. Pros and cons, but and not a lot of experience for Jaden Blue. But after him, Trey Wisner is next. He's elevated to number 2 on the depth chart. That guy has 12 carries in his college career for 73 yards and a touchdown.
They'll have a lot to prove when it gets to that. When it gets to that young guy, then it's there's going to be a lot to be said. But somebody's going to have to help out. You don't have a choice. You're there, or then you're with the 2 freshmen, and the 2 freshmen have no experience.
No,
but then again, if you're good enough, you're old enough. You know.
Yeah, I really don't like when you say that.
Yeah, well, if you're good enough, you're old enough. So that's just the way it goes at that position, or most other positions, and especially a running back position. It's just a lot of instinct. You know, you've got to know the offense now, but you're not going to know everything about the offense. You're not going to know. You know, you can pretend like you understand the blocking schemes, exactly how they're going to unfold in front of you. But you don't have enough experience behind those guys to get that. That's all. It'll all have to happen at practice now, and then hopefully in the games now you get that experience of, you know, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of emotion going on. So now you have to calm yourself down, you know, get in your own little world and play your game like you've done before. It's just it'll take that experience to get it. It won't be the same as practice. They're not going to be 90,000, 100,000 at practice, you know. When things get heated and it's 3rd and something, and you know that clock's running and you're trying to get the play and the snap count and everything else, that's all game stuff. That you don't get that at practice. That's the stuff that'll drive you crazy. You know, you wonder if did he just say counter or did he say something else? You know what I mean? Those are the things you just get at in game situations. So, but they'll get plenty of it. It looks like he's not that kid's not coming back to practice for a couple of days, even if it's for strain. He won't be back for a while. So the next 2 guys, it's the next 2 guys really.
Yeah, no, it's an opportunity for those younger guys, right?
Absolutely.
What can Trey Wisner show? Apparently he's been showing these coaches a lot since the end of the 2023 season. So can he continue his stellar offseason? Can he earn the trust of his coaches if his number is
level? He can practice at this level, but can he play at this level?
Well, Trey Wisner was going to play, right? Even if CJ Baxter is perfectly fine and he is good to go by the time we get to August 31st. I mean, you run through 3 running backs over the course of the year.
Oh, yeah, nobody's going to stay perfectly healthy. Somebody's going to get an ankle. And CJ Baxter, I watched him when he was banged up last year. He seemed to limp around and stay kind of banged up too.
I thought he went to your fall school, man. What happened?
Oh no,
this is not a good testimonial for the Bucks fall school.
You know, but what he did was he got experience in how to take hits and deliver hits during the course of the year, but not early in the season. He wasn't that guy. He was that guy who seemed to limp around a little bit, you know, go out for a series. Where's CJ? Oh, he'll be back in 3 series from now and stuff. He just wasn't that. He didn't have that warrior mentality, you know, like a junior running back. He was a freshman out of high school, and he's used to running guys over or around guys. And then these other guys that hit you, they hit you hard. They may not be, you know, they're a little bit bigger once you get to this level, and those hits are just a little bit harder. So you tend to not just shake it off after getting hit by one of them. You know, that hit kind of lingers for a couple series. But he got better as the season got on. He started to muscle up, and I thought this year he was going to be that guy that, hey, good luck trying to tackle that big son of a gun, because he now knows how to deliver a blow. You know, he wasn't taking them very well early last year, but as the season went on, you could see him learning the game a little bit more as a running back. So I thought this year he was going to come into his own. And now you'll see. I mean, we'll see. I mean, we got to find out what it is. I mean, just, you know, it won't change him. He now understands what college football is about. And I mean, and even whether this is a big injury or a small injury, it's an injury going into his sophomore year, and he's already been through, you know, a good freshman year, played pretty well as a true freshman. So he'll bounce back no matter what. It's just, when will he come back? And hopefully this isn't. Hopefully it's more of a contusion with a helmet on the knee, or, you know, or getting somebody's thigh into his knee or something like that, and not a twist where you screw with the ligaments, you know.
I'm going to go glass half shattered here. And let's just say, for the sake of this experiment, CJ Baxter does have to miss a significant portion of the 2024 season. How do you feel about that? you felt like Texas had a chance to have the best, or at least one of the best, rushing attacks in the SEC. Without CJ Baxter potentially for a part of the year, do you still feel like this can be one of the best run games in the conference?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because that's how important that guy right there was. I thought he was going to be one of the best running backs in the SEC coming to this season. And behind a 3-year starting legitimate offensive line, I thought he was going to be, 1,400-yard rusher, possibly 1,400-yard rusher. He had the ability to do that. Without him, it's like I said, it's just all hands on deck right now. How do we survive? Our passing game has to be good. Our scoring zone offense, you got to score somehow. I mean, this is going to be a lot on the head coach and his play calling now. And then the guys, as I said, he's got a really good running back coach who understands the game. So he's going to get guys prepared. Guys are going to be prepared. It's just, once again, it's not practice once the lights come on, practice is over with. So, and I don't know enough about the guy. Hell, I barely knew enough about the guy, Blue. We barely knew enough about him last year. So we know now that if he's thrust into the starting role, that we know he can do it because we've seen him now for a year. We understand what he can do. That alters that guy being back on kickoffs.
Oh, right. Yeah. If CJ Baxter has to miss time, you can't afford to have Jaden Blue returning kicks anymore. Yeah.
No more. He doesn't need to. There doesn't need to be any more bullets fired at him. That changes that. That means somebody else will get ready back there, which the special teams coach will have somebody else playing it ready to go. It's just the other two running backs, because you'll go two more. You'll look, and you don't know about the freshmen. They just got to grow up in a hurry.
Right.
I mean, if you're good enough to get a scholarship to go to Texas as a running back, you're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Tashard Choice earlier in the offseason compare Christian Clark, who was the lower rated of the two running back recruits that Texas brought in the class of 2024, to Bijan Robinson, right?
Okay, well, then get him ready. If you have those kind of likenesses, hey, then here's where the running back coach's job is to get that dude ready. If he's got those types of skills and you felt that way, you just don't say that just to be saying it. Right. If you feel he's got that maneuverability, the agility, the strength, the speed to do it, then now that's on you, coach. Your job is to get him prepared.
Yeah, and back to Tashard Choice. That's why I'm not that worried if CJ Baxter does have to miss some time. Like, no disrespect to CJ. He's a really good player. He was preseason all-second team in the SEC, which means the media around this conference voted him as a top 4 running back going into the league this year. So he's a good player. But I have enough faith in Steve Sarkisian. I have enough faith in the running backs coach, Tashard Choice, and I have enough faith in the guys that Texas has on this roster to be perfectly fine if CJ Baxter does have to miss time. Yeah, it's going to hurt because he provides a lot for this offense, but I don't think there should be, and I don't think there would be, some sort of tremendous drop-off in the production of this run game if CJ isn't a part of things. I've got belief in what this group has put together for Texas to still have one of the better rushing attacks in the SEC, even without CJ.
Yeah, I just have been in that situation when that happens, and how that actually looks on the field and in games. When you have a different guy carrying the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got your guy that you really trust, and you've got 2 of them, but then all of a sudden one's gone. You got to bring another guy into the fold, and he's your third guy, really. Not a lot. There have been times when thirds they get lots of mop up later on in the year, but 1 and 2 are generally the guys throughout the season. But it's, by the way, it's better early than late.
That's it. Exactly. I was going to say just that, right? Better for this to happen now than for it to happen during the season, or for it to happen.
When you're on a run for an SEC title or something, and that deal happens for you, it's better to get the young guys in and get them going. They knew yesterday when that guy went off on a cart what was going on. Everybody that was around there, everybody on that football team knew that the likelihood when a guy is clutching his knee, or when he gets on the cart and goes off, what could happen, and when they diagnose a guy, they go, oh shit, this is football. I mean, you can take a bad cut and end up having your knee cut and having surgery. So it doesn't take much to have the next guy up and have to get going. And like I said, if you're a young guy and you got a scholarship to play running back here, you better be pretty good.
Yeah.
You ought to be able. The mental part is the part that your coach will help you get ready with. The physical part, you got the scholarship to get here. You must be pretty good.
I know it's cliche, but next man up.
Sure.
That's got to be the mentality for Texas. That's the mentality for every team when somebody goes down with an injury, and that's what it's got to be right now for the Longhorns.
It still doesn't make them still one of the dynamic running teams, though. It just doesn't. Because that next guy up doesn't have that kind of experience. It just, it'll be a little bit of a slow process unless all of a sudden you start hearing, oh my God, Gibson is amazing. We never saw him. He wasn't going to get that kind of opportunity, but now he's getting it now. So you don't know those things until you actually, but he's going to get a lot of snaps.
Yep.
Wiseman, those guys will get a lot of snaps now. It won't be like spring game. Here you go. It's spring game. No, it'll be real, preparation for the upcoming season. They'll get tons and tons of snap, a lot of film work, a lot of extra. It'll be on them to come, when they think they have downtime to get over there and watch film and see what's going on. It's not always that on the field stuff. It's that film work that you have to look at over and over and over and understand what's in front of you,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll see.
Plus, you're not done. You just started. Hey, you can get yourself knocked around too. It's still the beginning of camp. You just started camp.
Yeah, yesterday was the first padded practice of camp for Texas.
Yeah, you got a lot of practices too,
Yeah. And the first scrimmage of camp is coming up this Saturday, so I doubt CJ Baxter will be a part of that.
No.
That opens the door for Trey Wisner and Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark to showcase their stuff in a game-like situation. Obviously, you can't replicate what a game against another team is going to be, but these scrimmages are the closest thing that Texas will have to an actual game until we get to August 31st. So this Saturday, an opportunity for these younger cats, these lesser experienced and unproven guys to show what they've got. And,
well, I mean, when you have a good coach and you've got a guy that knows how to recruit and he understands what type of players that they're looking for, then this is where it comes in with him. It's not about who he recruits. It's also how he coaches. It's all encompassing. You got to be able to do all that. You can't just recruit him. You got to be able to coach him. And I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the ones that you said were good enough to get here. Yeah. Now people are going to look for you and say, okay, he was good enough. He got a scholarship here. How quick can you get him ready, coach?
I have no doubt about that.
You as a coach got to just say, how much time do I have? 2 weeks? Okay, he'll be ready in 2 weeks. Yeah. He'll be ready in 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? He'll be ready when I have to substitute him in for that guy who now is the starter. And if something ever were to happen to him, I'll have this guy ready to be the starter. That's part of the job now for the running back coach.
I feel pretty good about Tashard Choice doing that. I mean, he just did that with a 3-star with Jonathan Brooks, right? Jonathan Brooks wasn't as highly touted as Jarrett Gibson or Christian Clark or Jaden Blue or CJ Baxter coming out of high school. Mm-hmm. And he just was the first running back drafted a couple of months ago, despite tearing his ACL late in his last college football season. So, I'm going to give Tashard Choice the benefit of the doubt. You're right. He's got to go out and prove that he could do it again. You don't get paid based on what you did in the past. You get paid for what you're going to do in the future. So, Tashard Choice just got a little tougher.
Who chose those guys to play the position?
Yeah. I've got faith in him. Like, I think he's one of the best running back coaches in the country.
There's no doubt.
So, if there's anybody who has to do this job, like Tashard Choice is the guy that I want to do this job.
You're absolutely right. And playing in this conference, and he knows what type of – he didn't just bring in guys because they were fast. You know what I'm saying? Or they had the ability to make you miss. It was a little bit of everything. They can catch the ball. They can play at this level of football. They can play in this conference. They're ready to go into the SEC. I mean, there's a lot that's about to go on in the minds. I mean, there's some cats that didn't get any sleep last night knowing, oh shit, I just moved up. I just moved up on the depth chart. And tomorrow I'll be out there. Generally I'm with the 3s and back there. I'll be running with the 2s and possibly the 1s. And the way Sark does it, you could be running with the 1s if you're a 3.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All of a sudden you're in there with Quinn Ewers and you're going, holy shit, did this happen in a hurry?
It went from, nobody's really watching me to, oh shit.
I mean, and you're talking about guys not getting sleep before games. How about being a high school kid and you're at summer camp here at the University of Texas. And you're a great one, but you're thinking, you know what? I can't wait till next year, or maybe I'll get in some mop-up duty. Everything will be kind of cool. I'll work my way into this. Next thing you know, your mind is spinning because you can't get any sleep because your ass has got to go run with the twos in the morning. And you're going, oh, man.
I think it wakes everybody on the team up a little bit,
It does.
right?
Believe me, it'll wake those offensive linemen up because they'll be looking back and seeing who's running the ball. And they'll be in that huddle going, shit.
Yeah.
They do. Believe me, it's not always that positive vibe. There's a lot of that anxiety with an offensive lineman when you're running with a guy who's just got out of high school and he's behind you and learning the plays. And next thing you know, he's got his helmet stuck up your ass because he doesn't know which area to cut to. And he, just hadn't had enough experience at it. And you're a 3-year guy yourself on the offensive line going, that's not Jonathan Brooks behind me. Damn, that's Johnny Gibson back there. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
Johnny.
my goodness. Huh?
Johnny Gibson, huh?
Oh, my God. He just got out of high school, and he's sticking his helmet in my ass. He doesn't understand that this is where he should have been cutting. I mean, those are just – it's natural, but for people around you, they've got high anxiety too. The quarterback's looking at you, hey, some of these practices, your elbow, that inside elbow hadn't been up high enough. You need to get that elbow up a little bit because we can't have that ball on the ground. The quarterback, the running back exchange has to be good. There's a lot of that stuff that seems kind of simple. That's not it. It's about how he runs when he gets the ball. No, it's all the preparation of just getting the ball from the quarterback. It's like having a new center, the center quarterback exchange. People worry about that. Which way is that ball going to go in the shotgun snap? Is it going to hit him? Is it going to go 5 feet over his head? Is it going to go hard to the left or hard to the right? Same thing with a running back and just a simple handoff. How does a guy take a handoff? You can preach over and over and over and over and over. Then you want a guy to change the way he does it, but there's going to be a bit of, I got to get comfortable. The quarterback's got to get comfortable where the guy's elbow is going to be, and it's really weird, running backs and quarterback exchanges. Certain running backs will have their elbow, some guys will have their elbow high. Some guys will have it just a little low. And those little points right there, when they hit the quarterback's forearm and stuff, when their elbow gets in the way, quarterbacks get pissed. They get bruised up because they're just basic handoffs with that right hand. Your elbow's not high enough, and your elbow, that sharp elbow hits into their throwing hand. They get furious about that. Yeah. So it's those really simple, weird little things. And you practice it over and over. And, it's not just handing it off in the games. How many times those guys hand off the ball in practice and the quarterback's looking at the guy going, hey, you just got me in the forearm again. This is the 15th time today, or this is the 6th time today. That shit hurts. Can you get your elbow up? And, you don't want to, and with a young guy, you don't want to be the old quarterback looking at the young guy saying hey, get it up, get the elbow up. You know what I mean? Because the head coach, if that ball hits the ground, he's going to be on both of it. He's going to be on the quarterback and the running back. The quarterback's going to look at the running back going, hey, come on, man.
It's a good coaching breakdown right there.
This is in Vermont High here in Fort Lauderdale. Get your damn elbow up. You're crushing me with that damn elbow.
Yeah, those pointy things you talked about, I believe.
Just showed me the bruises on his elbow from some of my guys. And
really?
Some of my guys, and some of them were veteran guys. He goes, he just won't get that elbow up, will he? I said, you just find a way to get that ball. He won't drop it. If he feels it in there, he'll grab a hold of it. You may have a sore elbow. Sorry, Jeff. Sorry, Flutie, but guess what? That's just the way it goes.
Bruised elbows from that.
Well, they get bruised forearms. They don't get the elbows. The running backs with the little sharp razor blade elbows are the guys that get you.
Let me make sure I heard this right. I believe at one point during your monologue, you mentioned that it is natural for someone to put his helmet up your ass. Do I?
Well, it's natural for a freshman running the ball to all of a sudden have his helmet up the ass of a guard when the guy's on the outside and the guard makes, he's making his right steps, but the running back is off a little bit. He just doesn't give the guy time to maneuver the block. I mean, those guys just like to go fast. They like to get the ball in a hurry, and they like to get to the line as quick as they can, because what they don't like is young running backs don't like to have minus yards because the coach looks at them and go, that's what you're going to give me? Are you going to give me a stalemate, or are you going to give me any kind of push? So they tend to get there in a hurry. They'll get to the line of scrimmage way too quick. The offensive line hadn't had enough time to maneuver his guy to a side or another where you can make a decision, make a cutoff of it. and ultimately your helmet ends up in his rear end. And offensive linemen don't like to have helmets up their ass.
Is that what your doctor did to you last week?
No, it was just a watch. It wasn't a helmet. Although if he probably had a helmet, he probably would have tried to.
Did he have a bruised forearm after going in your ass last week?
Dude, he doesn't get a run. My new doctor is young. He doesn't need a running start. I just drop trowel and I slightly bend. I don't even have to. You don't even hear the crinkle paper anymore. I don't even. You know what I'm saying? It's not like my
crinkle paper like on the seat.
Yeah, I don't have to lay across it and spread eagle like in the old days. That was my first treatment when I first came here. I had a female give me my first dealie like that.
Hang on.
In my prostate, yes.
How'd that go?
That was amazing. That was amazing.
Yeah, did she feel somewhere else too?
No, she just said to me, she goes, "You're going to feel some pressure and it's going to feel like you have to urinate." And I said to her, I said, "Listen, if you don't stick your finger in some jelly over there and you stick that in me," I said, "I'm not just going to urinate. I'm going to piss all over the wall."
Something else is going to come out. Is that what you're saying?
If you don't use some, because she didn't go to, she was talking to me and she wasn't lubing her gloves there.
Oh, you like the
I was
lube,
like,
huh?
yeah, I'm like, "Oh no." I said, "It's going to be much worse than that if you don't give me something else there, lady." And that was it. That was the last. That was the first time I'd had that done like that, and that was the last time I'd had a female doctor who gave me a prostate check.
You don't believe in female doctors anymore?
Oh yeah, and by the way, I wasn't standing. I was on the crinkle paper, turned sideways, with my thumb in my mouth, like mommy. I was all curled up.
Wait, your knees were on the crinkle paper? Were you sitting on it? I've never had this happen. I don't even know how it works.
Turned sideways.
Okay, you're laying down though.
Now I was on my shoulder. I was sideways like this with my thumb. Where I going.
She just went in with the Charlie Strong finger and.
Oh, that was different.
Salad.
That was different. And like I said, I never had another female proctology check or whatever proctology. It was. I don't know. My insurance wasn't good at UT, and somebody said, "Oh no, you've got to try her at least once." Mm-hmm. Yeah, never again.
Then you started listening to Harrison Butker after that, right? We can't have female doctors.
Then I went to the old Dr. Jellyfinger. I had him for about 15 years. Old dude, man. I had too many visits to him. He wanted me back too often.
You would go back 4 times a year.
Yeah. And he was a UT guy. He had UT stuff, he had Longhorn stuff all over his office. So I felt comfortable going in there. But I just wanted to see him too much. You know what? It's okay. I was checked. Everything was good. I was getting checked quite often. Now they've got to call me up. Now I'm in a system now. Now it's a once a year thing with the new guy I have.
I'm like, I've always thought about how terrifying it would be to go to one of my friends as a doctor, right? And I've got friends who are in the process of becoming doctors, and some of them who are already doctors. And it's like, dude, I know you. I saw you in high school. I saw you in college. I don't trust you with my life. Thank you very much.
Oh, there's no doubt. Like I said, when I had my knee done, my one of the kids, Camino Bell, I don't know if he still is, but for a lot of years for the New York Giants, he was the orthopedic surgeon for the Giants. And he said, "Buck," he said, "well, you know me. Why don't you, he said, I'll come visit you. I'll come to Austin and check out your knee, or you can come to Chicago." He's from Chicago, where good friends with Howard Griffith. He said, "Why don't you come to Chicago, get this knee done, and I'll send you back." I said, "Dude, there ain't a chance in hell I'm letting you operate on my knee." Seriously, you're going to do a knee replacement for me? I know you. I've been at parties where I've had to break up parties where you were laid on the floor drunk. I said, there's not a chance. And your hands, I'm going to trust your hands. I've seen you fumble balls and miss passes. Not a chance. With a scalpel in your hand? No, that's like one of those. That's like the guys that build bridges. If I found out one of my players has built that bridge, I'm never crossing it. I'll go the long way around.
I'll tell you what, I would trust a knee replacement surgery more than I would trust a jelly finger operation here. There ain't no way in hell one of my friends is putting a finger up my ass, dude. That's like bottom of the power rankings of
Is it really?
doctor roles that I would trust my friends to do or just allow my friends to do.
Heart surgery.
Oh my God. Yeah. Heart surgery is pretty close to the bottom as well. But
yeah, I mean, it's different. It was, yeah, my guy the other day is one of the best around, and he's a young guy. And once again, I almost got out the door and he goes, before you leave, we've got to just check one thing. No, he didn't use two, Charlie Strong.
Curveball.
No. And it was, and he's such a pro. I mean, it was 2 seconds and over with. There was a lot of drama to it. The only drama was the fact that he said, "Oh, before you leave." That's where the drama came. As soon as he said that, I was like, damn, I'm not getting out of here.
The classic, I almost forgot.
Oh.
You thought you were getting away with it.
See, hey, I only have a date with you once a year. And I'm thinking, great. Thanks.
He doesn't even buy you dinner before he goes inside of you. That's
absolutely. But hopefully you people are out there getting screened.
Yes, indeed. Cancer.org. We've been doing a lot of work with the American Cancer Society lately, and we will continue to partner with them to encourage men of all ages, but especially you older guys out there, to go get screened.
Yeah, we know you ladies. You'll get you hate doing mammograms. I hear that's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. That sucks too, but you guys have a tendency to go do those things. You fellas, you'll put it off, and now you're about to really put it off. Once football season, there's that excuse. That's no excuse, but you'll use it to all lengths not to go get checked up by any kind of doctor. I don't care if it's to get your teeth cleaned or whatever. You're not doing anything once football starts.
No, I got to get my physical done in these next 24
days. Yeah,
you
got to just go, man. You'll feel a lot better. I mean, you'll feel a lot better for doing it. Yeah. Not saying that something else can't happen, but I mean, when you can find out if there's something going on, it's different. I mean, I just went and checked just to get my blood pressure. My blood pressure is generally like 120/79 or something like that. I was in that office and they did a wrist deal. I think it was like 149/7. I'm like, she goes, "It's a little abnormal for you." I'm like, "Well, yeah." And she goes, "It's generally the monitor that they put on your wrist." She goes, "This thing runs a little high." I'm like, "I'm generally 124. And every time it's 149. I said, "That's kind of high."
Yeah.
She goes, "Yeah, it's a little high." And then I went in and I saw my neurologist. She did the old pump thing around there. And she goes, "No, you're 124/79. You're good."
There you go.
So it's just a deal in your mind that makes you feel a little bit better about that stuff.
Definitely.
And, damn, I'm damn near 70. So it seems like I've been in and out of this stuff a lot.
You've had a lot of fingers up your ass, huh?
Yeah, I need to go get my teeth polished up. And I tell you what, I'm more weirded out about that than I am about having a finger stuck up my rear end. I still have that little bit of dental anxiety when I go to the dentist. I don't like to hear the drills in the back. I don't like to wait around a lot. You know what I'm saying? It just it unnerves me, the dentist. Yeah. And dude, believe me, when I had my teeth put in and they chopped them down to little rabbit teeth and then put the veneers over the top, they had to knock me out. And when I had my veneers put in, I was in surgery, dude. I was out for 2 hours. And I was so happy I was. There's just no chance in hell. I'd had a heart attack sitting in a chair like that.
Yeah, you're soft. That's all right. You're soft.
No, I'm not soft. No.
Yeah. You're scared of the dentist. You're soft.
Well, no. There are a lot of people scared of the dentist. I know people that even have to go for a cleaning have to be damn near knocked out.
Hey, a lot of people who are soft. I'm not saying you're alone.
Oh, you just think there's just a lot of softies out there? Yeah,
a lot of softies out there, man. It's as simple as that.
No, I've had enough surgeries in my life. No, thank you, brother.
Yeah.
So last night I got to see the 200 meter.
Well, let's before we shift gears here, because we're about 45 minutes in without any sponsor shout outs. So we'll obviously keep y'all posted if anything regarding CJ Baxter drops during the rest of our show or during the rest of the day right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
That was it, though. That was the only real injury. That was the only.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. That's and it's a big one to a projected starter. Once again, the good news is it was a contact related injury, and CJ Baxter said he did not hear a pop during the play, but we're still awaiting the results of an MRI that was supposed to go down last night. So once again, I'm sure we'll get something today, but we don't have the update yet. So we're keeping our fingers crossed for CJ Baxter. So we'll talk more about that. We'll get into some Olympics. We've got some NFL to get into. Of course, we got to talk about that wild Rangers-Astros game from last night. But before any of that, some sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, our good friends over at Relax the Back, they do embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. I love this Relax the Back chair, and I've been in it for over 20 years now. Their motto is to live wellness, and right now you can transform your routine of your life into something great. Go by Relax the Back, find out what they have in store for you. They've got chairs, they've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, all the accessories that you need to give your thoracic, your lumbar area, your spine, your shoulders, and your neck all the comfort that your back and your body really deserves. And it doesn't mean that you have to be an old man like me. You could be a young man like BK and have these really problems with your back. You don't want it. You don't want it to start, and they can help you out at Relaxed Back. Once again, I lay down in the big taco over there, my couch, and dude, my back feels horrible after I get out of it. But when I get and sit in this chair right here for the 2 hours we do the show, or if I decide truly to move the chair around and sit in it, it is fantastic. I mean, I can get all the support that I need, and I need it because I had thoracic back surgery. I had reconstructive thoracic back surgery. And boy, this chair has saved me, and it can do the same for you, whether it's at home or at your office. They've got two fantastic locations here in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and up in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across from the Container Store. Live pain free like the bucket. Relax the back.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Listen to this.
Oh, it's the pop.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
The crack of an ice cold Ollie Pop. Give me my first sip of the classic root beer.
There you go.
Morning. Love the Ollie Pop. My fridge is stocked with it. Yours should be too. Ollie Pop is a new kind of soda. That's their slogan, and that's exactly what it is. Now, the good news is Ollie Pop still tastes like soda. This tastes like a root beer. The better news is this stuff is actually good for me, and it's good for you as well. Ingredients in Ollie Pop help support good digestive health. There's hardly any sugar. There's very few calories. You've got 9 grams of fiber in every single can of Ollie Pop, plus prebiotics, botanicals, and plant fiber that support good gut health. So every time you drink a delicious can of Ollie Pop, you're supporting your taste buds by drinking something that tastes great, but you're also supporting your digestive health. I don't know why I can't say that word this morning. Digestive is what I'm looking for. It's what we're all looking for. We're all looking to be healthy. We're all looking to enjoy what we consume, and Ollie Pop is the best of both worlds. You can pick it up wherever you get your groceries. H-E-B, Target, Costco, Walmart, Whole Foods, wherever you shop for your groceries, you can find Ollie Pop.
Yeah.
And also some love to our friends out at Circa Resort and Casino. We will be out there in 2 weeks. We'll be doing a couple of shows on August 22nd and 23rd, and we hope to see all of you people out there. You may wonder, well, why are you going to be out there, BK? Well, I'll let the folks from Circa Resort and Casino tell you themselves.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Yes, indeed. Much love to Circa Resort and Casino. Excited to be out there in a couple of weeks, and we hope to see all of you out there. And don't forget to sign up for those contests when you are in Vegas. You can win $16 million in guaranteed cash prizes that they will be giving away during the upcoming NFL season.
Very nice.
All right, Buck.
How about good friends over at Syntex Tickets, too?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I mean, I'm hearing a lot about people getting excited about the big concert out at Coda. Hello to Coda, too. But if you can't get your tickets through Coda, believe me, Syntex Tickets will have it. Eminem coming to town, Sting coming to town with the big race. But get those. You better get them now because people will be coming from out of this area to get to those tickets. I've got friends in Pennsylvania talking about, hey, how do I get to go see Eminem? You got any room for me at the house? Well, hell no, I don't have any room for you. You got any tickets for me? I said, I can get you tickets now. I can get you tickets. Syntex Tickets. Shelby will have plenty of tickets for all the major events whether it's basketball, football, baseball, you name it, they have it at Syntex Tickets. And if you promo code Syntex10, get 10% off.
Yep.
Yes.
SyntexTickets.com, the place to go there. And all sorts of great events coming up at the Circuit of the Americas. Obviously, F1 weekend is the same weekend. Georgia is in town October 19th, and then the big race will take place on Sunday, October 20th. But you've got a number of great concerts coming to COTA outside of F1 weekend. Green Day will be there soon.
Yeah.
Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper will be out there soon.
Alice Cooper?
Alice Cooper.
Dude's older than I am.
Yeah, Judas Priest will be there. Post Malone.
Priest.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's not just F1. Don't get it twisted. There's a lot going on at the circuit all year round. And, you can get tickets to everything at syntextickets.com, just like that. All right, Buck, you wanted to get into the Olympics. So a lot happened yesterday. We've got Team USA basketball to get into. The women's soccer team has advanced to the gold medal match. Of course, a few big track events went down yesterday. I'll let you have the floor. What captured your attention in Paris yesterday?
Oh, the women's 200 to 200-meter race was fabulous last night.
Yeah.
I mean, Gabby Thomas, she can go. She's a pretty girl too, man.
That's why you were watching, huh?
She is so pretty. And so is the young lady from University of Texas. You talking about can run and hot too? Wow.
Yeah.
That was quite a race.
She can run, she's hot, and she's smart. Gabby Thomas, who won gold in the women's 200-meter final.
Graduate of Harvard.
Yeah, studied neurobiology at Harvard, not just like sports management crap at Harvard. They probably don't offer that fake major at that.
Kinesiology there?
I don't think they do. But she also has a master's degree in something I can't pronounce. She's a stud. She's a great human being, does a ton of volunteer work as well. And, now one of the fastest women in the world, winning the 200-meter gold yesterday. And she kind of ran away from everybody down the stretch. It wasn't that close.
No.
And she finished just ahead of Julian Alfred.
I thought Julian Alfred was going to win that race, but I'm thinking, wait a minute, she's great in the 100, but that second 100's got to be – I mean, and the way she went out in the 100-meter, I thought it wasn't even that close. So I'm thinking, so this is going to be – she's going to get out in front and nobody's going to catch her. Well, she really never got out in front.
No, Alfred obviously –
Gabby never gave her an opportunity to get out in front.
No. Alfred won gold in the 100-meter a couple of days ago, and the Texas grad took home silver. So, look, really cool for Julian Alfred because her country, St. Lucia, had never won a medal in its history before she came around, and she takes home a gold and a silver in the two most popular women's track events.
I don't know what St. Lucia has, a president, a dictator, a queen or queen. She's liable to be the queen if she wants to.
I was going to say, she should be able to get whatever she wants in that country until the end of time because she put them on the map. I never heard of St. Lucia before these last few days. I'll be honest with you. And
I've heard of St. Croix, but I've heard of St. Lucia, but I couldn't tell you where it's at, or South Carolina because I don't have maps or such as.
No, I don't think most Americans or U.S. Americans or the Iraq or anybody could tell you where St. Lucia is on a map, but she put them on the map with what she was able to accomplish. So no shame in a silver medal for her yesterday as the University of Texas just continues to dominate these Olympic Games. But congrats to the great Gabby Thomas with a tremendous run to win gold yesterday. 3 more golds for the Americans in yesterday's competition. They now lead.
I love the distance run and the distance running, too. What was it, 1,500 meters?
Yeah, the men's 1,500 meter, Cole Hocker, the American, a surprise gold, right? There was all this buildup before the race. There's some big rivalry between some Norwegian guy and some British guy, and they've been like 1 and 2 in this event for years. And
there was another American that was in there, skinny, tall guy. That I watched those guys in the semifinal when Cole got in there and just barely made it in to be in the finals. And I said, I wonder if you have to watch out for this guy. He looks a little tricky back there. And boy, did he let those guys race themselves. Huh?
All right, LeBron James. What? Oh, I called it. You're saying you
called
it?
I didn't. No, I never called. I never called it. I said he just barely made it into into that final heat, and he snuck in there.
And then you said he was looking tricky back there, and you thought he was going to win it, huh?
That race itself, he let those two wear themselves out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those were the two guys that everyone thought were going to win gold and silver. It was a question of who's taking gold and who's taking silver. And then in the last lap of the race, Cole Hocker, out of nowhere, surpassed both of them to win the gold. So, and one of the Norwegian dude didn't even hit the podium.
No, he ended up being fifth.
Yeah, Cole Hocker won the gold. The British guy won second, and another American took home the bronze. So it was a gold-bronze finish at the men's 1500 in what was a thrilling race. And the fact that those dudes can basically run a mile in 3.5 minutes is the most ridiculous shit in the world to me.
Isn't that something?
Because I could not run a mile right. If you asked me to run a mile, like nonstop, I don't get to walk. I have to at least jog the whole time. I couldn't do it. Forget timing me. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, that used to be the deal that would get me before football every year is we had to run the mile in a certain amount of time. And I spent my entire sophomore year at Boston College having to try to do that to have a certain time. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't run a mile. I could sprint all day long, but I couldn't do that distance run. And that was a part of the workouts that you had to do when you came back. And dude, I was always, and they used to say I used to dog that thing on purpose. I'm like, no, man, you think I want to get up every morning and run this shit every day of 2 a days so that I can? No, I didn't do that. I just couldn't run distance.
No, I couldn't do either. So you had me beat on being able to do one. But yeah, it's impressive, the distance runs. And they had steeplechase final yesterday for the women. You talk about distance. You talk about endurance. Man, that's like 9 minutes straight of running, of hurdling, of jumping into random ass puddles of water that are out on the track.
Water, get rid of that water. And then the tiniest of the women in that thing, she just cruised by everybody in the end.
Yeah, she did. Yeah,
she was tiny, man.
The Bavarian cream woman took care of the race out of nowhere.
What country was she from?
Bavaria? Is that a thing?
That's a deal?
Bahrain?
Bahrain or something like that. Where the hell is that at?
I don't know. I thought she was.
Is that west of Kenya?
I don't know.
We don't have maps of Africa, so we're U.S. citizens of America.
Maybe Jay can tell us because he knows where St. Lucia is, so maybe he knows where.
They have a prime minister, so she's going to be Madam Prime Minister, maybe.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, if she wants to be the queen, she can be a queen. Maybe they'll change.
Sure. She can get a job at the University of Texas now if she wants. Man, although, I don't know. They got to create a lot of jobs if they're giving them to all of our medalists.
Yeah, no kidding.
We've had a lot of them, and there's still a few days left in these Olympic Games. USA basketball, hey, speaking of Longhorns dominating, how about Kevin Durant making history yesterday as the U.S. dominated Brazil in the quarterfinals, 122-87, the final score. The Americans moving on to face Nikola Jokic and Serbia in the semis tomorrow. But Kevin Durant scored 11 points, and with those 11 points, he became the all-time leading scorer in Olympics history. He already had the men's record, but he surpassed the legendary Lisa Leslie for the all-time overall record. So congrats to another legendary lifetime Longhorn, Kevin Durant, who is trying to win his 4th Olympic gold in men's basketball.
That doesn't look like much competition for those dudes. Once the South Sudan woke them up, they have not. Nothing has been close since that game.
Well, they had a couple of close games. They had another game right after South Sudan in the qualifying, where they struggled. And yeah, since the actual Olympics have come around, they have not had any problems with anybody. So they already played Serbia once. They beat them pretty good back in group play. And now they will, of course, get Serbia again. A big comeback. Nikola Jokic. Serbia was getting crushed by Australia. I think they were down by as many as 24 in the first half yesterday, and they came all the way back to win in overtime. So that will be a rematch there between the Americans and the Serbians. And I think it's France and Germany in the other semifinal game. So if the U.S. beats Serbia, they will get one of those two in the gold medal match. But it sure doesn't feel like there's a lot of competition for the Americans right now. Like we all got a little bit nervous. I shouldn't say we all, but a lot of people got a little bit nervous with the way those 5 exhibition games went right before the start of these Olympics. But once again, it's been smooth sailing for the Americans over in France.
Yeah, I mean, it looks, I mean, and they're sharing the ball. There's nobody that's dominating scoring. It's kind of leveled out. Guys like 14, bunch of guys with 8 points average. And the time-wise, they're lose out on a few minutes in Olympic play. So you're not on the court as long as they're used to being on the court. And they're not, no single person is dominating. There's so many good players.
So many good players. Yeah. I mean, you got Hall of Famers all over the American roster.
I know one thing, Joel Embiid is enjoying being booed by the French. He said he is just like loving this stuff now.
Yeah, he played pretty well yesterday, especially early on. And yeah, every time he touched the ball, I mean, he was getting jeered left and right. It's like Brock Cunningham when he goes to play in Lubbock. That's kind of the feel.
He's like, dude, I get paid from the USA. I live there.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, and he's good. Booker was good. LeBron was good. Everybody was good. It was an easy victory, 35-point victory, as a matter of fact.
Steph hasn't had one of those. I'm waiting for him to – he hadn't had a great shooting night. I mean, he's been an assist guy and everything else. He's thinking, well, why do I have to do this? We're going to win. And he sounds like – they all sound like team guys like, hey, it's just about winning the gold because they know how they're going to be once they get back to the NBA. It's going to be all about them.
Oh, always. It always is. Well,
for the Black Amish, once he gets back, Jason Tatum's going to say, hey, now we're back in Boston. I control this now.
What do you mean? Jaylen Brown's the guy who controls it. He was the finals MVP.
Come on, man. He's going to say, hey there, Amish. It's over for you.
Yeah. Well, you know what Amish is going to say? Hey, third best player on the team. Shut up.
You're the third best player.
Let Jaylen and I handle this, all right?
We got championship rings now.
Yeah, give us some of your money because we carried you to the finals last year.
You were $300 million.
Yeah, I'll take some of that. So nice win for the men's basketball team and a thrilling win for the U.S. women's soccer team, who is on to the final after they beat Germany in extra time 1-0 yesterday. Sophia Smith scoring the lone goal of the match in the 95th minute. Alyssa Nair, some big saves late to preserve the lead and preserve the win. After a really disappointing performance in the Women's World Cup last year, the Americans 1 win away from gold. They will play Brazil in the final on Saturday.
Yeah, a lot of young kids, a lot of new faces. The olds are out. The World Cups and the success that they had. There's a lot of young, really talented youngsters that are on here with not a lot of experience. And boy, they've got a lot of experience now in these Olympic games because they will get a lot in that final versus Brazil, I believe, too.
Yeah.
I think that was the last time the United States won the women's gold medal was, I think, against Brazil. And that was back a little bit of ways.
12 years ago, maybe?
Yeah, Spain won the World Cup. So for Brazil to beat Spain, but I don't know the rules of that, all that stuff. How many players can you have from World Cup on your Olympic team? I think there's only like 2 or 3 that you can have actually on the team. You can't have a whole World Cup team as your, as your team represent. Well, you can't because they're from all over the place. So, so it's a little bit different, some different rules. But this United States group is really, really young.
Yeah, a lot of new faces. The goalie, Alyssa Nair, has been around the block, though. She's been there for a while, and she was one of the heroes yesterday. But you're right. You think of some of the old heads, the Carly Lloyds, the Megan Rapinos of the world. They're obviously long gone. So
they were there for like 15 years, it seemed like.
Yeah, they were for a long, long time. So new era of women's soccer, and it's a younger team. Like you said, the rules require younger players. But the Americans, once again, win away from taking a gold medal. We'll see if they can get it done this weekend.
I'll say this. I've been being in this kind of business now for damn near 30 years, BK. This is the most I've talked about Olympic sports ever. And it's been, I mean, I get excited about it, but I never really talk about it. But the stories behind the stories are so interesting about some of these families and some of these injuries and a lot of what some of these people have gone through in order to do that. But as I said earlier this week, boy, did God bless these people with unbelievable bodies. And now they've had to do the work. You know, they got the blessing, but boy, did they have to do the work. And boy, they put in a lot of time.
Yeah.
Unbelievable amount of time to get to a place in 4 years that the disappointment must be unbearable at times. And then they got to go back and they're going back in 4 more years and then 4 more years after that. And how many disappointments can you have for the kind of work that they put in,
Yeah, the excitement of all of your hard work paying off is probably unlike anything else you could feel in this life.
I mean, when I saw Scotty Scheffler crying, I'm like, this guy just had an unbelievable year. Had a baby, won 6 in a row, #1 player in the world, went to jail. I mean, I'm like, this dude in a matter of 6 months has gone through the ringer, and then the emotions of winning a gold medal seem like it was top of the list.
Yeah. He won like $38,000 for winning gold in the Olympics, and he's won almost $30 million this year in PGA Tour events. And he showed more emotion with the 38K because of just what it means. So when you get it done, it's awesome. And when you lose, it's like, oh shoot, there are world championships in all of these sports, but these athletes realize that now people are tuned into the Olympics. People don't always watch the track and field world championships or the swimming and diving world. Like, this is it. This is the most important thing. This is the thing that people care about the most. And if you can't win, if you've one bad performance, you could win every quarterfinal, semifinal, every heat leading up to the final. But if you don't have it in the final, then you got to wait 4 more years to showcase your stuff again. And that's got to be heartbreaking for those athletes who can't quite get it done.
Yeah. I mean, that is such tough sledding, and everything they do is almost like a world record. They're so good at what they do. They're always, so close to a world record. It's like, even when they're not perfect, they're right there, and they're almost all, and even the bad ones are damn close to perfect. You know?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's been fun to watch, man. I've enjoyed it more than I thought I would, and I'm with you.
I'm still not down with that field hockey. I'm sorry for guys, man's field hockey with the candy cane. No,
because you don't like sticks in your hands.
I just don't. I think that's for the ladies. That's the ladies' sports.
Yeah, give me real hockey.
Candy cane in a guy's hand trying to hit it in the net. No. Table tennis, I'm down. I'm down with badminton too.
Of course. Stuff's great.
Yeah, it's great. Where's the horseshoes? Where is the bean bag or whatever that corn? Where's the corn holders at?
Don't call it that, please.
Where are they? Why don't we have that? I mean, why can't countries? Shouldn't we have a cornhole Olympics too? No.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get bag toss in 2028. That feels like an American bit, doesn't it?
Dancing or breaking, right?
Yeah. Starts on Friday.
That's today?
Friday.
I'm probably not watching.
Why not?
I don't know.
You're not intrigued?
Is Kid and Play? Are they doing it? Who's doing the music? Or you get to do your own music?
I don't know. I actually have no idea how it
works.
Have
Olympic sound. I mean, how is this broken down by music wise? Do you get to do your own?
Well, I hope it's like you don't know the song that's playing and you just have to react to it and come up with a routine on the fly.
Ah, there you go.
Because I feel like that's how normal breakdancing works. Like, you don't go to a club or a bar and like, oh yeah, I know exactly what the playlist is going to be. Let me prepare all of my dance moves for tonight.
But you have an idea what the music of the times were then, though. What could possibly be coming up in the beach? I don't know. Maybe they just have an Olympic theme that you have to dance to. That would be cool.
The Olympic theme song. Everyone has to break to that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be impossible. That'd be impossible.
Do that.
What if it's just like I don't know? I get some Beethoven out there.
Kid and Play.
Little Rick Springfield out there.
He made you have to do it to that.
Oh. Yeah, you forget. You're thinking like it's going to be club music, upbeat, or some rap or something, and instead they just hit you with some classical or some classic rock or Led Zeppelin going on. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be. We're all going to learn together. The women's event happens Friday.
Okay.
And the men's event happens Saturday, and it's all in one day. It's like women's qualifying in the morning, and then right after that, it's the medal round. And then men qualifying in the morning on Saturday, and after that, it's the medal round. So it's not drawn out like swimming or track and field. It's just all going down one day for the women, one day for the men. So if you want to watch it like me,
Nice.
Friday and Saturday. All right, Buck, before we shift gears here, we got to talk about that crazy baseball game that went down inside the Gilf last night, almost history. But the Rangers prevented that on the last possible out. Talk about that in a moment. But before then, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Absolutely. How about our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits? Folks, if you're getting ready to have that big party for the weekend, say you're having a party at your home, neighborhood party, head over to 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway. Get all of your liquors, all the liquors that you need. They got plenty of liquids there because we do like liquids here on this show. But they've got it all. They've got the big hat products. They've got Tito's, Jack Daniels, the whole works. You name it, they've got it there for you. And they've got some fine wines. And BK just came from one of the biggest wineries in the world, the Napa Valley. So he knows about fine wine, although he was drinking wine out of a box. So it doesn't really matter. But they've got all the wines that you need, quality wines, quality liquors. And if you're having a huge party for your company, they are a wholesale distributor. They can distribute all the liquor to a huge party, to your events, to your workplace, to your apartment, whatever you need. But it's all right there at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, and you can get your Altstadt beer at 34 Wine and Spirits as well. Plenty of six-packs of all of the great Altstadt brews. And Altstadt is my beer of choice here in Central Texas, and it should be yours as well. The lager, the Kolsch, the light beer, the Hefeweizen, and, of course, the seasonal Oktoberfest. It's about to be back in stores. I think it already is available in some stores, so be on the lookout. The perfect beer to pair with your football watching throughout the fall is that Altstadt Oktoberfest. I'm telling you, so many different brews, something for every palate out there. And if you're looking for something to do during a weekend here in the summer, how about a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg? So much to do there. The place is massive. They've got live music every weekend. They've got a German-style restaurant serving up really, really good European cuisine. Of course, you're going to get plenty of samples of the greatness that is Altstadt beer. I'm telling you, it's the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. Go to their website, altstadtbeer.com, for more info about the great beer and for more info about the brewery as well. And to plan your next trip, it is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And our good friends over at Sue Patrick, I was over the other day to see Jay and Sue and the gang over there, and got some hats as I get ready to go to Idaho and bring in the SEC hats with me. But they've got these wonderful hats. They've got every hat known to man over there, every shape, every size, fitted hats just for you. They've got the bucket hats for you golfers out there, the SEC hats. Hey, 5-time volleyball championship hats over there. And yeah, Jay was kind of thinking, what can I do for the Olympics? What do I need to do with all these champions over at the University of Texas? Said, come up with a T-shirt. It'll sell. You'll get it out there. They'll be wearing it during the football season, but the football season is just around the corner. And they've got that wide variety of men's and women's clothing. And folks, free. How about this? Free shipping on online offers over $49. Curbside pickup just for you, and plenty of space to park at if you want to go inside Sue Patrick's and see everything that you're looking for if you're in this area. 5222 Burnett Road. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. And stop by 7-Eleven. Maybe after you get your Texas gear at Sue Patrick, get you a Slurpee today. It's about to be 100 degrees these next few days here in Austin. No better way to cool down than with an ice cold Big Gulp or with one of those legendary Slurpees. They've got them all.
I'm about to give in on my third, going on my third week of no sweets. I'm starting to feel that. Not today. I won't be today.
Come on.
I'm not making 6 months. This isn't like being, next week will be my 24th year of sobriety. Sweets is not that, okay?
You're past the hard part. You made it through the first couple of weeks. It should be a little easier now, no?
You know what's easy? Little Debbie. That's what's easy. I shouldn't say it that way, but.
Whoa. That's a young girl, and you're calling her easy?
No, I got to have I saw that in HEB, the big packs of Little Debbie's. I damn near grabbed the whole pack of that, put it in the back of my car and start sneaking them. But I said, no, just give in. You're not going to last 6 months. I'm fine. I lasted for 24 years, and I knew I could do it. I can't do it with the sweets. I'm not going to go 6 months without having sweets. Are you kidding me?
Wouldn't be the first time you've shoved a young girl in the back of your car and driven off.
My wife is going to be like, okay, when you're missing toes from the diabetes. I'm like, they're not going to take my toe off. She goes, that's what the people with no feet have said about being diabetic. She goes, "You're pre-diabetic." I said, "Well, I've been pre-diabetic for 25 years. What's the deal?"
Yeah, we're all pre-diabetic. I could
Yeah.
easily become diabetic if I wanted to.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're all pre-diabetic.
I'm
We're all
pre-alcoholic. I'm a pre-alcoholic too.
You're post. Well,
Yeah,
post
that's
and
well,
pre.
I'm not post yet, but
Yeah.
I'm still pre.
Yeah. We're all pre-death.
That's okay.
So why not enjoy your pre-death?
Can I have a little Debbie's or some Amy's on the way out?
Hey, yeah, you're about to hit 70, man. You got to enjoy life.
You know what? That's what it's going to be. It's going to be 7-Eleven, Little Debbie's here, and over the next 2 weeks, I'll go full month. How's that?
Okay.
But then I'm gonna hit 7-Eleven, get myself a Little Debbie's, maybe a honey bun.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe rollers.
Oh man, now you're talking my language.
Not doing the sushi yet. Nope.
Love 7-Eleven. Was there yesterday, filled up the car. I was actually in a hurry, so I didn't have time to get snacks, but I'll be going back and getting some rollers today. I think it's time, and probably a Slurpee as well. Go to 7-Eleven. They got everything. You know what they have. It's the best convenience store in the world, and there's more than 84,000 of them in the world. Go check
and if you want
out.
to help the kids out, that's where you get your lottery tickets from 7-Eleven, by the way.
Yeah.
If you're trying to help out the education like I do in the state of Texas, because I'm about educating these young people. So
You still buying lottery tickets?
Huh?
You still buying lottery tickets?
I'm still alive, yes. If I'm off of sweets doesn't mean I don't want to be rich. It'll happen someday.
Yeah,
no,
see,
it happens for people in Houston and Dallas.
I want to win the lottery, but I don't want to have to pay for the tickets. Is there a way to do that?
No. I want to hit it. I just don't want to pay for the tickets. Come on.
How can I find a way to do that?
No, you'll be the guy that buys the one ticket.
No,
Like
I bought a couple before and never been
the people in Dallas. They're from Dallas or Houston.
I feel like it's generally the smallest towns that you've never heard of who win the big lottery prizes. I don't keep up with it. I don't know.
7-Eleven.
Yeah, 7-Eleven. They got everything there at 7-Eleven. All right. History was nearly made inside the Gilf last night. The Astros and Rangers played their second game of this 3-game series that concludes today. The Rangers, of course, won game 1 on Monday night in dramatic fashion. The Astros won game 2 last night in pretty dramatic fashion, but we almost had history made. Framber Valdez damn near no-hit the Rangers. And when I say damn near, I mean damn near. He was 1 out away from the second no-hitter of his career. He'd gone 8 2/3 against the Rangers without giving up a hit. But Corey Seager, who else, hit a 2-run bomb to end the bid. He ended the shutout bid and he ended the night for Framber Valdez as well. The Astros still got the win, 4-2.
Sorry, Framber.
And that Yordan Alvarez mammoth home run in the top of the inning ended up proving very big for the Stros. But almost a historic night for Framber, who was trying to become the first Astro ever with 2 no-hitters. 1 out away, couldn't get the job done. Wow. Yeah, he was awesome, though. He had just 1 walk going into the 9th inning. He erased that immediately with the double play, and then he started off the bottom of the 9th with another leadoff walk, and then erased that one with a double play. So at one point, it was 26 up and 26 down because of those 2 twin killers.
1 out away.
1 out away. Then he walked Josh Smith. That's what allowed Corey Seager to come up. And then, Seager on the first pitch got a hanging breaking ball, and it was a no-doubter. That Framber knew as soon as the ball was hit that it was over. So, tough one. Look, the Astros still win. That's the most important thing. But good for Corey Seager because it's been a very disappointing year for the Rangers altogether. Yes. That would have made it even more disappointing to get no hit by your biggest rivals in your home ballpark. Seager saves the day. The Astros get the win to even up this series. You got the rubber match a little bit later today. And Framber was magnificent, man. I'll give him all the credit in the world. I know his night ended with disappointment, but he was spectacular on the bump, and he showed why when he's on. He is one of the best pitchers in the game. And the good news for the Stros, the Mariners lost last night. So the Astros are now just a half a game out of first place in the AL West. The Rangers now 5 out of first place in the American League West. The Rangers offense just continues to suck. And if they don't get that turned around, then they will not be playing October baseball again this season.
They will. They haven't had their little streak yet. They'll get their late season streak too.
Man, I don't know. I feel like we've been waiting on the Rangers for a long time to just do something. And there's still enough time. Once again, the division's not good. They're only 5 back, even though they're 6 games under 500 right now. But it's just, God, the more you watch this offense, the more you're just like, it ain't the year for them. So,
what happened with the White Sox? I haven't seen anything.
Oh,
is that streak over?
It's over.
I didn't know that. So they won yesterday?
They beat the A's last night, 5-1 in Oakland. So the White Sox historic losing streak.
Their historic losing streak is over.
It's over. They lost 21 straight games, which tied the American League record. They were 2 away from tying the all-time record set by the Philadelphia Phillies back in 1961. But the White Sox got the win to improve their record to 28-88. And we said it. It's like, if you can't beat the A's, this streak might go on for a long time. And
they were able to beat the Cubbies and the Yankees coming up afterwards.
Yeah, and they were able to beat the A's last night. Funny, Oakland, on their loudspeaker at the Coliseum yesterday, they were playing Taylor Swift's song 22.
Wow.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. And I guess they put the hex on their own team because the White Sox, they used that as motivation to make sure that losing skid didn't get to 22. So the best story in Major League Baseball is over. The White Sox have won a game.
Start that streak again now.
What if they win 21 in a row now?
No, they won't. They won't go that way.
No, they barely have 21 wins on the year.
Yeah, that's a bad group.
They are a cool 41 games out of first place right now. Not mathematically eliminated yet, believe it or not. But but
eliminated.
Yeah, they're eliminated. They've been eliminated for a long time, and they absolutely suck.
How about with anything in Dallas Cowboys camp that's new and improved, or are they still just waiting for Jerry just to have somebody sign on the dotted line, the contract's right in your face? Here we go. Let's get this over with.
Well, there's some big NFL news, but it's not out of Dallas. No, nothing yet in terms of CeeDee Lamb and his contract. Nothing yet, in terms of Dak Prescott and his contract.
Amazing.
So we'll wait and see. The holdout for CeeDee Lamb continues as the Cowboys continue their practice out in Oxnard. And, no deal yet for CeeDee, no deal yet for Dak. The Cowboys will open up their preseason this Sunday, and the NFL does return tomorrow night. The Texans are back at it on Friday. I think you've got a couple of games tomorrow in the preseason, and then a bunch of games on Friday and Saturday, and then some games on Sunday as well. So 4 straight days of preseason football coming our way tomorrow. You going to watch? Do you care about the preseason?
No, I'm not until about the third game or this. Not this game. Next one.
Yeah, the second game has become the third game, right?
Yeah.
It used to be game 3 when all the starters would at least play a little bit. Now, because
I don't expect to see Aaron Rodgers play at all.
No.
I don't think they put him on the field in the preseason at all, do they?
I don't think so. I don't know if they've announced that, but I think your hunch is a good one. I doubt we see A-Rod play. He doesn't need it, considering he got hurt in the first series of the year last year. It's like, do we want to throw him out there?
I'd like to get that over with and get him out there in a preseason series, and then say, okay, we'll see you in game 1. It's like, I don't want to see that guy get hurt in game 1.
It's
that team is loaded on defense. Holy
the Jets?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jets have one of the best rosters in the league. Like, a lot of people thought they were going to win the Super Bowl last year because
which was foolish.
Well, they went and got it. I mean, it's like you don't anticipate a guy tearing his Achilles on the first series of the season. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy this year, and if he's as good as he was the last time we saw him in Green Bay, then they've got a shot, don't they?
Yeah, with that defense, they are, man.
Yeah, they've got
plus Breece Hall, if that dude is healthy.
Yeah, they've got Breece Hall. They've got Garrett Wilson, who's one of the best receivers in the game. They've got Mike Williams, who they added. They've got Allen Lazard. I mean, it's a good team. It's a good team. They shouldn't be the favorites or anything, and they're not. But if Rodgers stays healthy, they absolutely should be a playoff team this year, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of starting to. I'm looking more and more at that Green Bay team and think, man, boy, if they can really get their defense together, they get all the pieces they have on defense. Boy, offensively, they are really good on offense.
Yeah, the NFC North is going to be pretty intriguing this year, right? I mean, obviously, you've got Detroit, who won that division last year. They played in the NFC title game and nearly won that NFC title game. Chicago just had the number 1 pick. They had a great offseason, right? Caleb Williams, anytime you got a player, or especially a quarterback drafted 1-1, he's going to be a big storyline, and a lot of people are going to be watching him in his first year with the Bears. And then you're right, Green Bay. They won a playoff game last year as the youngest team in the NFL. They brought a lot of guys back. They obviously gave Jordan Love that big money contract. They could be a good team. So,
and you told me their over-under is like 9.5.
That sounds right. I don't remember it off the top of my head,
It
but
would have been 9.5. I'm thinking more for them.
Yeah, quick Google search says
I'm
they're
going to
over under
say 12 games for them.
12 games. Okay, 12-5 for the Pack this year. Wow.
Yeah, I like 12 wins for them.
You going to get your cousin to put a few bones on?
It's a Vegas move right there.
I was about to say, we can put that down for you in Vegas at Circa in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's one of those $250 bets right there.
Okay, feeling really good about it then.
Yes.
It's, how many units is that?
That's not enough units. That's not 1,000. I don't want to play 1,000 units on it, but I'd go 250.
250 unit play.
Yeah, I think I'd do that.
Okay. Any other teams that you really like or bets that you really like in the NFL right now?
I want to find a way to bet against the Patriots. That's what I want to do.
Bet against the Patriots.
Yeah, they're over and under. What is it? 4?
Yeah, 4.5.
Boy, that's a lot of games. 17 games, though, man.
Right. Well, let me see. Let me double check that and confirm. Yeah, 4.5, which is the lowest in the NFL. Yeah, lowest in the league this year. So you won't be the only one betting against New England this season. That is bizarre. I know Bill Belichick's been, hadn't been as good, and the Patriots haven't been competing for Super Bowl since Brady left. But to see them as the projected worst team in football.
Isn't that something? I mean, that's long time. I haven't even thought about that.
Yeah, your 3 lowest over-unders in Vegas right now, according to our friends at Circa Sports. The Panthers and Broncos are both at 5.5, and then the Patriots are at 4.5.
Yeah, those are 3 bad teams for sure.
And then your 2 highest are San Francisco and Kansas City, who are both tied with.
And where does Jacksonville fit in there? Now that the quarterback's got his new contract, he's got to have a hell of a year, I would think. Getting that new contract, they would be a little bit better.
They're at 8.5 right now, so right around that 500 mark. And they choked away the AFC South last year. The Texans got hot at the right time. You give D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud credit, but it looked like the Jags had a stranglehold on that division about 2/3 of the way through the year, and then it just all fell apart.
Do you like the schedule for the Texans that they can get their number? They can be right at the same or over?
Yeah. Do I like the schedule? No. They've got one of the hardest schedules in football.
Rough schedule now?
Oh, especially late. They have a 3-game stretch. I think they have 3 games in a row in December. Kansas City, Miami, and Baltimore back-to-back.
Yeah.
So, I like the team. I would say over. They're over-unders at 9.5 right now. I would go over for the Texans. They won 10 last year. I think they'll get to double digits again.
Sure.
But last year they were playing one of the worst schedules in the league, and this year they are playing one of the best. So it's not going to be easy. Now, if Stroud progresses and there's no sophomore slump, if you will, then they'll be fine. They'll hit the over. But it's a lot tougher slate for Houston in year 2 of the D'Amico Ryans era.
The longer this goes out with the Cowboys, the more I'm thinking under.
They're also at 9.5, so same as the Texans. I'm right around 9 or 10 for Dallas right now. I think they'll make the playoffs. I don't think they'll win the division. Nobody repeats as division champs in the NFC East, and they won it last year, which tells you they're not going to win it this year. But I think they'll be good enough to get to the playoffs. It's just, I'm right around 9 or 10, so I don't think the Cousins going to be touching that one, because I think Vegas is right on the number with that deal. So big NFL news though. Does not involve the Cowboys. It does not involve the Texans. It involves the San Francisco 49ers and a potential trade of one of their best players. We told you briefly at the end of yesterday's show that the insiders were reporting that the Niners were giving Brandon Ayuk permission to seek trades with other teams and to negotiate contract extensions with other teams. So Ayuk's been holding out of camp. The Niners have said they want to bring Ayuk back, but it feels like those two sides are at an impasse right now. And it seems like the next step is a trade. Now the question is, who is going to trade for Brandon Ayuk? And who is going to give
the Patriots are out of that deal?
Yeah, the Patriots are out of that deal. They will no longer pursue a Brandon Ayuk trade, according to Adam Schefter, which this isn't the Patriots call. That's nice verbiage by Schefter to make the Pats sound good, but it's really Brandon Ayuk saying, you guys are the worst team in football. I'm not going there.
Yeah.
The Patriots were trying. They gave San Francisco a couple of different proposals, and they negotiated with Ayuk, and they said, hey, we want to make you one of the top 5 highest paid receivers in football. But Ayuk is like, nah, I'd rather get all that stuff somewhere else.
Yeah, I thought he would go for the money. I thought he's like, no, I've been in playoff games here in San Fran. I'm not going there to be nobody.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
there's the money. I'm not going.
The only place you could go from San Francisco to improve your chances of winning is Kansas City.
Yes.
Like everywhere else, you're taking a little bit of a step back in terms of likelihood to win a Super Bowl. But there's a big gap between the Niners and the Patriots.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, if you go to Pittsburgh or Cleveland, which are the other two teams that are the most linked to Ayuk right now, yeah, you're still going to be on a good enough team. You still have a shot to make the playoffs, and I guess
you have a chance.
Yeah, you're right. You got a chance to do something. You go to New England, you know your fate is sealed already, and you don't know who's throwing you the damn football out there. And Drake May, he could be great. You never know. He's a rookie, but it's Drake May and Jacoby Brissett out there right now.
Man,
Pittsburgh and Cleveland don't have the best quarterback situations in the world, but they've got better QB situations than New England does.
And they got better players.
Yeah, and Cleveland was a playoff team last year. Pittsburgh is always over 500 with Mike Tomlin. So yeah, your career doesn't completely fall apart if you go to one of those two teams, like it might if you go to post Belichick New England. So I still say Pittsburgh. That was my call yesterday. I'm sticking to it. I think that's where Ayuk wants to be. I could see this as a situation where he only green lights a trade to one team. Like, guys do that. Now, Deshaun Watson did that when he was leaving the Texans, right? He was negotiating with all of these teams, and then he told the Texans, hey, I want to go there because they're giving me a massive, fully guaranteed contract. So you work out a trade with them. I think that's going to be the case here. I think Ayuk's going to pick Pittsburgh, and that will be a deal that gets done here before the regular season rolls around.
Yeah, well, and for the Dallas Cowboys, they need to start to get real serious with CeeDee Lamb, or Jerry's going to let this whole thing implode. I hate to see him do it. He's still going to get paid, and then he's going to hire Bill Belichick because he's going to fire Mike McCarthy. He's going to be gone. Dak's going to be gone. Dak's going no matter what. This is it. This is his last year. He's not going to go through this with them. Even if he has a good year, he's going to say, no, you guys put me through the ringer last year. I'm not going to do this. No. I'll go somewhere else and make that kind of money anyway, but I don't have to go through this madness anymore. Somebody will want me to play and appreciate it and pay me.
Still a few weeks left for these two sides to agree to some sort of deal. But yeah, as of right now, nothing close.
Belichick's going to be the next coach there.
That's your call?
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I think Mike McCarthy's going to be out because he's not going to get it done whether Dak and CeeDee Lamb are there or not. It's not, they're going to make it and lose in a playoff game, and he's going to be done. He just, you're talking about just sitting and collecting right now. I think that's what he's doing. And if CeeDee Lamb doesn't show up until week 5 or whatever, he really is just sitting. They can't win without CeeDee Lamb.
He's going to be there, man. I get it. It hasn't happened. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong.
It happens before the season. It happens before game 1.
Yeah, it will. He'll be there. I don't think you got to worry about week 5 CeeDee Lamb deal gets done. I think it could be 5 days before week 1. Right.
But it usually happens before week 1.
Yeah, they're as dumb as they are, they're not dumb enough to screw that thing up. But yeah, McCarthy's lame duck coach. They don't even have to fire him. They can just let him walk because his contract expires after this year. So Belichick would be interesting. I would hate it. But that's obviously a big name, and Jerry loves the big names. So
yeah, I could see that happening. That's why it's almost like, Jerry, this is a freebie. Let me collect some pizza money, some parking money from you guys for another year, and then go ahead and hire this guy and let him handle everything. Yeah, we saw how that ended at the end for New England too. The way Belichick started to handle everything too. So now you got two ego guys. How do they get along? How does that work anyway? Are you happy with Bill Belichick at the end of his career in New England, how that worked out?
It won't work. It won't happen. It won't happen.
It just won't work, will it?
The egos are too big. Like you said, you laid it out perfectly. Like both of those guys are power hungry sons of guns, and neither side's going to be willing to cede a lot of power in that relationship. Jerry Jones has just gotten more stubborn as he's gotten older, right? We know how the Jimmy thing went down 30 years ago. Jerry's gotten more stubborn and more egotistical with age. Ain't no way he's going to be taking a backseat to anybody. And
you don't think he's going to be in the war room on draft night? And Bill Belichick's not going to be pulling all the strings. Jerry's got to still be that guy.
Yeah. I don't think it could work.
But it's going to work. It's going to have to work because he's going to do it.
Yeah, I think Belichick would take the job.
He's going to have to make a splash because this thing's not going to work the way it is. Mike McCarthy's not their guy.
Well, he thought he made a splash with the McCarthy hire, and it turns out he just hired a badass.
He did make a splash, yeah.
Mike McCarthy told us all that he was lying during his interview about how he watched every snap of the Cowboys from his year off of coaching.
Yeah.
And it's like, uh-oh. Not that I expected him to do that, but it's like, oh, you're gonna admit that you're lying in your introductory press conference. It's not a great look. But, yeah, McCarthy hasn't worked. Jerry thought that was a splash. Look, McCarthy won his Super Bowl at Jerry Stadium a decade and a half ago. So Jerry thought he was going to help him get another one. Remember, he heard bells.
That was awful.
And, it's been nothing but disaster.
Yeah, it's going to stay disaster, too.
Yeah, in the postseason, at least. They've won a lot in the regular year, but in the playoffs, they continue to come up short of the ultimate goal, and hell, they continue to come up short of even getting close to the ultimate goal. So there's your NFL. By the way, quick headline. So we were talking about the Steelers. The Texans and Steelers play this Friday. It's the Texans' second preseason game, and it's the Steelers' first. Justin Fields will get the start for Pittsburgh in that one. Now, the Steelers are still saying Russell Wilson's the guy. He's our starter, but it will be Justin Fields who will get the ball in the first preseason game for Pittsburgh.
They're playing him. He's getting in there and playing.
Yeah. So they released a depth chart. Wilson's still ahead of Fields, but Fields is going to be the guy to play against the Texans on Friday.
So they're going to use two quarterbacks this year in Pittsburgh somehow.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, do you trust Russ at this point?
No, I do not. Yeah. I don't trust him with Tomlin. I don't trust him with anybody.
I think he's better than Fields, but I don't think he's going to be good enough to make Steelers fans confident that he should be the guy. And I don't think the Steelers are going to be good enough to where it's like, oh, we can't make a change because our team's too good.
Well, they can't mess around right now because they got the TJ Watt. They got that guy in his prime right now. And that window right there, the way their defense plays, they've got to do something offensively,
Yeah, I thought they did about as good of a job as they could have realistically done in terms of the quarterback this offseason.
Yeah,
like they didn't have a high enough draft pick to get one of those guys, and there was no Aaron Rodgers or Matthew Stafford on the move this year. So they had to do something different and move on from Kenny Tiny Hands Pickett. They did that. They got Russ for nothing, and Denver's paying most of his contract still.
Sure.
And they got Fields for nothing, former first-round pick who I'm not high on, but a lot of people still think he's got a chance to be a franchise QB in this league. Like that's about as good as you could have done realistically.
They got a decent run game. They got some great defensive. They've got really good defense. So they've got to do something while they can. Because as I said, T.J. Watson is in his best right now. And 3 years from now, that guy's going to start. His skills will start diminishing a little bit, and so you got to do it now. You got to do something on the other side of the ball to help out.
All right. It's a good defense, but the offense just hasn't been good enough around Pittsburgh. So,
and that's how I feel. I mean, and all these teams, their little windows of opportunities open and shut. I mean, as long as you have Lamar Jackson, you're going to be okay. But you still got to beat Patrick Mahomes, and that's as long as that guy's around. I don't give a shit. 10 years from now, he'll still be great. Think about for the Ravens now they may have, with the big guy there running the ball, that's going to be that's going to be interesting to me in the NFL this year, how he works with them.
Yeah, the AFC North, you've got Baltimore, who was the 1 seed last year. They added Derrick Henry.
Wow.
Pittsburgh, solid. Cleveland made the playoffs last year. We'll see if Deshaun Watson can bounce back at all. Obviously, it was more Joe Flacco leading the charge for Cleveland down the stretch last year, but he's no longer there. And then who am I for? Oh, Cincinnati. Duh.
Yeah.
Like Joe Burrow's back. And when he's healthy, that team is competing for AFC championships. So that's always a competitive division, and I don't think this year will be any different.
Oh, no, it's that's going to be fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just intrigued about, as long as Derrick Henry stays healthy during the preseason and at camp, they generally lose their guys at camp or something, or somebody falls off the bus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, he's down.
So far, I think so good.
What does that big dude have left in his tank on a team like that likes to be rough and tumbling? Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. So there's your NFL. There's your news, notes, and nuggets. Once again, we'll be on the lookout for a Brandon Ayuk trade, and Cowboys fans still waiting for a CeeDee Lamb deal or a Dak Prescott deal to get done. But
around with Brandon Ayuk, he'll end up in Philadelphia with that gang of wide receivers. How about that?
That'd be salary cap would be fake if the Eagles can afford, because they're already paying Devontae Smith a lot. They're already paying AJ Brown even more. So there ain't no way. At least I don't think there's a way they could add Ayuk to the mix. All right, before we shift gears, we've got a Would You Eat That Wednesday coming up.
All right.
We got to talk about Pitbull and this new deal going on in college football. But before that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Who did I hit? Who do I got to get? I got to get our good friends at Texas Orthopedics, folks. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Our physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, rheumatology, joint replacement, trauma care. They've got it right there. Dr. Christopher Daney and, of course, Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Visit TX Ortho for more information. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas.
Yes, indeed. And now
Dr. Danny, I coached him over at Texas for a while. I think he wanted to do some surgery. He also asked about surgery for me. Now I take advice from him, but I haven't let him cut on me. There's another one of those players. How comes I get all the orthopedic guys?
I don't know. You got some smart players. That's good. They became surgeons.
That's right. Graduation was important for me. Graduate those players, man. Hey, GPAs there, Dion.
Coach Prime. You were the Coach Prime before Coach Prime, huh?
That's right. I was the GPA guy for sure.
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were.
Are you eligible to play? Yes, Coach. Okay, good.
Get out there then.
Get out there.
That's all. You're not eligible to play. Well, who can I pay to get you eligible to play?
What do I need to do to get you eligible?
Bingo. That's a coach right there. That is a football coach. All right. Shout out to AV Consultations. How about a word now from our man Tom McKay and the crew over at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, man. Love AV Consultations and also love our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business that needs new stuff, apparel, signage, memorabilia, whatever, you got to reach out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're located right here in South Austin. They provide exceptional customer service with a very fast turnaround time. They're the company that made our new TSU hats that I've been rocking, and the Buck's been rocking, and a bunch of us have been rocking on our shows over these last couple of weeks. They can do that for your business as well. Hats, shirts, signs, banners, posters, you name it, they can do it. Just reach out to them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can hit up our guy, Adam, 512-300-9641. 512-300-9641. Call them or text them right there, and they will take care of you at Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Nice.
All right. How about a little Would You Eat That Wednesday, Buck?
Okay.
I don't do this very often. We've done it once or twice, but I'm going to screen share some food items that found me on the internet. And I want to get your thoughts on whether or not you would try these items. So we'll start off with this one. This is a new food at the St. Louis Cardinals ballpark. This is a cotton candy burrito that you can buy at the concession stands at Cardinals games.
Like sweets. I don't like cotton candy, so that's a no.
I beg your pardon. This is the Arizona Cardinals, not the St. Louis Cardinals. So this will be.
Yeah, I like everything on the inside of that. I just don't like the outside.
It's a cotton candy wrapped around a traditional burrito filling. What do we have in there? Like
trail mix. It's a trail mix.
Let's see if I can get a description here.
I see Cheerios,
Skittles, M&Ms, Pebble cereal, and other candies.
Yeah, they can. I like the M&Ms with some. It looks like there's some of these nuts in there.
Ooh, I'll tell you what. You want to turn into a diabetic? Go ahead and down a couple of these guys.
Yeah, I don't like cotton candy.
Mm.
These nuts.
I was never a cotton candy kid, like at fairs and stuff like that.
Yeah, me too.
It's just too nasty. It gets all over the place.
Nasty and sticky and just doesn't taste that good.
Plus the old man would say, nope, can't have that. Too sticky.
So
Not
you're
getting
out,
back in the car with that shit.
out on the cotton candy burrito.
No, I'm out on that.
I wonder if they have a price on this. What's your guess for how much this would cost at a football game?
$24.
That feels about accurate. I was going to say 22.
Jeez.
Don't see a price yet, but there you go. The cotton candy burrito coming to an Arizona Cardinals game near you. All right, so that's one vote for no.
No.
Now we go to this one. You've heard of Pepto-Bismol before. They've got a new flavor of Pepto-Bismol, Buck. Are you a fan of the Pepto?
I am. Pepto works for me.
You like the taste of that pink whatever?
That chalky pink taste.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, they could do something. They can come up with some mint flavored Pepto, I got to believe.
Okay. Well, you suggest mint. Here's what we actually have. You let me know if you would try Pesto-Bismol.
No. Oh, no. I'd throw up.
You don't like pesto?
No, that's too much. That's too spicy right there. I know a little pesto never hurt anybody, but that stuff got to go down your throat. You know what I'm saying? I know. I need mint. I need some mint flavored or something. Mint julep taste or something.
What about like you're eating a pizza, or you're eating a pasta dish, and it might
on
upset
the top of it?
Yeah, it might upset your stomach, so you get two birds stoned at once. You're eating your favorite food, and you're also down in your Pesto-Bismol, making sure your stomach's going to be all right.
Let me help you, Bristol Meyer or whoever makes that Pepto-Bismol shit. That ain't going to work.
Look, a little touch of garlic in there, too. It's a garlic flavor.
No,
how great is that going to be as a topping?
Hey, ginger Bismo. That's what you need.
That sounds abysmal.
A bit, it does. That's nasty right there. Look at that. That looks like it belongs on like you said, on a pizza or something.
You wouldn't eat this?
No, I wouldn't eat that either. I'd eat the other. I'd go to the cotton candy deal first.
All right, so 0 for 2 so far on the would you eat that? Well, what about this? We got baby food.
Okay.
A new kind of Gerber baby food, Buck.
I was a Gerber baby food baby.
All right, so do you
I think
still
Gerber was around then. Was Gerber around then?
No idea. How old is that baby?
Look up Gerber. When did Gerber start?
All right, I will do that.
It started in the 60s.
Well, was this flavor around when you were?
Oh, you can't give a baby that.
How about Mountain Dew Baja Blast baby food from Gerber?
No.
When, the collab that you didn't know you needed.
No.
You're out on this?
Oh, that'd be a one time only for a baby that I'd be around. Yeah.
Looks like Gerber started back in the 20s under a different name.
Thanks to Gerber, that's what made me like applesauce. I loved Gerber. When I used to feed it to the kids, I used to do the test first. Then it started to taste good. The kids never got the applesauce. I was taking their Gerber's applesauce.
You would eat the baby food as an adult?
I love their applesauce.
So you're telling me you wouldn't eat this? What if it's Mountain Dew Baja Blast applesauce?
Maybe. I think I'd take a shot on this before the other two things.
All right. So you're in on the Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Peas. Gerber used to have these green peas. Oh, they look like the same thing the babies would crap out.
Oh.
Just in a jar.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I know there's little pouches, there's little plastic pouches of peas or carrots or no, thank you. Not my favorite.
Gerber's had peaches and applesauce.
Okay.
I was okay with the peaches, but I love their applesauce. It may be an applesauce. I mean, I eat applesauce today. You don't ever go to the store and have a meal with applesauce. I have a lot of meals with applesauce. I'll have a pork chop with applesauce. I'll do fish with applesauce on the side. I like applesauce.
The only time I'll eat applesauce is when I'm eating latkes, which are those potato pancakes that come around the holiday season.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I get my applesauce in because you get to dip the latkes in the applesauce, and that makes for a pretty good combo. All right, what about this? This is a new item coming to Chili's. This is a Nashville hot fried mozzarella stick.
No, not going to do it. I can't eat a lot of hot foods.
Oh, I don't know if this is that hot. Nashville, you can't eat Nashville hot chicken?
Who the hell goes to Chili's anyway?
Oh, man.
Give me my baby back, baby back, baby back. No, you don't go to Chili's anymore.
I go to Chili's all the time.
You do?
I love Chili's. I love Applebee's.
Really, Chili's is really a store?
Oh,
like
dude. I mean, yes.
Applebee's or whatever the hell that place is?
Yeah, especially in college. 45th and Lamar Chili's. Oh, my God. Went there multiple times a month. I love it. I would try this.
I've gone to Applebee's twice.
In your life?
In my life. Didn't like it.
Wow. Well, you liked it enough to go back a second time?
Well, I went to one in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, was lousy. I went to one here, just as lousy.
Man, all right. The half-price apps after 10 p.m. was a big staple of my high school eating career. I love that stuff. But this is the new Chili's. Apparently, it's a secret menu item, but you can ask for it. It's the Nashville Hot Mozz is what it's called. So it's your normal fried cheese, but it's got Nashville hot dust on the side, so it gives it a little bit of an extra kick.
Very nice.
I'm going to be trying that for sure. And last but not least, on our Would You Eat That Friday, this is almost more of a Would You Try That versus a Would You Eat That. We got new protection, Buck. New condom. How about garlic bread flavor condoms coming from Durex?
People will try anything. Why would you do that when there's Trojan Man out there?
Well, I don't know.
I don't need any flavor. I had my own flavor. I don't need it flavored.
Well, it says for her pleasure. Don't you want her to be pleasured when you're in the bedroom? Look, garlic bread, is that not pleasuring to you?
First of all, I've got one partner and I don't have to, we're at the stage of life, I don't have to even worry about that kind of thing because daddy ain't going to be a daddy.
Mm-mm.
Daddy fixed that a long time ago, and mama can't be a mama because she doesn't have the tools.
Yeah, but what about garlic bread? You get a little taste of that in there.
No, dude.
This ain't just for the protection. This is for the addition.
I don't need the addition, no. I'll eat my bread at the table.
Okay, well, you can eat your bread at the table. You could do this at the table. You can have sex at the table, and now you've got protection, and you're giving her more pleasure with a little garlic bread.
No, I'll pass on that.
All right. Well, you're a selfish lover, I guess.
No, I don't know what's in that. That's got to go over my thing, and I don't want that kind of stuff on my thing.
Well, you know it's in garlic bread.
Dude, I don't like experiment. I don't know. You see what they put in foods now. You don't want that over your junk.
I would try.
Hey, you know it's in a Trojan. Nothing.
Right. Well, they've got all sorts of random stuff they're throwing in Trojan condoms now, you know?
Yeah, I bet they are. I bet you they've got some different things that they throw in there. Some Similac milk or whatever they have, some added lubrication or whatever.
And they got the fire and ice. They've got the rib. They've got her pleasure, all sorts of these like random lubes and flavors and things that they throw in. Dude, I saw HEB now has flavored sunscreen. A little bit of a sidebar, but still on the topic of like flavoring stuff that probably doesn't need to be flavored. And they got like sunscreen. I don't know if it tastes like stuff or it just smells like stuff.
Licking your arms and stuff.
I don't know. Are you supposed to eat it?
Why would they have? That's for the smell. That's what it's got to be.
I guess so. They've got Mexican vanilla as a flavor.
I love Mexican vanilla ice cream.
I don't know what the Mexicans did. Mango, coconut, banana.
That's for the smell.
You've got all sorts of different, I don't know, man. Peach Bellini? What are we doing here? I think it's flavored. I'm going to be eating sunscreen now. Like that guy in Baxter.
Just start putting it all over your food. That's gross.
That's going to be me. So there you go. Jason says we've tried the HEB sunscreen. I think he's talking about that, not the garlic bread condoms. The coconut one apparently is very good. And there's a birthday cake scent.
See, it's about the scent, yes.
About the scent. All right.
Yeah, like the Loomies on your tits, whatever, where you take a shits. I mean, they got all that stuff now.
And you put deodorant in your ass.
Oh, they got it for your ass crack.
I don't think you can prevent that smell from smelling.
And it works for 72 hours, they say. I'm like, there ain't a chance. That thing, let me go out and play a round of golf and let me see if it works.
You're telling me if I deodorize my ass, there's not going to be any smells coming out of there for 3 days?
It works for 72 hours. That's what their doctors say. Okay. You can put it in your creases, your boob underfolds, nothing. It works for 72 hours. I'm like, I don't know what people are doing, but that shit is not going to work. If I go 5 hours of a hard day of golf and I'm sweating, there ain't none of it. Gold Bond powder just barely saves me. I can just barely make it 12 holes with Gold Bond.
Yeah, that stuff may work for 72 hours in Antarctica. It ain't working for 72 hours.
Yeah, not around here.
Anywhere close to here. All right, before we hand things off to the guys, we got to talk about this pit bull story. But a quick shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
Yes.
What did you hear from them right now?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
Thank you all.
Yes, indeed. All right, Buck. The big news out of the world of college football yesterday is the fact that Florida International has itself a new home. And you're thinking, Florida International? Since when has anybody cared about FIU football? Well, people are about to start caring about FIU football because they have themselves a new stadium. It's Pitbull Stadium.
Now, is it a new stadium or is it just a name? Old stadium with a new name?
Old stadium with a new name.
Okay.
So, naming rights.
Naming rights, okay.
Yep, Mr. Worldwide, that Pitbull is who we're talking about here. Mr. 305 has agreed to purchase the naming rights to FIU's college football stadium. It's a 5-year deal worth $6 million, so $1.2 million a year. This is the first artist-branded stadium in sports history.
Okay.
And there's a lot in this contract that's pretty cool. There are a lot of sort of bullet points that come along with this. So it's not just, Pitbull, you get the name, it's Pitbull Stadium, and that's it. There are some things that Pitbull gets in addition to the name, and there are also some things that Pitbull has to do, including he's got to make an anthem for Florida International University. He's got to make a song centered around the school and centered around their football program.
Okay, I'm by that.
Yeah.
By the way, he doesn't have to go to the games. Can he give the season tickets away? Because what the hell wants to go see them play?
Well, you know how Matthew McConaughey is the minister of culture for Texas. Yeah. Pitbull is now the official entrepreneur of FIU athletics.
Boy, doesn't that make him feel great?
Yeah, well, hey, he signed up to do this. He's paying for it. He gets his vodka, Volley 305, is now going to be sold at games. They are giving him 2 suites for up to 40 people, and they're also giving him private use of the venue for 10 days of the year if he wants.
That means concerts, yes, concerts. And the university is going to pick up some of that money.
I think he could do a little bit better than FIU's football stadium for his concerts, but I guess he can. And he gets to pick a Pitbull-affiliated performer at all of the games. So either him or somebody he chooses is going to do
on his label.
Yeah, I guess either a halftime show, a pregame show, a postgame concert, whatever. But all of that stuff is coming along with Pitbull paying FIU $6 million to get their football stadium named after.
Doesn't seem like a lot of money.
Not too bad. Not for him.
No.
I feel like that's I don't know if pocket change is the right word, but that guy is doing pretty damn well.
Yeah, that seems like the use of his label really. That's a pretty good deal, it sounds like.
I wonder what Pitbull got paid to be here in Austin for that SEC party a few weeks ago. Like maybe all of that money is going to this.
Yeah, maybe he made enough cash to do this.
At least for 1 year of that, right? Maybe you got $1 million for Texas to perform here.
Florida International, who gives a rat's ass? Though?
I know. Like Miami, he's Mr. 305. He's all about Miami, but I'm sure that they play at Hard Rock, which is the Dolphins stadium. They're probably paying way more. I'm sure they're locked into a long-term contract. So I guess this is the next best thing for Pitbull.
What's going to happen with Kansas City? Where are they going to have it? Is my girl going to have it named after her now?
Who's your girl?
Kelsey's girl.
Kim Mulkey?
No, they wouldn't. Oh, they could name a stadium after her. That's fine.
Oh, you're talking about Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
Kelsey's girl?
How's that?
Tough one, Butker.
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
Forgetting Taylor Swift's name. Shoot. Well, I'll bring on Wags and Double R here. FIU Pitbull Stadium. It's a fair question now. If you're talking about the University of Texas or like other schools or other teams, if they would name their stadiums after people, who would they name them after? Like Buck, if you're naming DKR after, it'll never happen, obviously. But if you're changing the name and naming it after a famous celebrity, who gets the nod? Is it McConaughey?
I feel like there's people.
I guess it would be.
What about Stevie Ray? Would Stevie Ray get a say?
That's the question. Like, is it just Austin or does it have to be UT affiliation? Like, FIU. He has no real affiliation with the school except for the fact that it's in the Miami area. So if you had to keep it to Longhorns, that's one. But if you could pick, like, Texas is the flagship university in the state. So if you could pick anything from Texas, then what do you do?
Yeah, you get Willie. Got to be Willie Stadium. Willie Nelson Field or whatever, I think. You get a free doobie on the way in with season tickets.
Oh. Get a little pouch, your own little private pouch, your little stash.
Yeah, right. Give you a G on your way into the stadium.
Yeah, a little bit. Get a gram in and a gram out.
Yeah, under the seat. It's like that's the giveaway of the game.
A little treat under the seat. I love it, Rodney. I love it.
Sell more nachos. Sell more hamburgers.
Willie Brownies, Willie's Bakery.
Tito's Stadium.
Tito's could be in the mix.
Yeah.
Trying to think who else. Beyonce could be in the mix if we're doing the whole state of Texas.
Pool. That's such a good pool.
The presidents, one of the Bushes, named after George or George.
I think I'd stick with Beyonce. I think Beyonce was the number one. I think that's the winner, right? That's got to be the winner.
Well, Tito's is so big now all over the world.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's not a Tito Stadium anywhere or ballpark or whatever.
It feels like
for minor league baseball, I'm surprised that's not. I don't know. Well, they have Busch Park. I mean, they have affiliations with alcohol. Why wouldn't you have Leslie Stadium?
There it is, Leslie Stadium.
I like that. Yeah, Tito's has the lounges and stuff everywhere, but
yeah, they do.
No actual naming rights to a venue yet. I don't know. Something to think about that probably will never happen. Dennis Quaid, Chuck Norris.
Hold on, 20. Is Dennis Quaid from Austin?
Nah, Texas. Lance Armstrong.
What about Christopher Cross Stadium? Ride like the Wind Stadium.
You got options here. I'm just saying. If
George Strait on the text line. Yeah, that's George Strait.
King George be a great one.
Bob Cole Stadium.
Oh yes. Hey. Welcome to my house, my humble house, ladies and gentlemen.
My humble house.
Could you imagine?
No, I couldn't imagine. But I'd like to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, George
and
Strait.
I want to remind you that we got a nice little Sunday show for you guys lined up. Make sure you start a little bit around 5 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
Oh God.
Farrah Fawcett Stadium. Yeah.
I've listened. I had to do a few shows for Bob Cole, and I've listened. And you don't do much in that Coke control room, but sit there and just listen and watch.
I learned an awful lot from that guy.
Yeah. Oh, you 100 absolutely learn a lot from him, but you get him down pretty good, Buck. Yeah. Hey, mind getting me a Diet Mountain Dew. Yeah.
He never let me go anywhere by myself. He always made me drive with him because he knew I'd be out of there so quick. And he always picked me up at my house and always took me back. He goes, "You're going with me. You're not driving there. I'm picking you up and I'm dropping you back off." Was some of the greatest lessons I've ever learned in life were from being around Bob Cole. He's quite the teacher.
Is that what we're going with, Bob Cole Stadium?
Going with Bob Cole Stadium.
Hey, you've had a couple of good house of Bob Cole. We could call it Eddie Clemens Stadium. You've had a couple of good ones there, Buck.
Oh,
Ed Clemens Stadium.
Ed Clemens said if he started me out in radio, he would tell everybody in the world that.
There you go.
But there's been some. Yeah, I like the Willie. Something to do with Willie, or something to do with Tito's.
I got one. What about Austin Radio Network Stadium?
Yeah, we don't pay the bills. Out. That would be in Iowa State.
The gates chained up.
Don't worry about your air conditioning. There is no air conditioning.
The
gates chained up. You ain't coming in today. Texas Georgia game. You can't get in.
That is
all right, boys. I am headed to Sweat.
See you guys. He's golfing. He's golfing. Yeah. See y'all later. Have a good show.
I never know what he means when he says some of this. And half the time when he slams down, I'm thinking that we're gonna get like a cup of pee from here on out. After we've heard the story about the secretive peeing under the table. What's up, Double R? How you doing today, brother?
I'm all right, my man. Another beautiful day. The feet hit the ground, and we are off and rolling, my friend. Rolling with the chaos.
Yes, it is. It's a great Wednesday here on this August 7th. Make sure everybody is smashing that subscribe button if they haven't done so already. Follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, and then Rodney is at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram, on the Instagram, Rodney is the _ Rodney R, and then I'm on there at the Wagner Wire. Make sure that you are hitting us up on that Coda text line if you are out and about. 512-222-9328. 512-222-9328. A lot to get to today. Sir, where you want to start off?
Ooh, Tesla Stadium. Now that could happen. Hey, and good one here from where's Brad? Ron McKelvey Rowe. And by the way, I saw that CB mentioned 24 days till Texas football. It's Ron McKelvey, 24. Oh my goodness, what a story that was!
How about that? So what do you want to? You want to do a top 20? I know that we were flirting with the whole college football scene. With 20 days around kickoff, or until we get to around kickoff or opening day, do you want to do like a top 20 in the nation? Break down the top 20 schools.
Yeah, profile a team a day or something like that.
I kind of wanted to do it at 50, and you walked me back, and you're like, hold on, that's a lot of football.
Yeah, I can't count past 25.
Okay. So then we
okay.
can do a top 20. We can do a top 20. Yay!
Yeah. And
I love it.
And we can. So I think my man Grant on the Coda text line 222-9328 TSU Stadium. That's what I'm
all about that, but that could get confused.
I like that.
It's got to be called Texas Sports Unfiltered Stadium. It's got to be a long name.
Yeah, and
it's got to be long and prestigious.
Yeah, we get 2 suites like Pitbull per game.
Vale. Oh my God!
Yeah.
I can't believe that's actually going down.
Man, I'm not surprised. I'll tell you, it's a good draw, man.
I'm kind of surprised.
And I did, man. I'm super happy for Texas State. I saw somebody mention that Strait was actually a Texas State guy. Hey, they got their stadium named. Bobcat Stadium is now UFCU Stadium over in San Marcos. So that's a good little transformation for them.
Go.
Program on the upswing right there over San Marcos.
I could get behind this. The all right event center.
Call that the Moody can be that. Call the Moody that.
Moody?
Yeah.
Love it. Coke Fest Stadium. Coke Fest Stadium. Get your refunds here. I love it.
It's like we're having a game on Saturday and then Thursday. Sorry,
Keep
no
them
game.
rolling. Keep them rolling on the,
game.
the YouTube line and also on the damn Coda text line. We want to hear everything that y'all got. Got a lot to break down today, my dude. What do you want to get in? I mean, we'd be remiss if we didn't touch a little bit on Team USA basketball. Told you everything was fine. Everything's going to be fine. We got Serbia coming up in the semis. We'll break that down as well in a little bit. But, yeah, just a lot of knee-jerk reactions. Was it not? I mean, of course, like there's still a little bit of tournament to play still, right? But
yeah,
a lot of knee-jerk reactions. Boys look good yesterday. Boys look good.
That's one. I was thinking about that last night. That I should have called my cousin because I think I said they were going to win by 34, and they won by 35. Damn.
They covered.
They covered. Yeah, they covered. 26. Yeah, they covered. Yeah, I think this is. I mean, this team is so good that, like we were talking about yesterday, that I mean, this is when it counts. This is when it counts.
Jack has won me over, Rodney. Jack has won me over, and I am all about this. This is the best. We do not mess with the best, and the best is Alexis, Texas. Yeah. Alexis, Texas Stadium. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do you know who Alexis, Texas is, Rodney?
I know who Alexis, Texas is, and I also know who Texas Thighs is, and we could have Texas Thighs Stadium. You know, thighs got to have strong thighs. You know, to play football. Yeah.
No, I got you. No, I'm tracking. I'm tracking, my dude. I'm definitely tracking. I absolutely love the Texas Sports Unfiltered family, and you guys make half this show crazier than we do most of the time. You guys bring the chaos, and we love it. We appreciate it. Jack firing on all cylinders, bringing the chaos today with Alexis, Texas. Especially on athlete. I mean, I don't even know if she's played sports before, but she would definitely be the number 1 candidate for athlete of the week. That's for sure.
She would. Great last name, Texas.
I don't think that's her last name, her real last name. But yes, it is a fantastic last name. All right, let's get on with it. Where do you want to get to? You want to do a medal count first before we get into breaking down everything? The obligatory medal count here for Texas Sports Unfiltered and Chaos Theory. We have America in the lead with the top spot in golds, 24 golds, China 22 golds, Australia 14 golds. And then America in the second spot pardon me, I beg your pardon. I was correct the first time. America in the top spot for silvers as well with 31, then China 22, and then France, the host nation, at 15. And then for bronze, America leads in that as well with 31, and then 19 for France, the host nation, and Great Britain with 19. And a combined medal count of 86 medals for Team USA, China with 60, and then the host nation of France with 48. America just running away with this thing, and rightfully so, right? We're gonna run away with the basketball tournament too. Not to be too ahead of my skis here or braggadocious, but It's the best team in the nation, my dude. The best team in the nation.
And the thing about it with
in all the world, rather, in all the world.
With the golds, I mean, with the gold medals last night, I was watching the platform diving, and I mean, I know it says right there that China has 22, but I mean they swept that. I mean, it was gold, silver.
Hold on,
China.
What did you?
China. I'm not being political. I'm just saying that's the way that dude says it.
Do it again. I love it.
China.
I love it.
China.
Is that how Trump says it?
That's how he says it. China.
I thought it was China. I thought he did it like that. China. I don't know. I can't remember how he does it.
I've decided that he's an Aggie because he's always going like this. And I'm like, did he go to A&M?
I don't think he knows what to do with his hands when he talks.
Is that dude really a farmer?
China. I seriously doubt it. All right, my dude. Where do you we got a good little rundown, a good little one sheet for today. Where do you want to start? I saw in the news the whole fractured relationship, and I think that's the headline that ESPN is rolling around with. But I saw when we glimpsed at this last night, Sirianni and Hurts. Apparently, there was a little bit of a fallout with their relationship last season, and the rumors are having it that it's carrying over into 2025. Rodney, your thoughts on this?
I think a lot of this really goes back to, and Nick Sirianni is all the conversation about the NFC East is that, with a lame duck coach with Mike McCarthy. I think Nick Sirianni, I don't know how Nick Sirianni still has his job, to be honest with you, because at the end of last season, when he goes in to meet with his owner, after getting, what they lose, like 6 of the last 7 or
that's what I'm saying. Like they had the East locked up in hand. They could have ran away with the damn thing. Right. They looked like they were the best team in the NFC, and not just the East, but the NFC to rival the San Francisco 49ers. Mm-hmm. I think I'm on record, as a matter of fact, that the Eagles were going to represent the NFC, as a matter of fact, and take down San Francisco. You had the conference, not just the division. You had the conference in hand, and you salvaged it, or you squandered it rather. There's if I'm Nick Sirianni, I'm just grateful that I'm still in the organization of the Philadelphia Eagles. And if there's any lingering relationships that need to be rekindled or just reconnected, one with your quarterback is definitely needed. That's for sure.
For sure. And the bad thing about it is, as that was going on last year, Nick Sirianni didn't have an answer. I mean, there was absolutely no answer. I mean, he had no idea. Shit, make something up. I mean, just he looked like the UCLA
or better yet, acquiesce to your damn quarterback.
Yeah. And
Bill Belichick,
apparently now
the king has done that. Bill Belichick has said, you know what? Sure. All right. It's Tom's team. We're going to do whatever Tom wants to do. Like it takes some serious ownership to do that, and it takes some serious cojones to swallow pride. But the good ones really do it, man. The good ones
They do. And apparently now Sirianni has owned it to his team. Last year's on me, which you damn well better say that. You better say something.
It ain't on Hurts. You can't put it on Hurts.
And here's a big issue to me. When the year after that they made the Super Bowl run, when Shane Steichen took off and went to Indianapolis and became the head coach there, that was the offensive coordinator there that worked really well with Hurts. And I think you lose that guy, and you know how that quarterback coordinator position player relationship is. You lose that guy.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Sirianni did a good job by bringing in, somebody that had been affiliated with Hurts, but that obviously just hasn't worked. And now with Saquon Barkley coming in, I mean, I think that's going to help. And they lost a lot of talent too, Wags, on top of that, Philadelphia. That's why I go back to this whole situation to where, I mean, with this is all in limbo, and there's a lot of questions happening here. The Cowboys, there's a lot of questions. What's going to happen with all of this other stuff? The Giants are in a spot where, they're trying to figure themselves out. Man, this is why I keep going back to the Commanders are in a spot right here where they can sneak in and steal this damn division, because everybody else can't get their shit in one side.
You really believe that?
I really do believe that, man. I really do believe that. I think that the Commanders. I have some questions about Dan Quinn, but they added some pieces, and the fact that they're going all in.
That defense is atrocious, Rodney. That defense. I mean, if anybody's going to shore it up, it's got to be Dan Quinn, right? Or you think that Dan Quinn's tutelage or his oversight would be able to fix the defense of Washington, right? It's. I mean, they were. It was atrocious last year because they went into sell mode halfway through the season, arguably so, right? So, I don't know. They got a lot of work, a lot of pieces to put together and connect the dots here. It will be one hell of a haul for them to represent the NFC East as champs. Anything's possible, though. I'd love to. It'd make for one hell of a story. I'd love to get in there and let them or see him get in there and kind of shake things up a little bit. What about the Giants? Nothing for the Giants, right? How about the spark of energy and like the reassurance and wanting to persevere by getting in fights with the Lions, huh? Well, that doesn't spark you up a little bit.
I did see. I think it was early this morning.
$200,000 in fines.
Yeah, there you go. I saw the rookie wide receiver making some really fantastic catches in practice.
Neighbor, that's the thing. Like Jones does not have, like even Hyatt. Hyatt last year was fantastic. Like Jones does not have that many more excuses left. Okay, yeah, the X factor of Saquon Barkley is no longer there, but you got Devin Singletary, and Devin Singletary is a formidable back. He did fantastic stuff with the Texans last season. He's not Saquon Barkley, of course, but or he doesn't have the explosiveness or the burst of power and speed that Saquon Barkley has. But he's got a lot in the tank, and he's still a real formidable back that can give you some tough and must needed yards, right? And you got sensations like Neighbors now. I mean, you got some playmakers around the game. Good. So if you can't get it going now, you're real. I mean, that's just it. You aren't the answer. Move over to the side. Let us have the alternative of Drew Lock to come in, and then you gap that bridge and hope that you find a quarterback in the next 2 years.
Yeah. Well,
there's really not much else to do but throw other spitballs at the wall and see what comes down for the Giants.
The East is going to be, I think, a hell of a lot more interesting than people think. I mean, because with what's going on there with Philadelphia, and then our man John Machota with the Athletic did a Dallas Cowboy kind of recap depth chart yesterday. I mean, the four running backs right now, and this is your Dallas Cowboy running back room: Ezekiel Elliott, Rico Dowdle, Royce Freeman, and Hunter Lupke. So
it sucks that Deuce ain't even on the damn that wasn't even. That was the first thing that I took off of when I saw that Deuce wasn't even mentioned.
Yeah, I guess he's still hurt. I think he's still hurt. So hopefully that's going to be a guy that's going to come in and you can utilize him in a slot or something like that. But I think that this is going to be a hell of a battle. I mean, folks are conceding this to Dallas or Philadelphia, but I think I think they're miles better.
Does a team in the East get 10 wins?
That's
a legit question,
and that's a great question. And I'm going to say yes. One of them is going to break through. One of them is going to break through and maybe get 10. Maybe get 10.
You guys are crazy, dude. I like Dallas. I think Dallas is going to run away with it. But
man, I hope you're right, man. But I just don't feel the optimism right there. But this is a situation to it, and the Dak thing is what's. I think Dak is going to totally sell out. I think if you get the CD deal,
what do you mean by sell out? You think he's going to leave? You think he's
no? I think he's going to sell out this year and put all his put it all on the line for himself. Put it all on the line for himself. Maybe he won't do what he did last year, numbers wise, but he's going to be really, really good because of that whole unrestricted free agent not possibility. It will happen.
Yeah,
but
it's happening.
Here's what I'm curious about. What happens? Let's say you get the CD deal done. I mean, then what's going to happen with Micah? I mean, because the thing is with the way the Cowboys, with the way this dysfunctional thing works, it's like you're going to get CD done. All right, we got that figured out. Then Micah's going to get all pissed off, and then the defense struggles. Because
I don't know if Micah's going to get pissed off though, because Micah's already said that he wants to stay a Cowboy for life. Now I know saying's one thing, and actions are another, but Parsons feels like that mold, like he would be a Cowboy for life, and he does feel like he would take that discount for a championship. And of course, I could be completely speculating here because it's your all's team. I don't, you guys know your athletes better than I know your athletes, but I mean, just off the mantra and ideology that I've kind of gathered and the attitude that I've gathered off of Parsons, he seems like a legit dude. He seems like he's as good as his word. Now we'll see how the front office, handles the situation. But if he takes a Dallas discount, you'd like to think that Parsons will remain in a Cowboy uniform.
Yeah. And I mean, I had often thought that about Dak Prescott, but now after listening to him now, he's actually mentioned, that he could be somewhere else, or, obviously he's focused in on what he's doing this year and he has his goals and everything.
How much is that his talk for Dak to try and get his leverage?
I think it's somewhat of that, but Dak Prescott is very to the point. Dak Prescott seems like a very honest guy. And I think he truly believes. And I know yesterday I was saying that he might give him the finger and do all this other stuff. He's not going to do that. If he walks away from them, it'll be just like everything else Dak Prescott does. It will be very classy. But I think the thing about it is, and the other part of that is, let's say Dak goes out there and burns it down, and they want to give him $70 million a year, whatever that market or whatever he's going to push it to. They offer it to him without hesitation. He takes it and stays. But I just think that maybe some of that mindset with Dak Prescott after all these years is like, I can go somewhere else.
That's a huge bag. That's a huge
It's like, he's like, I can go somewhere else and not have to deal with all this other crap, not have to deal with all this other stuff. Just go somewhere, concentrate on football, win football games, and make a football team better. So I don't know, to be determined, but but yes, Dak is going to radically reset the quarterback market.
You ever seen The Office? You ever seen The Office where Michael Scott, TDB, it's TBD, dummy. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. A long way.
All right, next on the list, my dude. Get back into Olympic stuff, or you want to we kind of flirted with that a little bit. Do you want to kind of gloss over it?
Yeah, I mean, again, last night I was really the diving. Holy smoke! Watching the Chinese ladies dive. It's man, those athletes are serious. It's like, man, they are so stoned.
Well, I think the Chinese have to be serious. I think, I think it's their regiment. I think they have they take it means a lot more apparently for the Chinese than it does for Americans. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. It's like we are here to win. We are not going to have fun at all. We are just here to win.
They don't get beat for losing, do they? Like they don't get beat by their country for they don't get penalized, do they?
No, I mean, I hope not. I don't know. I mean, some of these countries.
I'm sure they don't. I'm kidding, Rodney. I'm kidding.
Well, no, I mean, you never know. I mean, I heard they were talking about.
No, you're not bullshitting. Like, and I don't know if this is real or not. I should actually fact check this. But we heard stories when we were liberating Iraq. That the soccer team of Uday Hussein, the soccer team that was under the control or under the management or I guess supervision of Uday Hussein, would actually torment and torture the team if they did not perform well or perform up to standards, which apparently the standards for Uday Hussein were very high and unrealistic for the Iraqi international team, I guess.
There was, I heard over the weekend, so in golf, and it was a smaller country, and apparently there was a guy that was like, if he would medal, I mean, even the bronze, if he were able to medal, he would not have to join the military when he got back to his country.
I think things actually like that go down. I think you do get a pass like that, but we're the only country, or one of the only countries, that does not require mandatory service now. Do you even have to, when you're 18, do you even have to sign up for a selective service?
I think
anymore.
I should ask my girls. I don't know. You register. Well, I guess you can register to vote. I mean, I have one daughter, and it took her forever to register to vote.
Well, you should register to vote, but I don't think you have to sign up for selective service anymore. Do you? I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
No, that's a really good question. That's a really good question. I think now. I mean,
but most other countries you have to serve like a minimum requirement of 2 years. Like it's it's mandatory. So yeah, still do. Okay, still do. You got to do your selective service. Okay.
I've told people with this when I watch the Olympics, in years past, to where it's like, man, I don't know the ins and outs of all the countries, but if they don't perform, some really bad things could happen to them. And that's why when I say, folks want to complain about how bad it is here, look at what happens in some of these other places. Hell.
Oh no, and remember that article? Remember that type of exercise we did last week where we put off the differential of the gold medal awards or how much countries allot their athletes for gold medals?
Mm-hmm.
What Hong Kong? I think Hong Kong, you almost get $1 million. Almost $800,000. I think that's what a Hong Kong athlete gets for winning a gold medal. Like that is an absolute life-changing event. 100%.
Yeah, it really is. To where you look at the stories here, like with Scotty Scheffler the other day. I just,
great that he wins the gold, but
I thought it was.
My question, Rodney, is what does that really mean something to him? Does it?
The dude is in tears. Everything that he's in. You see him when he wins the Masters, and hell, he was cool under pressure when they threw him in the can. He's very, very cool under pressure. But when I'm sitting there watching that medal presentation, and I see Scheffler, and I'm like, he just won. How much money does he winning the Masters and all these different things? And he gets the gold medal and gets that $38,000.
37. Yeah. What did we say for a gold medal? What do American athletes get?
37.5 or something?
Yeah, 37,500. I don't think he gives two shits about that 37. I think maybe the fact that he's got a gold medal is way more than the value of the gold medal, I would think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That was a lot of team pride, and you do see it. And I thought it was really cool the other day when folks, with Simone Biles, when she didn't win the gold medal, and the other young lady won the gold medal, and Simone got, I don't know if it was silver or bronze, so they're up on the podium, and the other two girls, or Simone and the other girl, bow down,
like rite of passage.
I'm like, yeah, that's what that shit's all about, man. That's where it's like, there is still some good in the world when you see that kind of thing happen, But yeah, some of these other countries, you lose, hell, they may cut your finger off. I don't know, but it's a crazy world out there, my friend.
Yes, it is. I do not have a candidate for athlete of the week. I kind of failed a little bit this week.
Oh man, dang it! I thought I had one. Hold on.
Did you send one to me? I do not have one.
I thought I did. Let me do some hunting right here.
All right, you do some hunting and throw it. Throw me that picture. Or send me that picture if you have one here. I'm going to tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations real quick. 512-255-8678. That's the number for AV consultations. Give Tom and the crew a call. They'll be over at your house to see what they can do and install the perfect setup for audiovisual automation. Yeah, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years in the Austin Central Texas area. If you don't have an idea of what you want, you can look at the screen and see that I have 2 televisions back behind me. Or hell, Rodney's got 3. He's got 2 65s and 175. BK's got a 4 television setup to where he can put that video wall together. It's all deadly. Make sure you give Tom a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. And then you will get the best viewing setup for your house. Oh, we're just talking about the views. Let's talk about the sounds too. With that Sonos surround sound system, you can listen to all the perfect songs for Christmas. I know it's summertime. It's the middle of summertime, the dog days of summer, but it's never too early to listen to Nat King Cole or your perfect Christmas setup there. And you do it with Audiovisual Consultations. You can hear Nat King Cole in all rooms of the house, or you can have a little bit of Taylor Swift and some Nat King Cole in different rooms. It's all done and it's all deadly with that Sonos surround sound system. Give Tom a call. 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. avconsultations.com.
That's right, man. That is the best that you're going to find. It is our man there, Tom McKay at Audio.
Are we bringing Alexis Texas? Was Alexis Texas the athlete?
I don't think that's the one.
We do have a real name for Alexis Texas.
I saw it
in the chat. You guys are on point right now, man, finding this stuff. I thought I did see it. Yeah, real name is Tia Tia Alexis Samper. That can't be her real name.
It's kind of a boring name. Which your God-given name is whatever it is. So
yeah,
hey,
oh, she's an athlete. All right, that's what. All right, Jack's saying she's an athlete. All right, we can't access Alexis anymore. Are you serious? Yes, you can. You can access Alexis. You just got
probably got her own site.
No, it's called X. Trust me. It's called X.
Oh, X videos.
Xvids. I'm telling you, you can find it. It's called
no, it still works. Hey, okay. Here's who I sent you. Here's who I sent you. I'm gonna pull her up right here. This. Let me try to get her.
We did this yesterday. Didn't we do this last week?
Did we? Ebony Bridges.
Yeah, yes.
Did we do her?
Yeah, she was the candidate last week.
Oh damn. Okay. Well, that was the last one. That was the last one that I had sent you.
Yes,
well,
she did. And that's
look
a
at her
good one. Yeah, she's a fighter in Great Britain, right?
Yeah.
A UFC fighter or a UFC fighter in Great Britain. So yeah, I do not have an athlete for this week. If you guys have some athletes, throw it this way. We'll see if we can scramble real quick and get it up there on the screen for you guys. Major League Baseball and NFL news. We can still go over. We still have a few more news and nuggets to talk about that.
Hey, Chicago White Sox win a game. Chicago White Sox.
They heard us talking about it, my guy. They heard us talking about it. They knew all the money in the world was coming in on the Sharps, and they had to say, you know what? All right, maybe we make everybody pay, and we break the streak today, dude. No, good for them. I don't like seeing records like that happen, anyways, man. I think it's bad for baseball or just bad for sports if you have, a dumpster fire of a team. Like the league's better when everybody is winning, or when you have, the best talent or the optimal talent in all of the ball clubs. That's what I subscribe to. I like competition. I don't like turning something on and just watching an absolute beatdown. That's not entertaining to me. If I wanted to watch the home run derby, I'd sit there and watch reruns of All-Star Weekend.
Yeah. If I want to watch ass whoopings, I'll just watch Team USA basketball. I mean, that's man. I thought Framber Valdez was going to get him a no last night. I mean, how much closer can you get than that? 2 down in the 9th. Corey Seager, you son of a gun, you old son of a gun. God dang it, you still win the series. By the way, the silver boot will be decided today, I think, at 1:15, because they're tied up at 6 on the season. So the winner today gets the silver boot. What does the silver boot mean, Double R? Not a damn thing. It just means you win the series. It's like I hear all the time folks are like, oh, the silver boot's on the line. I'm like, is there even really a silver boot? I don't know if there is one, but it's like big fucking deal. One of these teams needs to win the AL West is what needs to happen.
It's been a pretty good series. If you're just from the outside, looking in, watching, Astros and Rangers here, it's been a pretty good series. Daunting for the Orioles if you're watching the Orioles and the Blue Jays here in the Battle of the Birds. But yeah, Kikuchi tonight for you guys, man. What are you thinking? You liking it?
When the trade was made, I was like, okay.
Yeah. Arena's up for Texas.
When the trade first went down, I'm like, okay, you'll get some innings out of the guy. He's consistent. Then he comes out. I mean, his first game as
absolutely filthy.
That guy must have also been listening to TSU, and I'm like, oh well, okay, great, I guess. If you can't have Flattery and you can't have whoever else, and you take that guy, well, I guess that's fine. But yeah, let's see if he backs that up. And that's an afternoon tilt, so you'll be able to catch that along with your Olympics and all that cool stuff going on right there. Something I saw that was really cool when it comes to Major League Baseball, kind of hits home with one of my other deals, is that next year in 2025, the Braves and the Reds are going to play a game at Bristol Motor Speedway. So they're going to transform that racetrack into a baseball stadium.
How in the hell are they going to do? That's the one that's in the middle of the Smokies,
in the mountains.
Right?
Yeah, it's out in the mountains.
But that's Smoky Mountains. That's not the Appalachian. That's the Smokies, right?
Yeah, it's in the Smoky Mountains, in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's a incredible.
Like you're on 40, and then you're taking 40 to go up 80. What is it, 81 or 83? Where it starts to turn into Virginia. You know what I mean? Where you're going to Tennessee, and then it starts to curve up a little bit and starts to go up the damn coast. That's where Bristol's at, right?
It's way the hell, because I know when we went to Nashville, so we're on this tour going to see all the stars' houses and shit, and I asked the bus driver, I said, "Hey, can we go to Bristol?" He's like, that probably take about 2.5 hours. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought it was like right there near, I thought it was like going to San Marcos, but apparently not. So they'll play a game there in 2020. They have played a football game there before. There was I think a Tennessee football game that was played there in the past, and they're going to take that play. That's going to be a badass looking.
There's nothing around it.
Yeah, there's nothing there. There is nothing there. You can go back and look at pictures of that place back in the 90s, and man, there wasn't anything. I mean, and the racetrack at that time looked like Thunderhill Raceway.
It's right off Route 40.
Yeah. So that's going to be pretty damn sweet.
That's going to be an absolute shit show. That's going to be a mess.
And let me tell you that, roads getting into that place, like you're talking about. And this could break attendance records, I think, because that place will hold 160,000.
It'll hold people, but how many people are going to travel and go up to Bristol? Or if you're from Atlanta, what's the trek from Cincinnati?
Long damn
2 hours? Is it?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, Atlanta.
Because I would assume you got to go across Kentucky to get there, right? I'm not hitting this geographically.
I'm trying to envision the United States map.
Right, I know. I'm sitting here trying to. I got it right here. Yeah, you got to go through a little bit of Kentucky, so that's gonna be a long haul. That's definitely gonna be. It can hold some people, but we'll see how many people actually fly up. And there's not really, a great fly-in spot in terms of air travel as well. So
we'll see how I know a lot of
people. Look at your racetrack, getting a baseball game there, huh?
A lot of people when they come to COTA, they're like, man, we envisioned this thing was like right downtown, and there's a major 5-lane highway to get you to the track. I'm like, well, there's a tollway to get you to the 2-lane road to get you in there. But that is going to be something to see right there. I think that'll be pretty cool. That place does do some really cool stuff. So looking forward to that. But man, 1 out away. Doesn't get much closer than that for the Astros. And thing is to win. That's right now what we're going to see. I think, like talking about the NFC East in football, this AL West, it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be momentum Astros, momentum Mariners, Rangers.
Yeah, it's going to. You'd like to think that the Mariners and Astros are going to flip flop here for a couple of weeks, and then Rangers are what, 5? 5. Rangers are 5 out, so they're still in the running of this thing. They're not going away. They're probably going to come, beating and kicking down doors here trying to get in. So again, I would say that the West is, everybody gives the East all their peanuts, right? Like the AL East, the AL East. Well, the AL West is pretty damn good too. I mean, if you remember last year, and hell, it looks like it's going to be happening this year, the AL West was, one hell of a battle just for the damn Astros to get into the damn thing. You know what I mean? And hell, the wild card ends up winning, or no, actually it was not the wild card. It was the Rangers that actually ended up winning the damn thing. But anyways,
absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, don't turn it off. Don't act like it's not going to be entertaining baseball coming out of the West. It's going to be pretty damn good.
Yeah. Hey, we can get to that CJ Baxter here in just a second, because obviously that is some Texas football news.
Big news. That's big news. Yeah, that's what we have number one on the docket here. But I kind of wanted to save that, until we get off here, just so it gives a little bit more better crosstalk in for Jeff and Jordan.
Absolutely.
I mean, like we're no dummies, guys. Like, we know that's a lot of the Texas sports talk that you're going to get with. It's only an hour, so and it's usually going to be pretty heavy on the Longhorns talk. So we like to save our Longhorns news for around that time frame, so that it is a good flow of moving in. So it's a good transition and a good segue. And also, it's just courteous to that show that we don't steal like, I don't like taking all the news notes and nuggets of the Longhorns and stealing their thunder in case that's what they had planned on talking about today. So anyways. Let's without further ado, we kind of be remiss. Let's give a tip of the cap to our partners, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit about Baxter and the succession plan for what's going to happen in that backfield.
Absolutely. Our good friends at Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. I checked out passes.com yesterday. It really is pretty cool. I had just kind of looked at it, but I kind of really dug into it a little bit yesterday. It's content creator company, just like all several of the others that you see right there. But the Texas One Fund has partnered with this, and Texas athletes are showcased. And that's what makes this one very unique and very different. 40 of the top University of Texas athletes, that's from football all the way through the folks over at the Olympics. I mean, there's stuff there from them. You get behind the scenes access, Q&A sessions, memorabilia, merchandise, the captivating day in the life stuff. That's really cool with some of these guys. Quinn Ewers is really heavy into this thing right now. So if you're a Ewers fan and want to track what your QB1 is doing, it's a good time to check that out. Through the avenues, fans have the opportunity to connect with those athletes. You can actually message and go back and forth, and you get that one-on-one conversation. It's revolutionizing the way NIL athletes can engage with you, the fan. Really cool way. And they're using the latest technology to do it and involving the fans. Head over to passes.com. You can sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. Passes is also the best place to donate and support to the Longhorns. For the Longhorns, you can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlights as well. Once again, it's passes.com. Go there for more information. Sign up today for free and get in the know with what's going on with Texas athletics and Texas athletes. Check it out today.
Gotta love it there again. Talking about Texas athletes, the aforementioned CJ Baxter going down. Hey, it's next guy up. Unfortunately for us, we saw a lot of this last season in 2023. And look, Blue's fantastic. I know that there's going to be, a lot of people in Baxter's camp, and then there's going to be other people that are in Blue's camp. But the fact of the matter is that you got two really good, solid running backs that got a lot of reps last season. And it sucks that we were kind of, talking about this, flirting with disaster a little bit last week, in a knee-jerk reaction moment, what would happen if one of our running backs went down? We had two formidable backs that were able to kind of take and supplement some of the load from JB last year. And if this type of, ailment would come in place, or if this type of tumultuous news would come in place, we would be ready for it. Well, Rodney, a week later, and here we are. Yeah, Blue is a very capable back, 100%. If I had my choice, I would like to have the ratio of both backs with, a good 60-40 split, maybe even a 55-45 split. But Blue does bring you some things that Baxter doesn't do well. And of course, Baxter complements Blue as well with giving you a little bit of stuff that Baxter doesn't do with that toughness and tenacious inside running. But look, we talked about injury prone being a big issue, a part of this backfield, and it's come to placate us again already in this early campaign so far. Rodney, what do you like?
It is, as much as we've talked about having the two back attack and so forth, and then when you're talking about how great that is, and then when you see this yesterday, my first knee-jerk reaction is, oh my goodness. Actually, my first reaction is, here we go again. This happened last year, and then Jonathan Brooks, boom, there you go. But I mean, I think if you want to see a blessing in disguise right here, I think this is where Trey Wisner can really get into this running back conversation. I think that's a guy that can step up if he's going to be that.
You like Wisner over?
I like Wisner. You got Gibson and Clark. You've got the young guys there, but no, Blue's still going to be your number one. I mean, Blue. Yeah. The Blue's going to solidify himself as that one, but. Where if Wisner, this is an opportunity where Wisner becomes that second part to where whichever one of, and that was the thing, that is the thing with Baxter and with Blue, is that you got 1A and 1A with those two. Now, this is where maybe Wisner could be 1B for now, depending. Still no results.
Honestly, dude, this could be a time for Blue to absolutely shine and be a dog, like be an absolute bell cow. Look, everything, greatness can happen with opportunities and reps, right? And Blue averaged 6.1, a clip last season. That's the same as JB. Okay. Yeah. Now look, totes were down. Clearly,
Mm-hmm.
CJ Baxter got more totes than Blue did. But with the opportunities, with the given opportunities with Jaden Blue, you could see, possibly a bell cow running back emerge. Now, we usually think of bell cow running backs as a little bit bigger, a little bit more of a bruiser, of a brute. But look, let's not, take away anything of the tenacity and toughness from Blue here. Like, he can get after it inside the tackles just as well as Baxter can. You just saw that was the type of scheme from Baxter out of the backfield last season. Blue can do it all. He can give you stuff, catching balls out of the backfield and also break it down and give you a long distance run and a home run hitter. I absolutely love Blue in the backfield, and I think it's going to be his chance to actually emerge as the dog.
Yeah. I think he can definitely, like I said, kind of deja vu just this time with Blue. So I think the main thing at this point, I just looked just a few minutes ago on 24/7 Sports. No updates yet on that MRI. So and the thing is, with a knee,
that's what I saw. I saw Gibson as getting getting the majority of the snaps over Wisner. But yeah, I mean, maybe Wisner is emerging. I don't. Maybe you guys know something a little bit more than I do.
Yeah. Could be, but I think that's that. And again, this is where I'm extremely glad that you have Tashard Choice as your running back coach. For anything that's going to happen in this room that's going to be an injury situation or like this, and you have to reorganize or whatever you're going to be doing right here and figure out different rotations and so forth. I think Tashard Choice is definitely, we've seen what he's already done for this running back room since he got here. I think this is a guy that'll take this and he'll take the challenge and have it head on. And like we said, he's got plenty of dudes. He's got plenty of dudes in there that are going to be ready to be that next man up behind Blue. But this is Blue's time.
Yeah, I think this is Blue's moment to actually, emerge here. I think you sprinkle a little bit of Gibson and Wisner with that, to spell it up and change pace. But we just mentioned it. We talk about capable backs. Maybe this is another opportunity for the backs that are a little bit lower on the depth chart to get more time and more reps like Baxter and Blue got last season. Now, I think with the timing of this injury, I think it makes more sense to kind of have Blue, emerge and leave camp as, a back that gets 80% of the totes or and then have Gibson or Wisner come in and be the third down back. But honestly, if you do that, I think you're taking Blue out of some of the the most dominant situations and mismatched situations that he can be in the third down situation. I think that's what actually makes him even more of a viable athlete or viable running back, is when he's in those third down situations or in that third down set.
And that's why if you're a Texas fan, obviously you want to win big in game one, or you want to win big in every game. But if you want in game one, you want to come out and you want to do everything you can, get way ahead, get Blue his reps, and then you can bring these guys in, because game two, and if Blue goes out in game two and has this incredible performance and Baxter's not back, then you're going to have him in that Heisman conversation, because that's on a big stage. That's on a big stage.
So CB, I see this statement. I agree with you. I think we've definitely, been a university that could have that mantra or that type of identity with us, right? But also, like, you got to think that Georgia or Bama, they've kind of been running back you too for the past couple of years, right? I mean, you think you look at some of the the best running backs in the NFL and they're from Bama or they're from Georgia. Now, I mean, I would argue that we have the best running back in the NFL. And I know Christian McCaffrey and Breece Hall are out there, but you really want to take the leash off Bijan Robinson that was on him last year, which was Arthur Smith, and let this dog eat. Yeah, Bijan's gonna get after it, my guys. So that's not me drinking a lot of the burnt orange Kool-Aid. That's just me knowing what the hell is going down in the NFL.
He's going to get utilized the way that he should have.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
And like we said the other day, Wags, I look at last year for Bijan. That was a redshirt year. So I mean, now he's gotten a little taste of the league. He's got the style of the league. He sees all of that now. They don't have a lot of film on him. This dude's going to come out and he is going to.
They got enough film on him. They got enough. When some of the moves that young man can make you look stupid, make you look silly, man. But back to kind of the mishap not the mishap, but the injury that placates the Longhorns at the moment. Jaden Blue is going to be fantastic for us. I know that there's a lot of concerns and calls for concern with CJ Baxter going down, and rightfully so. He's an impressive back, and this running back machine fires on all cylinders with both of these backs in the backfield. But without CJ Baxter, I'm still fairly confident in this running back room that Blue can be a X factor out of this backfield for Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. And it really does come down to, and I saw somebody reiterate it right there, what I was just talking about. It's like Tashard Choice is good. Tashard Choice has this under control. It's yes, it's a devastating blow. And I don't mean to be downplaying it, saying, well, he's hurt, but we got all these other guys. But this is a big blow, because these two guys had just been put on the Doak Walker watch list, and so that Baxter and Blue, and so the timing of it for Baxter, and like I said, the ironicness of it, as to what happened last year. I'm just hoping for number one, most importantly for CJ Baxter, I'm hoping that this MRI comes back and it's something that he's going to be able to bounce back from in a relatively quick manner, or that it's maybe not even you hear MRI and go off the field and
you think worst case scenario. Yeah. That's where I'm at. I'm thinking worst case scenario, he's out a year. You know what I mean? He's out an entire year. I don't think it's going to be a career-ending injury, but if you're thinking about him, being lost for the entire year, you have a very capable running back in Jaden Blue.
Yeah, that's where it, the second part of that is, from the team aspect, from the running back aspect, yes, you definitely have pieces in place that are definitely going to be able to fill that void, and keep that going. I mean, yes, you lose one, but like I said, you've got them all lined up right there, and Tashard Choice will have them ready to go if needed.
And again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here. I don't think it's necessarily a great thing to lose CJ Baxter, but this could be sort of a gift and opportunity to where Blue just gets the amount of reps that he needs to where he's just going to flourish and be a dog. Like that's the optimal mindset that I have right now for Blue, and hopefully that comes to fruition.
Yep. No doubt about it. So we'll continue to follow that. I know the guys coming up, with the shows, and then Chip and Zay later on. I think Chip was actually one of the first ones to report this. So I'm sure that
Chip usually is one of the first ones. So Chip is usually the first one on the scene for the Longhorns beat. Like, I don't know. I'm sure that you guys have seen this for a while. I didn't realize how good Chip was at it. Like, usually Chip's in the I would see Chip in the running for it, but damn, dude, like, Chip usually does leak shit out almost first. He almost leads off with it.
Yeah. I was one of the first times my wife met Chip Brown. After they met, I said, that's the Chip Brown guy that I always talk about. And I've told her the different stories that Chip has broken, and not just Texas stuff. And she's like, that guy? I'm like, that guy right there. That dude right there is best in the business, man.
Good little crew we got here, man. Good little crew we got. All right, anything else we want to touch on here before we turn it over to
actually do want to definitely mention we were talking about Cousins and stuff a while ago when we were talking about betting on Team
USA. Gotta get out there to Vegas, baby.
That's right. It's coming up. There's two huge games that are coming up for the NFL season: Circa Millions and Circa Survivor. Circa Resort and Casino. Of course, Texas Sports Unfiltered will be there with a couple of live shows August 22nd and 23rd. The only thing is, with the caveat, with these two games, you have to sign up there at Circa in Vegas. So you have to go do it there. Then you can play from anywhere that you are. Here's more details from our friends at Circa.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circusports.com for details.
Yes, indeed. And you can indeed play from anywhere. I know this is, again, we're just projecting stuff, but Scott here, get Baxter ready for OU and Georgia. Yeah, well, you never know. Let's
wait. Honestly, at that point, if that's the case, I let Baxter. If we're clearly this is hypothetical here. If that's the case, I let Baxter come in and spell of Blue and just let Blue eat up. If we're in a situation to where we're playing for a national championship or playing to get to the SEC championship, and we're playing Georgia for that, then I would imagine that Blue is a big part of that recipe for success there. I'm foreseeing at least 1,000 yards out of Blue by that time. If that is indeed the case, to where we only have one running back and he's going to be a dog and eat, let the dude eat. Let him can sit there. Let him consistently sit there and eat, and then have Baxter come in and spell it to give the change of pace. That is what I would do. That's the kind of avenue of approach that I would take. But again, this is all hypothetical. I hope Blue comes back before we even get into week one. Or not Blue. I hope Baxter comes back before we even get into week one. And personally, I was really liking the idea of a 60-40 split between these backs, or 55-45 split between these backs. The whole thing that I love about this running back room is the combination of Baxter and Blue. Don't get me wrong, I still think Blue can do it and be a dog, but it was a lot sexier with Baxter and Blue.
I love the two-back attack, and we've glowed about it on and on here on Chaos Theory. But if it does get to a situation where you get to mid-season or the three-quarter mark of the season, then that's where Baxter is able to come back. If that is the case, that is at that point, that is where Baxter becomes complimentary, in my opinion, for Texas. I mean, if Blue is just controlling the running game and this offensive line controlling the line of scrimmage. And that's the other part of this, where if you're a Texas fan, you look at this and one of your top backs goes down, hell, any of these backs go down. You still go back to the fact that you have this loaded offensive line that's going to be blocking for these guys. But if it's mid to late season,
that is a good point. I always think that Georgia's later on in the week. Like I always think that Georgia's like week 8 or week 9, but no, it is weeks. It's middle of the damn season is when we have Georgia. People say that we got a little bit of a cupcake schedule, maybe, but we play some stalwarts right out of the gate pretty early. I mean, Michigan, and then you got Georgia mid-season, and then you got Oklahoma too. So I don't want to say here and hear all this this cupcake shit about here the Longhorn schedule. Yeah, it's a very favorable schedule to come into the SEC and be introduced to the SEC, but it's still you got some studs on the schedule for the Longhorns here.
That's right. Hey, Wags, before we bring the guys on, answer Jose here. I'm a professional gamer now myself, but I go to you on this.
I would say it's preference, honestly. I have a disc, PlayStation 5, just in case, I can't get a code, or the internet goes down or online goes down, and I want to play the game. Now I have the hard copy on hand to allow me to play the game. I just like options that way. Really, it's preference here. I think you get more storage space without the disc, but again, it's for your personal preference. We need to find Def Clown. There's this guy Def Clown that won a code for Xbox. We still haven't been able to get him the code yet.
Shown up.
Apparently he listens to Chip and Zay. But if this was a case where someone just came in for one episode and said, "Oh, hey, I won the code," and then you don't come back to TSU, maybe you're not deserving of the code anyways. I'm just saying. That was kind of like a little bit of the rite of passage, is you had to be a patron, or you had to be a follower of someone that's actually watching the show. But yeah, maybe we do another contest for people out there for an Xbox code if he can't come out and actually claim the damn code. But yeah, usually he says he watches Chip and Zay. So for you guys out there, if you guys see Def Clown out there in the chat box today, let him know that he's got a code waiting for him. What's up, Jeff?
Death Clown?
Deaf Clown. Deaf
his handle.
AF?
DEF. Like, I guess like
Def Leppard.
All right. Def Leppard and the one-armed drummer. I haven't seen Kevin's beautiful face in a while, so it's nice that we're talking about Def Clowns and one-armed drummers.
Look at that mane. I like it. Good
to
see you.
It's the training camp beard.
Good right
there. Love it.
Going out to camp all the time, and
Kevin's gonna move out to the woods and chop down trees in the wintertime.
He'll be over there in Bristol. He'll be in Bristol.
He's going up to Yellowstone there.
I feel like it's not quite good enough to chop down stuff. I'm still missing some patches that you can't see because we're straight on. So I'd probably get kicked out of the woods the second I got there.
I don't know where he's going to find woods in Kansas. There's just a lot of open prairie.
Right.
We have woods. We don't have hills anywhere.
Right. Hey, Jeff, I figured you would probably be one of the few that I could have this quick conversation with. Did you see yesterday we lost Cowboy great running back that used to wear Dwayne Thomas.
Yeah.
Dwayne Thomas, one of the first guys that the holdout. Boy,
yeah,
what a story.
I've got a Dwayne Thomas rookie card around here somewhere. Who knows where the hell it is? Somewhere in this mess of an office I've got.
Gentlemen, we got a little bit of bad news. I assume that's going to be on the docket for today.
No, not necessarily. You talking about CJ Baxter?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I got a text from Chip about probably 45 minutes ago. Pretty good sources saying that still nothing definitive on. Okay. They're still waiting for the official results. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
All right, gents. Well, I'm going to bid you guys adieu and let you all get after it, man. For it's only an hour. Kevin, Jeff, be well, gents.
Have a good show, gentlemen.
Thank you, Wags. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you to Cast Theory crew. It's only an hour. Jordan is dealing with the Khalil Lockett announcement today, so I went to the bullpen. I called one of my good friends in life, Kevin Flaherty. Kevin and I were co-workers at 24/7 Sports. Kevin doing his own thing now. Well, no Royals today or what?
No. I've actually been out at Kansas football camp for like the last start of everything. So
yeah,
Leipold's starting to get the beard as well. The whole like coaches don't have time to shave thing that we've seen for probably 20 years now at least.
Yeah, I saw Sark and Kyle Flood. Maybe this was on Sunday on the team's day off, but their practice was off. It wasn't a day off. But Sark was in a barber's chair getting lined up during camp. So maybe I don't know. That new KU's upgrading their whole deal over there in Lawrence. Maybe Leipold can get Travis Goff to put a barber chair in the facility.
Yeah. We've been in the new facility. I mean, it's still getting renovated, and they basically confine us to like a room or two. But it's looking pretty nice. The stadium's going up really fast.
Yeah.
This year, for those of you who don't know, Kansas is going to be playing in Kansas City for their home games. They're playing 2 games at Sporting Kansas City Stadium, which I think holds around 20,000 people, and then their 4 conference games are going to be at Arrowhead.
When are they bringing the border war back, Kevin? Because
next year,
Kansas goes to Columbia. Okay, that's one of those. Everybody when the Big 12. I got to thinking about. I got nostalgic about the Big 12 yesterday because it was 25 days until kickoff, and the Texas football account on the Twitter machine put out a video of Jamal Charles going for 200 plus in a fourth quarter against Nebraska.
Yeah.
Back in 2007. And and somebody in that thread, I made a point to say, I put it on our message board at Horns 24/7, and somebody, I said, man, it's going to be weird. Years from now, somebody will be like, wait, there's an SEC team and a Big 10 team, and they're both playing a conference game as Big 12 teams. And somebody's like, man, the OG Big 12 was a good league. And I'm like, you know what? It really was. Like Nebraska kind of fell off, and K-State was there with Bill Snyder, and they kind of fell off, and Colorado fell off. But it seemed like everybody in that old Big 12 North, Kevin, at one point or another took turns being like a 10-win team for at least, even like in KU's case, it was only like a 1 year, but it was a hell of a 1 year. That old Big 12 South was, when it was as good as any division in any conference in the country. Just that old school Big 12 was a good league, and I do miss it.
Yeah, I think when you look at kind of that 07 through 09-ish range, you could maybe even throw 06 in there.
Yeah,
there weren't a whole lot of conferences that had as many teams that legitimately felt like they could win the conference. Obviously, 07 was the most random year ever. I mean, pretty much every team in college football was in the top 5 at some point in that year. I think Cal was in the top 5 at one point. Boston College was in the top 5 with Matt Ryan. You had all these different teams up there. West Virginia was up there before they joined the Big 12, but you had Kansas and Missouri coming out of the Big 12 North, both being double-digit win teams, finishing in the top 10. Oklahoma won the South that year. Texas had a down year, and by down year, they only won 10 games.
Yeah.
But then in 2008, the next year, you had, Oklahoma and Texas being just terrific. Texas Tech also being an 11-1 team during the regular season. It was definitely a period of glory for that conference. And I really think, maybe I'm wrong about this. I really think if either Texas had gone to the title game in 2008 or Oklahoma had DeMarco Murray being out, I think in that title game, the Big 12 probably would have added a title to its title case that year.
Yeah, I think, no doubt. I felt like, not just me being biased, being a Texas fan, but I felt like Texas had the best team in the country in 2008. Yeah. I really did. Florida was the most talented team, but I felt like, man, push come to shove, dude, give me Colt McCoy. We talked about, Jordan and I talked about it the other day, Kevin. Like, you look how loaded that Texas 2008 defensive line was. I mean, on the same line, Henry Milton, Roy Miller, Brian Arakpo, Sergio Kendall, Lamar Houston was on that line. I mean, you had a lot of guys that ended up playing a lot of years in the NFL and made a lot of money in that Texas D-line room.
Yeah, I caught some heat last year, if you remember. It was coming off, I believe, the Texas KU game, and kind of seeing Texas's defensive tackles in that game.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I said was, I think that Texas team is as good as any Texas team since 2008. And people said, well, what about 2009? And obviously 2009 made it to the title game. You had the Colt McCoy injury and all those things. But Jeff, other than the 2005 team, that 2008 team was so good. I really felt like 2008 was a step or two, maybe even ahead of that 2009 team. The 2009 team had Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley playing at an incredibly high level that I think maybe masked some of the things that weren't quite as good on the rest of the roster. And that's where I was going with that comment last year, was I thought last year Texas was a more complete team than what the 2009 team was.
Yeah. The 2009 team had its blemishes. And I think you look at some of the key pieces that were lost from 2008. I mean, just take Roy Miller and Brian Arakpo off that defensive line. The defensive line was still good. Hell, it was great. I think they led the country in run defense in 2009. And I want to say they led the country in either interceptions or turnover margin, or maybe forced turnovers. I forget which one, but Will Muschamp's 2009 defense was great. But 2008, just top to bottom. And I think two things you forget about 2008. One, they had an NFL running back with Chris Obanai. Actually, with Chris Obanai and a healthy Fozzie Whitaker, you had two NFL backs back there. And that 2008 team has another added element they could attack you with if Blaine Irby doesn't suffer one of the most catastrophic knee injuries I've ever seen when he got his knee taken out in the Rice game. Like that 2008 team was, and David Keith Williams makes a great point. If Jamal Charles and Jermichael Finley had returned for 2008 rather than turning pro, the 2008 team would have been comparable to 2005. Yeah, I don't think the top to bottom depth like 2005, and definitely not the offensive line top end talent or depth. But yeah, it would have been, Kevin's argument would have, and not that you need any more legs to stand on, but dude, it would have been nobody would be questioning you about making that point.
That 2008 team could really run too. And I had a chance as somebody that covered Kansas at the time to see the 2005 team, went down to Austin for that game that wasn't even a game after the 2004 contest, and Kansas complaining about getting screwed, and everything through that deal. 2005 game was just a bloodletting, and it's funny because I remember watching the 2005 team and thinking I thought the 2004 team could really move, because you would see Derek Johnson just flying out of nowhere and say, how did he make that tackle? And But when you saw 05, and it's interesting on the USC documentary, they really talked about how Texas's speed bothered them, how they hadn't seen a team that fast. I thought 08 really ran well as well. That was another team that defensively, I mean, it was a team that really, flew around. You really noticed the athleticism on that team, maybe at a higher level even than 09.
I think CB makes a point. A lot of the 08 guys were freshmen on the 05 team.
Yep.
And, over the years, talking to Roy, talking to Quan, guys that played on that team that were seniors in 08, that was kind of the last wave of Texas guys that learned where you could kind of connect the lineage from the guys that turned it around under Matt, Casey Hampton, Aaron Humphrey, guys like that, Kwame Cavill, passing it to Chris Sims and Corey Redding and Rod Babers and Bo Scaife, who passed it on to Vince Young and Cedric Benson and Derek Johnson, who then passed it on to the next generation. And it died a couple years down the road. But yeah, the 08 guys like Roy Miller and Quan and Colt, they didn't have to be taught how to work. They didn't have to be told what to do in the offseason or how to lead. Like they knew what they were doing. Jordan Shipley was a guy that he didn't need to learn how to work. Because when Jordan Shipley got to campus, he was still learning from Lima Sweet. Hell, Jordan Shipley was there so long, like he was a freshman. Tony Jeffrey was still around. So yeah, it's there. I like the 08 team because you still got that lineage. But Kevin, I want to talk about real quick before we do anything else. First off, I haven't even thanked you for being a part of the show today with Jordan being out. So thank you for taking the time. I know you're busy. You got a lot of stuff going on. I think Jose might have asked it. I don't have any specifics on how CJ Baxter was injured. All we've been able to confirm at this point is that there was an injury, and still don't know. We're still waiting for the official prognosis on that. So don't know what happened yet. I can't tell you to be optimistic, pessimistic, or whatever. But I'll say this, Kevin, you got a chance to see this Texas backfield last year, up close and personal in Austin.
In back-to-back weeks, because I was at Red River last year too.
That's right. And I think that was kind of that 2-game stretch, excuse me, where you saw him do it against Wyoming, you saw him do it against Baylor. But when Jonathan Brooks did it against KU and OU, at that point you realize, all right, he's not just a guy, he's the guy on this team. Like you felt like CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue, they're going to be good, but this is Jonathan Brooks' year. And I like the fact that you don't ever think that an injury is going to happen. And look, CJ Baxter could be fine. Maybe he misses some time. Maybe he's back for the first scrimmage. I don't know. But if there's a position where Texas could afford an injury, dude, it's at running back, because I think you only got to see him maybe on special teams, but our good mutual friend Joey McGuire unfortunately got a good look at Trey Wisner. He got a good look at Trey Wisner and Jaden Blue late in the year last year. And I love Trey Wisner, like dudes that play balls to the wall that go 110 miles an hour. I'll take a chance on those guys giving you something. And like Jarrett Gibson in any other year, you'd be like, oh, he's definitely getting carries. And you're like, dude, I don't know where his carries are going to come from, because there's just so many bodies in front of him. But so if there was a position where they could afford to, hey, let's put the veteran on the shelf a little bit, put him off to the side and give these young bucks some carries, then it's going to be a running back.
You ever go into a casino and like you hit the slots and you got like a 20 or whatever, and like you don't hit anything, like you're cleared out of there in like 3 minutes, your 20 is gone. That was Joey McGuire last year from a luck standpoint. When you look at the quarterback injuries that Texas Tech had, when you look at the fact that against Texas Tech, against Texas, he got to see, Wisner and Blue play the way that they did. Against K-State, Avery Johnson checks in and runs for 5 touchdowns. He just, everything came up, it came up really badly from a luck standpoint. It's one of the reasons I think Tech could bounce back a little bit this year, is they just can't be that unlucky.
Yeah.
But to your point, like, how many teams would love to have a back as explosive as Jaden Blue, and not just not just the explosion, but the way that we know Sark uses backs in the passing game, right? When you look at some of his concepts like railroad and some of the things that he runs, the running back's a big part of that. And having a guy like Jaden Blue, who's not just, hey, you can hand it to him and he can go to the house, but also being a guy that can use that kind of speed, out in the open field in the passing game or whatever else. Like you said, you want CJ Baxter to be 100% okay. It'd be great if it was just a tweak and he was there for week 1 or whatever. CJ Baxter's a running back that has terrific combination of strength and speed. But at the same time, Texas isn't exactly hurting for choice.
Right.
If something does happen that pushes him back a few games or potentially worst case scenario even for the season.
Yeah, I like Blue, the fact that he talked about yesterday in his media availability. And again, shout out to my guys, Eric Henry and Chip Brown. I was finishing up our practice report, so they handle the availability. So I listened to it on the way home. And, you hear Jaden Blue talking about, him being more patient, letting the game come to him. And you could tell that, Kevin, young running backs, we talk about all the time, and that's a position where usually if a guy's got it or not early.
Sure.
But a lot of times we see young backs that are so anxious to go make a play, like they won't let their block set up. They'll be running up the backs of lead blockers. It's like, dude, if you just waited just a second. And I think that's a lot of what he talked about, just the game slowing down, Tashard Choice working on him with his footwork. You can appreciate this. So I can't remember the THSCA doing this, but they did it this year. They did a chalk talk after they do the Division I coaches symposium. They do the forum. Craig Way hosts. Craig did a great job with it again this year, as always. And then they have like a coaches social happy hour at whatever hotel they're at. And then they this year they did a chalk talk, which basically it was Jeff Banks, Chris Jackson, Tashard Choice, Blake Gideon, Terry Joseph, and Kenny Baker. And basically the ballroom cleared out. They rolled whiteboards in, and coaches could get their beverage of choice and go sit down and just ask Jeff Banks about kickoff coverages, or ask Chris Jackson about different route combinations or whatever. And Tashard Choice, it was like he was like the Baptist preacher on the pulpit, dude. Like it was a hell of a thing to hear him speak. And he was just talking about the footwork and getting guys to visualize, basically getting them ready for the NFL. Because he said, talking to Bijan and Roshan, they thanked him because they said, hey, that hole closes a lot faster in the NFL than it did in college. It shrinks pretty quick. So he's he's been working with his guys on footwork. And he said something, and again, this is why you can appreciate this. Number one, because I know you like X's and O's, and number two, being a Chiefs fan. Tashard Choice said at one time he was talking to Priest Holmes about, hey, what took you from being a guy to, for a 3-year period, being the best back in the league? And he's expecting him to say, like, oh, man, I did this in training or whatever. You know what Priest Holmes told him made the difference?
What's that?
His first 3 steps.
Yeah.
His first 3 steps, he changed them to where he timed it up in that offense to where everything was precise. And he just knew to be in the right place at the right time and hit the hole right at the right time that the run was setting up. That made all the difference. His footwork and fixing his first 3 steps took Priest Holmes from being a guy to being, like I said, for a 3-year period, he's the best back in football. And you look at that 3-year run, that's as good as a 3-year run as any back in the history of the game has had, what Priest Holmes did for 3 years.
Yeah, it was just a ridiculous stretch. And I'm not sure there's anything that high school coaches love more than those chalk talks. I'm not sure there's anything that you and I love more than when a coach gets up on the whiteboard on that stuff.
And you mixed it with alcoholic beverages, beverages.
Well, I've got
that's definitely the 2 things high school coaches love more than anything.
I've got kind of a funny story for you. So Dan Lanning has Kansas City ties, the Oregon coach, and after he got the Oregon job, he came down to Kansas City, met a bunch of Kansas City coaches out at a bar that had pizza and stuff. He stood up in front of everybody. He said, look, he goes, I used to be one of you guys, so I'm going to sit here. I'm going to eat a shit ton of pizza. I'm going to drink all of you under the table. And if you want to talk ball, I will be the last person in here. And if you talk to any of those Kansas City high school coaches, like they all fell in love with the guy, for that stuff, just, making himself available in that way. And it's something that obviously Texas isn't hurting from a recruiting standpoint, and probably never will hurt from a recruiting standpoint. But at the same time, those are the little touches that make a coach, one, feel comfortable with that position coach, but also be able to say, hey, I've got a running back. I feel really good about sending him to Texas because I know that they're going to get him right. I know that he's going to be developed, and I know that he's going to be his best self there.
Yeah. We know because we talked to you and I talked to plenty of high school coaches around because I was already in the market. Kevin, what year you got there in 2010, right? You started covering Texas.
2010, yeah. It was
a great time. It was a great time to start covering.
Yeah, coming in right after the national title game, Garrett Gilbert's going to be the best quarterback in the history of mankind. Had been, he was National Gatorade Player of the Year, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, coming out of high school, had his moments in the national title game, and I think everybody kind of expected that was going to be a really big year. Mac was shifting focus though because of the injury to Colt McCoy and everything else. He had kind of talked about, hey, we had maybe a shot at a couple titles here and had some quarterback injuries that delayed us. We want to lean more on the running game, and not that I'm telling anybody anything that they don't already know, but Texas didn't have the roster for that. They had a bunch of guys who were recruited to run a spread offense from offensive line. The running backs were even, in a lot of ways recruited to do that. And Garrett Gilbert, I think, when you saw him at SMU and he was allowed to be kind of more of an air raid guy, get the ball out quick.
Yeah,
he was a lot more effective, and it didn't go well that year. But it was a wild year to join the beat for sure.
But one thing I kind of got a little bit more of this than you did. You only got to enjoy it for 1 year, but that Will Muschamp did a lot to repair some relationships in the state, and and no doubt he injected some new life in the program. And I remember talking to the coaches at Copper's Cove, which before they went and got Duke Thomas, when Will Muschamp realized he wanted Duke Thomas, and Duke talked about this when we had him on at SEC Media Days. Copper's Cove was a place Texas didn't go.
Yeah.
And Will Muschamp endeared himself to that staff because he just went in and instead of talking up himself or Texas, he was just like, hey, let's just get on the board and just start talking ball. And that resonated. And lo and behold, Texas ends up getting Duke Thomas out of Copper's Cove, out of a relationship that started with Will Muschamp just going in and getting on the whiteboard. And that's how he did it at a lot of schools. And that's why I think you see the love in this state still for Will Muschamp. I know we our good friend Brad Crawford. Brad has some hot sports opinions about Will Muschamp from being a South Carolina coach. And I'm minding my own business one day, and I get hit up by Trey Scott and Kevin to, hey, you might need to defend Will Muschamp's honor, which anybody that's listened to Longhorn Blitzer knows me, dude. If I need to defend Will Muschamp, I'll be there in a heartbeat.
I loved covering Will Muschamp. I mean, it was kind of funny because you and I would ask him a very specific X's and O's question, and he was fantastic at answering those. And I think there were certain other people in the media room who were like, well, this is too tech. I can't do anything with this, basically. But I could have sat there for days, and it was, I still have this hot take that may or may not be super hot. I know I've talked with you about it. Will Muschamp wound up going to Florida, obviously, as head coach. Charlie Strong, a little bit later, wound up coming to Texas. I still feel if Will Muschamp had stuck it out and had been Texas head coach and Charlie Strong would have gone to Florida, I realize both of them had their flaws as coaches, but they were both so familiar with what they had there, with the atmosphere. Charlie Strong had a great reputation in Florida. I mean, you remember he recruited Florida fairly well when he first started off at Texas. Will Muschamp, like you said, even after he had left Texas, you're talking to high school coaches in 2012, 2013, and they're still talking about him. I think Will Muschamp might have been a pretty successful coach at Texas, even with his flaws as a head coach.
I like to think there's an alternate universe where the college football world feels much different about both those guys because they stayed in those jobs. I mean, the Swamp Kings, I didn't even finish that documentary because it ended up being an Urban Meyer puff piece.
Oh, it was such a
it was what it was. But talking to people that were around Florida at the time, and Jeremy Foley, I think Jeremy was with the Orlando Sentinel, did some reporting on it at the time, and you talk to guys that were close to that program, like, dude, it was hanging by a thread. And Charlie Strong might have been, I mean, people called him like, the general, enforcer. Like he was the voice that all those out of control egos, he was the voice of reason, the voice that everybody respected, and quite frankly did a damn good job of holding that thing together as long as he could. And the minute Charlie got the Louisville job, that thing fell apart quicker than you could ever imagine. And it's kind of the same thing at Texas. I mean, Will Muschamp, the two people that I credit for that 25-2 run with a Big 12 title and you go play for a national championship, that's Colt McCoy and that's Will Muschamp. Yeah. I credit those two guys more. It's like we said earlier, man, Colt, dude, when you've got good quarterbacks will take you a long way. When you've got a transcendent talent, dude, go ask Dabo Swinney. A transcendent quarterback will mask a lot of your deficiencies. and Colt did that for Texas. And again, you talk to the guys that were there that played defense for Will Muschamp. It was at first he's smashing whiteboards and like, this dude is crazy. Like, I never seen anything like this. But then those same dudes, the Lamar Houstons of the world and Earl Thomas, dude, they would run through a brick wall for Will Muschamp. And he just brought an attitude, a nastiness, a level of physicality and aggression that, quite frankly, I mean, you were hearing people talk about like the early 80s defenses under Leon Fuller, or like those Mike Campbell defenses that was the last time Texas fans had seen that kind of physicality. I mean, so you're talking about like, oh, dude, so like Steve McMichael and Johnny Johnson were a part of Texas defenses like the last time people saw defenses like 08 and 09. So I credit those two guys with a lot of what happened to Texas. But it's hard for me, Kevin, now in hindsight to be like, yeah, it would have been a lot different. But I do think the college football world feels way different about Will Muschamp and Charlie Strong because, like you said, they knew where the deficiencies were. Yeah. And, I really believe that, and again, I think if you probably ask Major Applewhite in an honest moment, Major might go through all this with you, or hell, even Will Muschamp might at this point. But there was a plan on, hey, Muschamp had an idea of what assistant coaches he wanted to bring in, kind of what the offensive philosophy was going to be, what the strength program was going to be. He knew where the deficiencies were and how to fix them. And when Charlie got to Texas, he didn't know what they were and how to fix them. And I think Will Muschamp walked into something at Florida that he thought he was walking into, and it ended up being something completely different.
Yeah. By the way, that since you didn't see the end, at the very end of Swamp Kings, Urban Meyer's like walking out onto like a sun-drenched field, and he's like, I knew this was a place that magic could happen, and it did. Dude, and don't get me wrong, like they had success, they won national title, like I get all of that, but I think what made Florida such an interesting team during that is Florida almost kind of became what you expected Miami to be before, in terms of having a lot of the off-field things, in terms of people not liking them. And at the heart of all that, obviously, you had Tim Tebow, who is incredibly public with his Christianity and all these things. And, you had Tim Tebow in a huddle with a guy who wound up being potentially a serial killer. And so when you look at, like, that's the dynamic that I think would have made that so fascinating. And I think they mentioned Aaron Hernandez, like once or twice. I think there was maybe one story about him, maybe mentioned him in passing another time. It felt like a documentary that could have been so amazing if they dove into kind of the nuance and the relationships and all those things. And instead it wound up being, hey, Urban Meyer went to Florida and won a whole bunch of games.
Yeah. CB, I don't know about the Johnny Manziel thing. Nobody knew Johnny Manziel was going to be what he was. But I do know, that decision, and I've talked about it since then. I've had a coach in the room. By the way, I saw this coach at coaching school. A coach who was in the room who knew about that decision. Basically, it was they're going to go one way or the other. It was based about the quarterback take in the 2011 class. Part of the staff wanted David Ash, and they wanted to go to more of a pro style offense with a traditional kind of downhill running attack. That's what they wanted to get back to. And there was a part of the staff, Will Muschamp, probably chief among that group, that said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What we're doing on offense right now is fine. Let's go recruit J.W. Walsh because – and I know J.W. Walsh had so many injuries while he was at Oklahoma State, and we never got to see – and we saw glimpses, but because of the injuries, never got to see the full board product of J.W. Walsh at Oklahoma State. But I know there were coaches in that room that felt like, hey, he's basically he's Colt McCoy with like an NFL body and an NFL arm. They basically felt he had the same skill set. So recruit that guy and keep doing what you're doing. And we all know where it went and what happened. And the rest is a very unsavory part of this football program's history.
I feel too, David Ash, the injuries really stunk as well. If you wanted to look for what Texas wanted to be, and I realized it wasn't a premier opponent. I realized, it was one game, but was it New Mexico State in 2013 where they came out, they played with tempo, they kind of threw the ball all over the place, had some big plays. That was who they wanted to be. And the next game you have BYU. I still think David Ash got a concussion really early in that game.
Yeah.
Go back and look at the hits.
Were you in Provo? Were you in Provo for that?
I was not in Provo for that. That was one that Scout did not pay for me to go to because they were like, oh, it's Provo. It's probably not going to be a big deal for Texas. Yeah. And then it wound up being, Taysom Hill. And obviously the defensive issues, but even beyond that, I don't think Texas was able to be offensively who they wanted in that game because I really do think, even though Ash played longer into the game, I think you can kind of see the shot that he took that kind of changed what happened there.
Yeah.
And then it was just never there again. The rest of the year you're running the ball, you're trying to draw out the clock because you don't necessarily want, for Case McCoy to throw the ball 40 times a game or whatever else. And so it stinks that you get kind of this one moment in the sun and it's against New Mexico State. And not that Ash didn't have other positive moments. We've talked about the Oklahoma State comeback in Stillwater. And
Jake Bayless just brought it up right there. Yeah, the 2012 game in Stillwater.
Yeah, so we were on the field, as close to on the field as you can get at Oklahoma State, because if you're on the field, you're actually at risk of dying because you're so close. But we were standing right there on that fourth down play to DJ Grant. And, it was so loud. I mean, everything was shaking. I remember I was standing next to Lauren, who was working for the Daily Texan, and our good friend Joey Helmer, who covered Oklahoma but had come over for that game. And I was like, I don't know how a quarterback makes a play on this fourth down with all that. It felt like if you threw a football, it would just die in the air because it was that kind of it was that kind of atmosphere. And to just coolly find DJ Grant for a big play and lead the comeback. I really think had Ash stayed healthy in 2013 with what they were doing with the offense, with Major Applewhite and Darrell Wyatt kind of working on going more up-tempo, more spread stuff and everything, we might have had a different opinion on David Ash too.
You know who we were watching that game with, by the way, by the end?
Who's
if you remember? Kevin Durant showed up. He made his way to that little balcony area where we were at. CB, look, it's really hard for me to say anything positive about Sean Watson. There was a time where I gave Sean Watson credit for recruiting Shane Buechele. Like, at least he recruited the guy that got Texas out of quarterback hell. And I was shouted down by a few people on the message board, including one good dude, by the way, who shouted me down and said, the only thing positive that can be said about Sean Watson's tenure is that nobody died on his watch. I'm like, well, you're not technically wrong.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. But Kevin, I want to bring it back to the present.
Sure.
You saw Texas last year.
Yep.
You're familiar with this roster. Does this remind you at all of going from 04 to 05, where you lost some key pieces, but top to bottom, you can make the argument you might actually be better just in terms of your depth and overall talent. It sounds weird to say, hey, you lose Murphy and Sweat and Worthy and Mitchell. Like, how can you be better? But dude, top to bottom, just looking at them on the practice field, they might be, I know they're deeper, and they might be overall man for man, like 1 through, 120. They might actually be a more talented team than they were last year.
Well, yeah, and you look at, you and I talked about this, I think, earlier in the offseason, but you look at the fact you're probably not going to be as good at your top 2 defensive tackle spots, but you're probably going to be significantly better at defensive end. And when you look at bringing in Trey Moore, what he can supply from a pass rush, Braden Sorrell's the jump that he can make. I saw, did he make Feldman's freaks list? I think I saw a reference to that.
Braden Sorrell's on Feldman's freaks list.
You added Burke to that obviously highly experienced or whatever else. And I agree with you overall on the roster too. And I think it's similar too, in that you have some guys that were pretty good, but are going to be potentially great, like an Anthony Hill, where he's able to step in. When you're a freshman, you don't know what you don't know. It's not just that you're sitting there, saying like, okay, when I know this, you don't know what you need to know. And that's why you see a huge jump a lot of times between a guy's first and second seasons, even just within a program, not necessarily just saying freshman and sophomore, but if you're at Texas for 2 years, your second year, you make that jump. Quinn Ewers made such a huge jump last year. And I think it reminded me, I'm not saying he's Vince Young. Please, nobody come for my head on this thing. I'm simply looking at the 04-05 comparison that you made. In 03, Vince saw the field. There were some bright moments or whatever else, but he wasn't Vince Young yet, right? In 04, you saw Vince turn into, a great player, but he wasn't like peak form, Optimus Prime, destroyer of worlds, guy yet. He was at times, he did against Kansas, unfortunately, and he was against Michigan in that Rose Bowl, but he was that guy throughout the 2005 season. And I think when you look at Ewers' development, 2 years ago, he had some moments, the first half against Alabama, before he got hurt, you saw some things where you said Quinn Ewers is going to be a good quarterback. Last year, Quinn Ewers was a good quarterback. And, you saw him make that leap into sort of an everyday really good player. This could be the year, Jeff, that Quinn Ewers takes that step to where potentially he's the best quarterback in the SEC, which gives you a chance to win a national title.
Dude, I don't think he got enough credit. And I pointed this out a few weeks ago, but you look at, I know he gets a lot of flack for the deep ball not being that accurate, but think about this. Like, you remember the year Texas played Baylor, RG3's Heisman year.
Yeah.
And Manny Diaz was talking about Baylor was completing deep balls. They were probably 40%.
Yeah.
And at that time it was like, oh my God, like they're completing 40%. It was like at a ridiculous rate. I think some of these deep ball percentages have gotten so out of whack. Like Quinn was 34% on deep ball, which used to be, you're probably average.
Sure.
Average to above average throwing the deep ball. Now it's just like, it's not that great. But you look at the part of the field where if you're judging it quarterbacks on an NFL skill set, you expect them to be damn near surgical, is those intermediate throws. And PFF has that medium category of a 10 to 19 yard passing depth ball that travels 10 to 19 yards down the field. Kevin, he was 69% completion rate, over 1,300 yards, almost 13 yards per attempt, 10 touchdowns, 2 picks. Like he dissected defenses on those intermediate throws. And you think about, how everybody looks at the deep balls or the stuff Worthy would take. He'd take the bubble screen and turn it up the field. But you think about the intermediate throws that he had to Worthy, those in-breaking routes and the slants or the stick concepts to A.D. Mitchell. Jatavian Sanders made a living in that 10 to 19 yard range, hitting him down the seam, hitting him with stops or out cuts or whatever it was. Like Quinn was surgical. That's where it's low reward, high risk. Your windows are smaller, and that's where Quinn was at his best. I don't think he gets enough credit for that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would also say that that's important to note looking at this year's team, because when you lose those 3 guys that you mentioned, it's easy to say, oh, you're going to fall off. Jeff, I love this group of wide receivers. And I think the tight end group is probably underrated. And that includes that includes the freshmen in that tight end group that, you know, I had a chance to
Jordan
watch
Washington.
like their tape on and stuff like that. I think those guys are going to be good.
Yeah. Yeah. Jordan Washington, I think, has a chance to be special. I think he's the athletic profile, you know, just looking at him physically, how he's already filled out and not having a full year and a strength program yet. I love his future, man.
But don't you think, like, in addition to liking this receivers group, don't you really like this receivers group in that intermediate range?
Yeah.
I feel like they've got a ton of guys that can make a catch for 12 yards and turn it into 25 or take it to the house.
It's funny. I was talking to Malachi Starks at SEC Media Days, and I was kind of going back and forth with some questions, and somebody had asked him about Isaiah Bond, and he's like, you know, everybody looks at the ball he caught against Auburn. People need to realize that's not the only pass he caught last year. Like, he's way more than just the guy that made the insane grab on 4th and forever against Auburn. But no, I do think so. Like, Matthew Golden, I think, is the guy that could probably, like, you kind of know what Isaiah Bond brings to the table. You know what Silas Bolden brings to the table. And, dude, he's so freaking unique, man. Like, it's just a guy. Everybody listens to the show, it's like, oh, Jeff, you're going to, you know. But,
I know it was VIP content, and I don't want to give away your VIP content, but you had some pretty bold things to say about Wingo as well, and just how quickly he's acclimating and the talent level that he has. And he's a guy that you talk to coaches around St. Louis or whatever, they say that kid's special. Yeah,
you can make the argument that he is the most physically impressive true freshman receiver Texas has had since Roy Williams. You can make that argument.
Yeah.
Because how many guys do you know that are 6'2", 210 that runs legit sub 10.6 hundreds?
Yeah. Not many.
They don't grow on trees.
Very many.
They don't grow on trees. But I think Matthew Golden, like, if you go back and look at Matthew Golden's numbers, like, I know the Houston quarterback situation, it was different last year with Donovan Smith, who's a very different guy than Clayton Tune. But you look at not only having Clayton Tune in 22, but also how Golden played off of Tank Dell. He was just much more consistent. The drops weren't as big of an issue. He was making more plays down the field. So I think if he's counted on to be one of the guys rather than the guy, I think Matthew Golden settles into that role. Like, we haven't even mentioned Jonte Cook. Like, we forget that DeAndre Moore ended spring ball as a starter, and by the way, is still running with the ones. So I love the receiver group. Like I said, I don't know if you've got the tippy top end talent of a guy like A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Worthy, but I think, Ryan Wingo, as you said, Kevin, not to give away the VIP content, but I'll share it here. You can go on at Horns 24/7 and get it. I think Ryan Wingo is forcing Sark's hand to where, this is going to have to be a 6-man rotation. It ain't going to be 4 or even 5. You're going to have to play 6 guys. And Sark's pointed this out, and you could tell. Everybody except Wingo, they've done it in this offense or at previous stops. They've worked in the slot and they worked outside. So you can leave Wingo outside without pigeonholing him into a role. And any combination of those other guys, any combination of 2 of those other 5 guys, you can have them on the field with Wingo if you're an 11 personnel, or even better, if you run more 10 personnel. Sark doesn't run a ton of 10 personnel, but I think he's more likely to do it this year just because he's got the pieces to do it.
Well, and the other area where it spills over, and Sark talked about this, is any team in the country more spoiled for choice at the return spots than Texas is?
Dude, no. Like, it's you can have Bond back there, especially like punt returns. Bond, Cook, Bolden, Golden, any of those guys. Your kickoff return guys. Now, this pending the CJ Baxter situation could change up what you do with Jaden Blue.
Sure.
But hey, okay, Matthew. So, Blue was probably going to be their best kickoff return guy. Well, you probably recruited the best kickoff return guy in the country out of the portal. Yep. So, like, you're dude. Texas is back to do, like, I said this, Kevin. You again watching some of those Mac Brown practices, you can appreciate this. I said that number 3 line, which left to right, that number 3 line at Texas right now, or at least the other day, it was Malik Agbo, Jaden Chapman, Daniel Cruz, Nate Kibble, and Brandon Baker. That 3 line it's better than some one lines I've seen at Texas.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about this like personally, but like Mac Brown obviously recruited incredibly well at Texas. Like he was, he's one of the guys you think about as like one of the OGs of recruiting.
Yeah.
But you would look at a lot of those classes and there would be holes in them, right? And there would be guys that he would take in February at a junior day that you say, it's not necessarily awful to take this guy, but maybe you could have had this guy in December, right? And you could have kicked around other options that maybe would have been better. And so there were some holes there. And after Sark's first year, which obviously did not go super well, I remember you and I having a conversation where I said, I think Sark's going to turn it around. And one of the reasons I thought that was you looked at that first recruiting class and he addressed his needs, right? He looked and said, hey, in the trenches, we're deficient. And he went out and got 35,000 guys, on the lines. And so you felt like he had a very real understanding. We knew Sark was a ball coach, right?
Yeah.
You aren't, Nick Saban's offensive coordinator if you can't coach a ball. And we knew that he had that. But I think that was one of the indicators for me that felt like, okay, like he's got a handle, not just on recruiting, because you figured he'd recruit well, but on roster management, which is something totally different.
Big time. I mentioned this yesterday. I credit the Tom Herman staff for the evals they made in the 2021 class. I mean, Byron Murphy, Sorrell, Jonathan Brooks. It's not like everybody in the country was recruiting these guys. Like Jonathan Brooks was, man, to the story of that recruitment, like Texas kept that one under wraps until they couldn't anymore. And then, ended up getting him, which is great on them, great on the scouting department to do that. And that was Derek Chang and his group that got, Brooks and, like I said, Barron Sorrell, some guys that you didn't know at the time, but turned out to be really damn good players. Credit the Herman staff for making those evals and get those guys to campus. Man, credit the Sark staff for not just discarding those guys. Like you've seen, being a KU fan, you've seen your share of rebuilds, and I've covered my share of reloads at Texas. It's real easy for the new staff to come in and just go scorched earth and get rid of as many, especially in the portal era, get rid of as many guys as you can. But to Sark's credit and to the staff's credit, they looked at it and said, you know what? Let's see what we can get out of these guys. Let's see what we can get out of a Gunnar Helm. Let's see what we can get out of, Byron Murphy or Jonathan Brooks before we just discard these guys. And man, the NFL hit rate in that recruiting class is going to end up being really damn good.
Yeah.
Even a guy, when you were talking about the receivers, like I'm not saying he's going to have a John Harris like season where he's going to catch 60 balls for 1,000 yards, but man, Juan Davis could end up being a guy that maybe we're talking about him at the end of the year being, he might have a chance to catch on with somebody in the league. Who knows?
Sure.
I think this staff deserves a lot of credit for that 2021 class and then the way things panned out for that group.
Yeah. And I appreciate you saying that in part because, I was obviously up here for when Lance Leipold took over the job.
Yeah.
And he came in after the spring and they really got a slow start on recruiting, but it was by design because he basically said, you know what, like not that recruiting is not going to be important, but if we're going to turn this thing around, the number one thing we need to do is we need to develop the guys that are here.
Yeah.
We need to build relationships with these guys, and we need them to feel like we're not just bringing in dudes to replace them, whether it's through the portal or whatever else. And Jeff, you look at, Devin Neal, Jalen Daniels, all these guys that are getting stuff. They were guys that, were Les Miles guys. And so when you look at that, I think that has proven to be a better strategy, not just at Texas, but certainly at Texas, where you look at it and you say, okay, like I'm not starting over, I want to build around these guys. I want to see what they have, and I want them to feel like I'm not recruiting over the top of them, that, they're going to have every opportunity, and guys that come in have to prove it. And, I think Sark is kind of firing on all cylinders at this point. Recruiting will be interesting in this class because it does seem like Texas is having some battles that are going to stretch on for a while. It's not necessarily the red hot start that Texas has sometimes, But when you look at the way this staff recruits, they're going to win their fair share of those.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me where Mac had it like around 2004, 2005, where all of a sudden your depth chart starts working against you. Jordan and I talked about that yesterday with Michael Fasusi. We can talk about dropping bags or whatever, but if you're Michael Fasusi and you look at the depth chart at Texas and you look at the depth chart at Oklahoma, yeah, it's pretty freaking clear where I've got a better chance to play early. And I'll get your thoughts on this. I brought this up to Jordan yesterday, and I was kind of rambly with my thoughts, but like Bill Bedenbaugh is I think he's the best. I love Kyle Flood. I think Bill Bedenbaugh is the best offensive line coach in the country. And Flood's up there. Flood's in that group. He's proven himself, but Bedenbaugh is just, I just think he's phenomenal. I've had coaches that hate Oklahoma, like high school coaches and parents and recruits that don't like Oklahoma. Like, I could never send my son to Oklahoma, but I'd let him play for Bill Bedenbaugh. Like, he's that good at what he does. And it's funny, that gets their foot in the door with a lot of big-time O-line prospects. Yeah. But for whatever reason, they just haven't closed on a ton of those guys.
Yeah, and recently lost Caden Green, who had been starting there, to Missouri, after all of that. So, yeah, I mean, there's a recruiting aspect to it. Oklahoma is fascinating because I feel like Oklahoma's recruited the defensive, front really well.
Yeah.
But a lot of those guys are younger guys or whatever else. It's going to be really interesting to see how those guys transition into the SEC. Is Venables being forced to throw in a Debo Ware in there, before he's maybe ready to do it because physically, he's what they need in the SEC. And so all of that is pretty interesting. Flood does an amazing job. And obviously, Texas is in a really good spot. The one thing I do have to ask you is somebody who's been to camp, Mac always used to say, in the first few weeks of camp with the freshmen, you just want to see the reason you recruited them, right? Yeah. Like, their heads are going to be spinning. They're going up against guys that have been in the weight room longer, older, understand the system. You just want to see a flash that says, okay, that's why he's at Texas. Just from reading your write-ups, it feels like this freshman class, just about everybody has shown them why they were recruited to Texas.
Yeah, and I think the other part of that, Kevin, that's helped this group, just about all of these guys are on campus for spring ball.
That's so huge.
Melvin Hills was a late arrival, a summer arrival. Michael Kern was a summer arrival, but come on, we're talking about a punter. Nate Kibble, which I'll circle back to him in just a minute. Let's see. Who else am I thinking of?
And obviously we talked about Washington. I think that kid's going to be really good.
But yeah, I mean, the one guy that I'll say this about Hills and Kibble. Santana Wilson's the other one. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll even throw Santana Wilson in there. Physically, none of those guys look out of place. Even Melvin Hills, who he was the one that I was like, I don't know, but he's probably just going to be, he's built a little bit, kind of reminds me of Paul Boyette a little bit. The way he's built just he's never going to be like a big, physical specimen, but probably going to be, I think at most, and there's nothing wrong with this, if he can get to the point where he can be like a good, solid, steady hand, a contributor, then I think you're probably doing pretty well with Melvin Hills. Nate Kibble, on the other hand, like he's a guard all the way, but you look at prototype measurables for a guard, arms a little bit longer than I thought, frame's a little bit better than I thought. So I think Nate Kibble's got a chance at guard. So yeah, it's, all those things happen. I don't know if Keenan and Eric are back there, but if those guys can come on as soon as possible, because we've got, thank you, Eric. So we got Kalik Lockett coming up here in just a moment, and everything that we've heard has been that this is trending in Texas direction. So I'm actually going to go ahead and the stream has started. So I'm going to go ahead and bump off. Eric, is Keenan ready yet?
Keenan is out today, so I've got kind of a motley crew of guests coming on with me. So if you want to hop off, Corey should be back in a second. Or actually, yeah, I think Corey's going to be at his computer in a second. But if Kevin can hang around for 2 seconds, give Corey a chance to get ready, and then we'll be good to go. So, Jeff, go ahead, take off.
Thanks, Eric. Kevin, I'll holler at you later. Thanks a bunch, man. I appreciate it.
Sounds great.
All right.
Kevin, appreciate you hanging on here. We're going to have Corey Mose of KView Sports Anchor here in Austin hopping on just a second. Look like he's getting ready. Corey, appreciate you. I see you there back in the waiting room. What happens when breaking news happens at 24/7 Sports? We got to do some things on the fly. Kevin, really quick, before I bring on Corey, let me ask you this, man. Just
all right.
First off, how have you been? How have things been for you?
Oh, good. Things have been going well. I was telling Jeff, it's I've got the camp beard a little bit. Being out at KU football camp and everything, so it's been a good time. Sounds like you guys have been busy with Texas camp too.
Oh man, it has been a monster, but that's nothing new with the Texas beat down here. Sure. I will say this: wish I could grow a good camp beard, but what I would trade you is Steve Sarkisian first day of fall camp left us out, and of course, it's a nice, comfortable 103 degrees.
Oh yeah.
In Austin, and left us out there for about 64 minutes.
Ooh.
So
I will say the worst I ever got sunburned on the Texas beat was actually a spring practice in February, because it wound up being like 85 that day.
Yeah.
But it was February, so I didn't wear any sunscreen or anything, and so you're out of practice all day and come out and just absolutely melted. But gosh, I do not miss those 100+ degree days where you're out there where the turf fields are smelling like burnt rubber and all that good stuff.
Really quick before I get you out of here, and then I'll bring on Corey, just out of curiosity, Kansas, I'm sure you guys probably talk about this a little bit, but I'm just curious, Jalen Daniels, I almost said Jalen Daniels, Jason Bean, going back to my group of 5 days, Jalen Daniels and Devin Neal, just in curiosity, how those guys are looking up there.
Yeah, Jalen Daniels looks healthy, which is the biggest thing for Kansas. I mean, he's dancing around at practice, sorts of things that you don't do with a back injury as somebody who's had a few back problems before. Usually you're confined to your chair. So he's so infectious to the program with his energy and all the things that he brings, along with being a pretty good football player. And then Devin Neal has looked like a future NFL running back. He's a guy that enters this season. He's less than 800 yards away from Kansas's career rushing record at a school that's had like Gale Sayers and John Riggins and things like that. So he's looking really good, and I think both of those guys are in for a big season. Eric, the thing that may not get talked about enough with them is their schedule is just so manageable. When you look at the top 5 teams in the Big 12, prediction-wise, Kansas being one of them, they only play one of the other 4. So they've got a chance to potentially make a run and reach that Big 12 title game, especially with Texas and Oklahoma moving on to the SEC.
Good stuff, man. Kevin, really quick before you get out of here, let the folks know where they can find you, and appreciate you pinch hitting for Jordan today.
You guys can find me on Kansas City Sports Network. I've got a Kansas football related podcast, but also a recruiting podcast. So get to talk about all kinds of stuff. So thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Anytime. Appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you, man.
Yep.
All right. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Kevin Flaherty taking you up to noon. We are your midday crew. Fall start. I am Eric Henry, pinch hitting for Keenan Womack. Again, got kind of a, there you go. Got kind of a nice little crew of guests coming in. A gentleman who was kind enough to give me 30 minutes of his time because he is one of the hardest working men in Austin. No, I couldn't get him for an entire hour. So we're going to go through a slew of guests, but he is KView's Corey Mose. And word on the street is he is Bob Ballou's favorite sports anchor. So I just want to go ahead and get that out there. It's word on the street. It's word on the street.
I had no idea. Okay. Shout out, Bob. Big fan of Bob. For sure.
Corey Mose, what's going on, my brother?
No much, G. You know what I'm saying? Just had some breakfast, cooked a little some. Had a nice good night's sleep after watching Hard Knocks last night. So it was like, have you seen the first episode?
Nah, bro, I haven't seen it. What's up? I heard it was good. I saw on Twitter it was a good one, but I haven't seen it.
First scene, I like Caleb Williams. I think I do. I think I like Caleb Williams. I know he's still kind of quirky and weird, but I think I like him. Eberflus, he can't motivate anybody. I mean, that guy. Listening to, Hard Knocks, they do like the speeches, right.
Right.
And one of his speeches to like start the season, there was no aura. Like there was just no juice. It was just like that was a cool analogy, but that didn't really get me going, you know. So yeah, Eberflus was very underwhelming, but it was cool to see just the growth of Caleb that's been happening so far. And they kind of kept it real and showed a lot of Caleb's like struggles in camp. And I think that's the one thing I took away from it was like, yeah, he is struggling right now to kind of get the offense. And one thing I didn't think about, but with that offense, with so many new weapons, right, with Rome Odunze, but like DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, like those guys are big time option wide receiver route runners. You know what I'm saying? So for a quarterback to know what his receiver is going to pick, but what route tree to go to, because they have the option depending on the defensive coverage. Like you need chemistry, you need time to learn that. You need to get to know your receiver more so just about timing, but also just knowing what that receiver is going to do in that situation for those option routes. And so I think that's another like hurdle that I don't even fathom that some of these rookies have to come over when they have veteran wide receivers on the roster that have been there, done that, and they know how to read a defense. And you have to not only know the defense and know what they're running, but kind of know what route they're going to choose. So yeah, it was just cool. It was a cool little, I always love Hard Knocks. Anytime about Hard Knocks, I'm always locked in. So yeah, good little first episode for Chicago.
Bro, I'm glad you actually took it in that direction, because that actually is going to be a nice little pivot to what we're going to talk about. We're going to do, first off, again, for the audience, thank you all for joining us as always. We're going to take it to 1 p.m. Chip and Zay will take it from 1 to 3. We're going to bounce around a bit. As I mentioned, Corey's going to come on. We're going to talk a little Texas, a little bit of everything. And I've got my buddy down in Tallahassee, Liam Rooney from the Tallahassee Democrat, going to come on, talk a little Florida State, a little more college football. And then we will head to Carolina to check in on JT Sanders and Jonathan Brooks with my buddy from ESPN Charlotte, Jeremy Grandison. But Corey, and let me give him the proper introduction. He is Corey Mose. You can find him on Twitter at Corey_Mose. He is the sports anchor reporter for KView himself. Jeff Jones doing great things. They're also an alumnus of UT Arlington. That's correct, right?
Yeah, that's correct, man. Map up, baby. You know the vibes. No football team though, so didn't really have the real college football experience. So that is one of my biggest regrets. Like, wasn't able to go to like a tailgate.
Right?
Yeah, I wasn't able to experience that. So it's okay though. I enjoyed my school. We were a basketball school, so got to watch the Dallas Wings practice every day. They used to practice at our rec. Yeah, and their home stadium is our basketball stadium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's where they hoop at. So I used to watch Skylar Diggins at practice. They would, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll say this. You talk about tailgate, bro. Like some of the best memories of college. Once I realized that, like, my going to the NFL from Division II wasn't gonna happen, and it was time to just pack it up. Time to focus on this education.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for coming to that realization,
bro. The NFL is not looking for 5'9", 225-pound linebackers. Like I realized that. Like nah. So it was time to pack it up. Go to University of Central Florida, and tailgate, as you can imagine, in Florida was a show. It was an experience.
I'm about to say, what they wearing out there?
Bro, they're not wearing much of anything.
They're
not wearing much of anything out there.
They wearing swimsuits out there at the tailgate or what?
Yeah, pretty much. Corey, what I want to transition to, because you talk about Caleb Williams and kind of some of that, chemistry with his receivers. Yeah. You were out at Longhorns camp the past 2 days. Remember, it's correct, right? The days all run together. The past, 2 days. Want to ask you this. Your thoughts on Quinn Ewers kind of getting that chemistry with a deep and loaded receiving core. What are kind of your thoughts and kind of how that's kind of shaping up from what you've seen, and just overall thoughts on camp?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out, right? Because last year he only had to get to know one guy in Adonai Mitchell, right. and it worked out. You know what I'm saying? They were on the same page at the spring game. Remember, don't forget, like AD scored a touchdown in the spring game. So like they were already getting that chemistry. But now we're talking about 5-6 dudes that Quinn is going to have to figure out, get to know. I was shocked, though, by how it seems like him and Silas are kind of on the same page already, which is very surprising, knowing that, like, Silas wasn't here for the spring.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it seems to be like a well-oiled machine right now when it comes to Silas. Him and Arch. Arch mentioned that while they're at the Manning Passing Academy about how Arch and Silas have gotten really good on the same page. So I don't know what Silas has been doing over these past couple of weeks, but clearly it's been working and the guys are trusting him. But yeah, I just think it's going to be very interesting, especially now if you count in like the CJ Baxter situation. If we're being honest, like if it is serious, if it's not serious, he's going to be out either way, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be out at a certain amount of time. And so to me, a lot of people are talking about who's the RB3, but my first thought was, oh, they're going to lean on Quinn more. That's the first thing I thought. And so it's like, okay, if you're going to do that now with new receivers, now you really got to be on the same page of them. So yeah, what I've seen so far though has been Isaiah Bond's a freak. I mean, he's going to be different. Silas Bolden, like we mentioned, he's on the same page. Ryan Wingo's running with the 2s, but I think he's going to eventually get up there when it comes to the 1s. And I'm just ready to see Matthew Golden though. Like I haven't seen a lot and I haven't heard a lot about Matthew, other than what Jaden talked about him yesterday when it comes to the kick returning aspect. But when it comes to as a receiver, haven't really heard his name come up a lot. So I want to see what he can do, with Quinn. But yeah, I mean, Jonte Cook looks like a beast, like we all thought he would. And DeAndre Moore has been a surprising, not newcomer because he was here last year, but didn't expect him to be fully in the rotation like he is, to be honest with you. But he's proved himself over the spring and I guess over the summer to now get those reps with the 1s or the 2s. And I'm excited to see him kind of step up too, because he's an undersized guy, and I didn't know he kind of brought that flair to the table. But I actually talked to him at who was it? Hayden Connor's Cause for a Cause event. Yeah. And DeAndre, real down to earth guy. You can tell that he's humble. And he just wants his opportunity. And I think once he gets it, he's going to make the most out of it.
Corey, something that was talked a lot about over the offseason from Steve Sarkisian is the amount of depth on this Texas roster. You've been here a while. You've seen this team over the past few years. I'm going to ask you your thoughts on just the level of depth, and we can run through a couple of positions real quick. But before I do, I got to talk to BK because he doesn't have a breaking news sound, a breaking news kind of thing I can throw up here, because the breaking news is that 24/7 Sports 5-star recruit Khalil Lockett, Corey Mose,
got him,
number 2 receiver in his class, the number 12 player overall in the nation, number 5 player in the state of Texas, per 24/7 Sports, has chosen the University of Texas. So when you talk about depth, the rich only get richer in terms of receivers. Khalil Lockett picks Texas. But Corey, what if this flipped you on the defensive side of the ball real quick, right? Mm-hmm. You saw this team up close and personal last year, replacing Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, replacing guys like Jalen Ford. Just kind of what do you see on the defensive end as far as some of the depth, right? At edge, Trey Moore, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, Baron Sorrell, defensive tackle, AC, Vernon Broughton, et cetera. Just kind of take me through your thought process and what you kind of seen out there so far.
Yeah, so this is the side of the ball I'm really excited to see, because it's going to be different, right? I think the strength of last year's team, and Sark kind of talked about it, was just the middle, right? When you talked about Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, Jalen Ford, and then if you go to the safety position with Taft, he started to ball out, Derek Williams. And so the middle part of that defense last year was the key. It was the strength. And this year, you're going to see a shift. Not saying AC and Broughton aren't going to bring it. They definitely are. But we talked about the depth pieces. The depth is not at DT, I feel like, it's at DE.
Sure.
You have a guy in Baron Sorrell that we talked to yesterday that seemed confident and ready to have a breakout year. Ethan Burke on the other side, who a lot of NFL scouts are high on. A lot of people love Burke when you look at these mock drafts and stuff like that. I mean, he looks like a freak anyway, so it makes sense. But then you talk about Trey Moore coming over, and the way that dude not only is talked about, but also how he plays on NCAA. I mean, golly, bro. I mean, he's a freak.
Is he a problem? Is he a problem?
Bro, well, I'm talking about just his player.
He's a problem.
Yeah, no one can block the dude, bro.
I've had a chance to, bro. I gotta, not to cut you off. So I retired the P5 when I went to grad school. I was like, yo, I'm going to focus on straight school, no games, whatnot. So I got to come out of retirement. So I haven't had a chance to hop on the stick yet. So you telling me he's nice?
Yes, you need to come out of retirement and play. Yes, because he's unstoppable. He's legit unstoppable. And so you have a dude in Trey Moore, and then you got to throw in Colin Simmons as well, And so dudes that I feel like against Washington last year, if we're being honest, they couldn't get pressure. They couldn't get pressure without blitzing. So I think this team is going to look very different when they don't have to blitz to get to the quarterback, which will be such a great strength to this team now, because now you got more dudes in coverage. Of course, Michael Penix sliced them up when they did blitz, and that's kind of how they went down last year. I mean, Penix just had all day, or he could identify who was blitzing, and he sliced them up. So now if you're able to just rush forward, drop back 7, it's going to make things very difficult. And so that's what I'm excited to see. And also the secondary. I think that's the other strength for this team. Linebacker is a shift, right? Last year, Jalen Ford, Anthony Hill, David Benda, I think that was a strength for the team. Not saying it's not a strength this year. I think it's an unknown right now with Anthony Hill moving to the Mike linebacker. You know, you got LaFowl, you got Benda back, but it's still questions, right, about who's going to be playing what and how often. But, you know, there's no questions in the secondary. I feel like when it comes to Malik Muhammad, he's a shutdown corner. Andrew Makuba coming back to the A, that's going to be great, not only just for him playing in the SEC, but also just being at home, right? I actually went to LBJ 2 days ago and talked to Coach Rawls. Yeah. And I asked him about Makuba. And I was like, bro, like, I wasn't here when Makuba was at LBJ. So let me know, what was he like in high school? And Coach Rawls, the head coach for LBJ, he stopped. He's like, dog. And, you know, whenever, you know, when the coach be like, dog, like, you know, he bring about it, it sounds true. So he's like, bro, Makuba was one of those guys that just, when the moment he steps on the field, he brings a calming nature, but also he's a quiet leader, but he packs a punch, even at his size. And so, yeah, I'm excited to really see him play alongside Jade for that other corner position. And I'm thinking we're going to see Jade a lot at that outside corner spot, and we'll see Gilbo at the star position. And to me, that's just a recipe for success. You have Derek Williams back there again. You have Taft back there again with Makuba. I mean, there's no holes, I feel like, in this defense. And I will say I'm excited to see Javion Cole, yeah. I don't know what he's going to bring, but he brings length, at least when it comes to just a physical side of things. But hopefully he can also bring some depth when it comes to coverage as well. So, yeah, I think the secondary is something that, man, Texas is kind of getting back to that, right, with that whole DBU type feel, especially getting a dude like Kobe Black in recruiting last year, getting those 5 stars when it comes to the secondary is something that Texas hasn't done as often as they used to in the past. But if Jade goes out there and balls out and gets drafted in the first, second round, if Makuba goes out there and balls out and gets drafted in the first, second round, we're going to see a lot more 4 or 5 stars coming to Texas in that secondary.
And all you got to do is look at the receiver position, right? When you get 3 receivers drafted in one draft, guys know, all right, if that guy can put me in the NFL, it's not about catching 100 passes and 1,500 yards. It's about being on a team that you can showcase your ability, and that will help get you to the next level. I'm going to go to the comments really quick. Shout out Longhorn Bear, who wants to welcome you, Corey. He said, welcome, most TSU rocks with knowledge. Our guy, Jake Bayless, also said, in relation to you being at UTA, he said his pops went to UTA when the football program was alive and playing in front of nobody.
Yeah. The great thing is the stadium, it's a great stadium.
Is it really?
Like, yeah, I mean, a lot of high schools use it. Like Denton Geyer, heck, Arlington Martin, whenever they have some type of playoff game, they usually have playoff games at the stadium. It's a beautiful field. You have good stands. Like, it's a good capacity. Our track team runs at the stadium. They're just track there. But yeah, it's just a vacant stadium that now, like, the surrounding high schools use. Instead of like the actual school. So yeah, it's a weird situation, but yeah, we've been undefeated for more than 2 decades now. So we're really a powerhouse, if we're being honest.
I love that. I love that. Also goes to the comment here. Julian says, shout out from Odessa.
432, baby. You know the vibes.
There you go. Sir. There you go. See, this is what Corey Mose brings when he's in the house. Really quick, got to give a shout out to the sponsors who make this thing possible for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Going to shout out all of our beer drinkers. If you are looking to indulge in an adult beverage while you're enjoying the Longhorn game on Saturday, look no further than our friends at Allstat Beer. Got to go with Allstat Beer. It is brewed here in the great state of Texas, brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all across the state. Allstat has a beer for every beer drinker out there. Tons of different brews, from lager, Kolsch, light, Pilsner. We're telling you, one sip and you will not want to go back to those other beers that you've been drinking in the past. Pick up a 6-pack wherever you buy your beer. It is Allstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. CB also wants to hop in on the Corey Mose love, says Corey Mose is a superstar that he is. Corey, before we get back to sports, I got to ask you this. As you know, I'm finishing up my first year here in Texas in the Lone
Proud
Star
of you, bro.
Bro, it's been an adjustment.
Like a Texan?
Oh man, you know what's funny, yo? In some ways I do. In some ways I do. Like I this is what I'll say, like legit. I'm starting to appreciate, I think, like the little nuances of Texas, the things that people really romanticize about the state. You know what I'm saying? Those sunsets, bro. Like when you're driving back on the interstate, we coming back from a road game or whatnot, come back from Houston, and it's 7, 8 o'clock. You get that clear Texas sunset. That's beautiful. I just the Texas culture, and I think one thing for me that I will say, and I don't know if we've had a chance to really chop up and talk about this, I'm still getting a feel for the Texas culture in Austin, right? Because I feel like I get it when I'm in Houston. Yeah, I get it. When I'm in DFW, I definitely get it. It does feel like, because Austin's kind of a transient city, so many people have kind of come in, transplants. I gotta like search for it a little bit harder. I was out in oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of the little city. It's about 45 minutes outside of town. I have to go through my Twitter and pull. What's up?
Not Buda, right?
Nah. I'll have to go through my Twitter and pull it up. But
Giddings?
I have been through Giddings. I've been through Giddings, but it wasn't there. Cool little Texas town though, bro. Like outside like the Dripping Springs area, like outside of there.
Got you.
Yeah, so I've gotten a chance to like truly get a feel for certain things. So that's been that's been cool. So I'm getting there, bro. I'm getting there. Our guy CB asked if I found a good barbecue spot. Okay, not in Austin just yet, but I went to my spot up in DFW, Frisco. I think it's called Hutchins.
Oh yeah, Hutchins. Yeah.
Yo,
that's nice. Yeah, bro. That's a nice little spot. I'm glad. Who told you about it?
So actually, it's funny. As the audience knows, I went to UCF, University of Central Florida, and there's a guy who actually is a big time donor to the school who lives in Frisco. So anytime anyone UCF related is in that area, he's like, "Yo, fall through. I'll take you to barbecue. I'll take you to the crib and whatnot." So he took me out there, no doubt about that. Before we get back to sports really quick, I want to throw up this comment. Our guy, proud listener, loyal listener, Ike Corono says, "E loves him some Lago Vista." And Corey was just out in Lago the other day, right?
Yeah. I was out there on Monday.
So, yo, next time you're out in Lago, stop by my guy Ike's spot. The Domino's out there.
Okay.
Tell him he sent you. He'll take care of you. He'll take care of you.
Ike, say less. I got you. I mentioned Lago, bro, because Lago, that stadium, it's like in. I don't know if you ever been out there.
Okay, so when I've been out there, I've driven past, like you go past Lago High School and you see the tennis courts from that street.
Yeah.
So it does kind of look like it's down, right?
It's down, yeah.
Okay.
It's down. Yeah. So like you have like the mountains and stuff.
Yeah.
The hills.
The hills.
Like the hills. You have like the hills in the background, like the scene. And then you have the field down, but like it's a pretty sight. It's a pretty sight. So I always love going out to Lago just because like it's just beautiful. And now they got a new indoor facility.
Yeah, that you can see.
Yeah. So shout out to the Lago community for pitching in and putting in that money to provide for those kids. So now they don't have to miss a practice. So that's good.
Our guy Ike says he is shooting a commercial there tonight. Love the stadium. So definitely got to check that out. Run through a couple more comments really quick before we switch to the hardwood, because I definitely want to get Kiva Corey Moses' thoughts. Even though it's early, a lot we can get to on the hardwood out there. Steven says, just go to Lockhart. Smitty's barbecue will take care of you. Good barbecue without the glam. Okay, I appreciate that.
Right. Appreciate just that. Straight business, yeah.
And Jake says, next time you're in DFW, you got to try Hurtados.
Hurtados.
Okay, that's what's up.
Hurtados. Hey, yeah. Hurtados is one of them ones for sure.
Corey, want to ask you this really quick. Again, it's super early to start talking basketball, but when Keenan and I earlier this offseason, we're kind of running through our list of SEC events that we're looking forward to for Texas, right? And I'm going to run through a couple for you, and you let me know where they kind of rank, right? So you got Texas OU, of course, first Red River shootout in the SEC. Texas, Georgia at home. Then, of course, the Lone Star Showdown, Texas A&M. But let's flip it now, right?
Yeah.
Women's basketball. South Carolina comes to town, bro.
Yeah.
That is going to be
crazy.
Kim Mulkey, LSU.
The return.
And last but not least, Jim Schlossnagle. We know how that drama went down, right?
Yeah.
So I just gave you 6 events.
Dang, bro.
Right? I want to ask you this.
Dang, bro.
Where does Texas, South Carolina women rank for you? Because I'm up front. Like, if I'm not covering that game, and shout out to our guy Jeremy, Jeremy Rosenthal, the SID.
Yeah,
if I'm not covering that game and I can't get a press pass, I might have to buy a ticket, dog.
I mean, it's gonna be a movie. It's gonna be a movie. It's up there. I would say Texas OU is last for me.
Okay.
Just because, it's the first time in SEC, but we've been there. I don't think the teams will think it's different.
Right.
I think it's just another Red River shootout. So it's like, okay, cool. Put that last. Dang. Then I'll probably put Texas, Georgia at that next spot. I know that sounds crazy, but like, there's nothing really at stake. It is going to be a good game. Maybe 1 versus number 2 in the nation, assuming everyone stays undefeated.
Right.
It could be. But again, nothing really is at stake, and there's no history there. So that's why I have that at that position. But then I can't wait for that slosh game though, bro. Like that's because that's at A&M, like that's a game that like I really am looking forward to covering, just because like I don't know if they're gonna still throw bubbles out there or what, or they're gonna switch those bubbles to like maybe something a little bit more packs a punch. So I don't really know. I can't wait to see it. I will say that, but South Carolina's got to be third, though, because it's Don Staley. I know I mentioned there's no history with Georgia and Texas, but there is history between Vic Schaefer and Don. So you have that. And I like that storyline, and knowing that, like, women's basketball is up and coming, and Texas basketball team is going to be phenomenal next year. And if they could, outstanding. And if they can knock out South Carolina, that's going to put a lot of people on the map, which same thing happened last year, right, with UConn. Once they beat UConn, I think that's when everyone was like, all right, Texas is legit. And I think they have that same chance against South Carolina. But with Kim is – I just want to see what Kim says when she comes with LSU. I've heard a lot of stories about Kim Mulkey's press conferences, and I just want to experience one. So, yeah, that's probably that's probably up there too. But, yeah, dude, I'm with you. South Carolina – yeah, I gotta be front row. If I'm off, I'm not. I'm gonna work. So
Corey Bones knows he's gonna be working.
Yeah, if I'm off, I'm not gonna be off. I'm definitely gonna pull up with my credential, whether you like it or not. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely be there for that one.
Yeah, bro. We'll see what happens, man. That might be, Chip Brown might pull the Chip Brown and be like, listen, I'm covering that one. Like, all right, Chip. Yeah, man. Whatever,
all right, you got it. You got it.
All right, Chip. I'm gonna have to buy a ticket for that one. We'll see.
Hey, but what about Chris Beard's return? Have you thought about that?
I forgot even listening down. The list as I'm running down. Chris Beard makes his return to Texas. That's gonna be another one.
That's gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be interesting as well. See, that one gets a little like weird because we don't know how good they're gonna be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's more so the coaching storyline.
Exactly. It's more to the coaching storyline. And really quick, that town I was trying to remember is Wimberley.
Oh my God. Love Wimberley.
Bro.
Love Wimberley.
Bro, like
there's a taco spot called Mima's out there. Breakfast taco spot. Bro, fire. Gotta go next time you go to Wimberley. I always stop there. When I have to go out there for like a preview of a game or even like now, like 2 days, I am making a stop at Mima's. Like it is a mandatory thing for me. So yeah, definitely go back out there.
I'm gonna try to see if I can find the name of the spot as I'm going through my pictures. It's called Longleaf Craft Kitchen and Bar.
Oh, okay.
If you're out there,
nice little vibe,
bro. It's just the vibe was cool because it's like it's like that downtown Wimberley area where all the little shops and stuff are, but just the cocktails were fire.
How much they charging out there in Wimberley?
Hey, come on, it's Wimberley, bro. The price is not downtown Austin.
Just making sure they don't got inflation too.
Nah, inflation. Hey, for us, we're just the everyday man. You know what I'm saying? We not out here affording nothing crazy. So
people assume.
People do definitely assume working in this business.
Right, bro. Yeah, I'm about to say you're on TV, so you got money. Like, nah, actually, I don't. You'll be surprised. You will be surprised.
Not to go on a rant before we get you out of here, Corey. Again, I appreciate you making 30 minutes. People definitely get it twisted where it's like they see Stephen A. Smith, then people don't realize it's like Stephen A. Smith and then everybody else.
Yeah. Literally, man. Well, you got a little buffer with Pat McAfee.
You might
got a little Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Pat McAfee, and then everybody else.
You got Stephen A. Pat McAfee, and then you got like your entry level, and then you get like your second job. You get a little bump, but that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
You know? Let's not get it.
I am in Cedar Park. Just to put, I am in Cedar Park. So
let's not get it twisted. Really quick, our guy Jake, and thanks Jake for reminding me of this because I was trying to remember on the fly. That game actually is in Oxford this year. It's the face-off between both teams. But that game is in Oxford this year. Corey, before I get you out of here, I want to give you an opportunity to plug some of what you're doing. Let me pull it back up on Twitter. First off, Game Day Grace, brother. Why don't you tell the folks what that is?
Yeah, bro. So actually, funny enough, my homie David Shealy, he's a sports anchor out in Tampa, covers the Buccaneers, covers the Lightning. He went to Georgia State back in the day. He is the guy. I don't know if you remember a couple years ago, about 4 years ago, a dude went viral for his sports reel, went all over like ESPN, Good Morning America. He was kind of like the first one to really do a sports reel on social media. And he dropped it, went crazy. We became friends through Georgia State when they played UTA in the Sun Belt tournament. Okay. And we were the only two black dudes in the media section. So we were like, all right, how you doing? You know, a little shake hands. Ever since then, we've been tight. And so, yeah, he gave me a random phone call last year, about a year ago. It's been in the making for a while now. And it was right after I got out of church. And the funny thing is, I was thinking about him in church. It was kind of weird because we hadn't talked for weeks, but God put on my heart like, hey, man, you need to reach out to David. And so funny enough, he reached out to me. He called me right after church. He's like, bro, I got this idea for you. I'm starting this podcast called Game Day Grace. I want to interview like people in the sports world about their faith and about Jesus. And I wanted you to come on as a guest. And then he was like, well, after I thought about it and pondered and prayed about it more, God was telling me, you're not a guest, you're a co-host. And so I wanted to give you a call and ask you, would that be something you'd be interested in? Now, at first I'm like, I can't say no now. I can't say no now. But also I just thought it was a coincidence that like, I was just thinking about this dude when I hadn't talked to him for weeks, you know? And so, yeah, that's why I feel like everything just lined up. Right. And, you know, God works in mysterious ways. And so for the past year, we've been trying to get on the same footing, figure out timing wise, figure out who we want to interview, who we want to talk to. So we got a couple of episodes in the belt already, just to, already get ahead of the game. And we're excited, dude. We're excited about not only what we're bringing to the table and what the message that's getting relayed, but also just our network of people that we can talk to. Like I said, he's in Tampa and he has a lot of networks in NFL and in those hockey rooms and stuff like that out in Florida. And, I have my connects here in Texas. So we can reach a lot of different athletes. And I'm excited to have the guests come on and excited to see who we have in store. So, yeah, it's a great conversation. I'm excited to share it.
As I said, he is the hardest working man in Austin. He is Corey Mose. You can find him on Twitter at Corey_Mose. Also find him at KVU doing great things with Jeff.
Also got plugged by Mose.
Mose knows.
I gotta plug my pod too.
Mose real quick.
I actually I got to shoot the pod after this actually. And so so Mose knows YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, whatever you got. We got it. And this week we're actually going to be talking about kind of what you're doing right now. You're going around the NFL training camp. So it's funny that we're on the same page on that level. And so, yeah, I got a dude, Ben Arthur in Tennessee. I got another dude, James Boyd in Indianapolis. And the last one, Harold Kuntz in Kansas City. They're all going to talk about the Texas rookies, but also just give some tidbits of how the teams are looking and who we should draft in fantasy. I think that's something that I'm going to start asking all the guys that I bring on that are at these camps. Like, hey, bro, who's really showing out? Yeah, who's really showing out? You know what I'm saying? I need that detail so I can know who to draft. But yeah, dude. So Mose knows. Every single week, try to. So yeah, I got 2 podcasts dropping a week. I got the radio show on Friday. Got KVU shit. Yeah, busy man.
So, and he also has gracefully given us time to appear on this show as well. Corey, appreciate it, my brother. We will chop it up real soon.
Hey, man, anytime. Let me know. I'm always down.
Yes, sir. That is Corey Mose of KVU. All right, going to go ahead before I bring in my next guest, Liam Rooney of the Tallahassee Democrat. He covers Florida State. Going to run through some college football with him. Going to talk about one of our latest sponsors, and that is Passes. What is Passes? It's a partnership that we're proud to announce. Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. It's the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top UT athletes across football, basketball, men's and women's sports, Olympic sports are on passes. These athletes showcase exclusive fan offerings, behind the scenes access, including engaging Q&A sessions, memorabilia, merchandise, and captivating day in the life content. Through these avenues, fans have an opportunity, to connect with their favorite athletes on a more personal level, to gain insights into their lives. Texas Longhorns, both on and off the fields. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes can engage with you, the fan. Head to passes.com to sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. Passes is also the best place to donate for the Longhorns. The rest of this read, I wish Keenan were here to read. There's a little bit of conflict of interest with me telling you where's the best place to donate for NIL. However, passes.com. Keenan, next time you take a day off, I have to find a way to get this passes ad pre-recorded. Nevertheless, going to bring in my guy, Liam Rooney of the Tallahassee Democrat, who, if you think I have a conflict of interest working for 24/7 Sports, Liam work at the old school paper, would not be reading any of this. He would be shivering in hives right now reading that ad. My dude, what's going on?
I'm good, man. How are you? Yeah, I was not jealous of you having to read that ad. I'll tell you that for sure. I'm glad I don't have to do that. That's not my thing anymore. So
for the audience at home, it's not a coincidence why Keenan takes that ad read every day on the show. But hey, first off, Liam, appreciate you making a couple minutes to hop on. As I said, you're going to have kind of a hodgepodge of guests to fill the hour here on the show, man. And just want to start first off, to introduce yourself. You are the Florida State beat writer for the Tallahassee Democrat down there in Tallahassee. Florida State, Liam, was one of the programs that Texas beat out to make the college football playoff last year. Just would love to just get your thoughts. You were down there on the ground. You've been there for over a year now, right? Over about 2 years now? Or?
Yeah, a year and a half about.
What was the reaction in Tallahassee, the state capital of Florida, when other teams who did not, well, of course, in the case of Texas did win their league, but the Seminoles were passed over.
Yeah. I honestly, Texas, they escaped. Alabama was in FSU fans' sights. They kind of picked them as the team to go against. Really, Texas was never brought up until like months after. But the fans there, they were they still are. I can say it. They still are. There's still some sort of feelings and some sort of hurt from the snub, as it has been deemed. And the day it happened, man, it was like Tallahassee was in a somber mood. It was very noticeable. A lot of people were upset. Our guys now moved on, but Jack Williams and Essen Kasim, who were covering the Seminoles at the time, were in Charlotte. It was the day after the ACC championship game, and they're all up there, and they're like, "What just happened?" So it was a wild time. A lot of people in Tallahassee were, safe to say, not happy. I think that's the PG and Brady away friendly way of saying it. They weren't happy, but if anything, I feel like it's used. They've talked about it from the Seminole standpoint, Mike Norvell and some of the players, of using it as motivation heading into this season. But a lot of it has been put to the past, at least from the player standpoint. Fans are always going to talk about it. I'm sure we'll be long into our careers wherever we are, and people are still going to be back in 2023. I'll never forget the snub. So that's going to be something that goes on for a long time. As we know in sports, things never truly die.
Liam, want to ask you this, right? In terms of spinning it forward, really just kind of the future of the Florida State program. And you've done an excellent job covering some of the legal stuff that's gone on there. Yeah. Would love to get your thoughts, just from what you've been able to glean from your coverage you down there on just conference realignment and where maybe Florida State could fall in there. Obviously, we know Texas has made its way to the SEC. They are in the nation's, I don't think it's arguable at this point. They're in the nation's toughest college football league. But Florida State, where do they kind of fit? And just overall thoughts that you've seen on just kind of realignment. Because I think something that Texas fans are really would be interested in, and it's just where this next wave of realignment goes.
Yeah, so the legal stuff, man, it's a lot. And for the conference realignment point, there's a lot of rumors, there's a lot of this, there's a lot of that. You'll see it everywhere you look, but the true answer is really no one really knows yet. And FSU still has yet to officially announce its exit from the ACC. So until that happens, no official talks can be held. But it really feels like that there is some weight to the Big Ten. It does feel like that there's some weight to that, but again, everybody's ideas right now are speculative. There's very little to support anything right now in that regard, but their future, I think their future could lay outside of the ACC. I think they've made that clear that they don't, foresee themselves as a part of that conference long term. And as you've mentioned with, Texas going over to the SEC and with Oklahoma going over to the SEC, it's really turned into, as it's been aptly mentioned, the Power Two with them in the Big Ten kind of, almost becoming like the AFC and the NFC and the NFL. They're these Power Two conferences that kind of dictate the flow of the sport, and then we have everybody else. And I think if you're a program and a brand like FSU, you look at that and you absolutely want to be a part of that. Just everyone knows the history of Florida State from the Bowden years, some of the players that have come through, and even when Jimbo was there, the 2013 season. So, they're a brand that has been up there very highly, and alongside names like Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama. That's where they want to be, and that's where they feel they are. Realignment in general, I think, is crazy, especially coming from the G5 area. I know we know that very, very well, and it's just seeing the power structure and seeing the flip that has happened just from when I first met you at that training day at FIU to now. I mean, look how much has changed since we've discussed football since then. It's wild, and I think it's not stopping. I think we have, in a couple of years' time, it's going to be a drastically different sport, especially with the evolution of NIL, the evolution of now these conferences or these schools in certain conferences can pay their players, which is going to be a whole nother wrinkle to recruiting, to the portal, to where teams line up. If they're in the SEC, the Big Ten, the AAC, the Big 12, it's going to change so much for them. And I think it was an inevitable thing, conference realignment. I'm still out on it. I don't know if it's a good thing. We'll have to wait and see. It could end up being something great. Me personally, I think, was the good old model, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, when money keeps running up and, certain conferences are getting more, you can see why others want to get a part of that. That's just the nature of the game. You want to maximize your earning potential as much as you can. So I think we'll see a lot of changes over the next few years, whether it's Florida State, whether it's any team. And you still got Oregon State and Washington State out there in the Pac-2 now, I guess. So they've got to find a home, because I don't see that kind of being sustainable long term. But it is a change, another change to college. I never thought I'd be covering a massive legal case about a year ago, but here we are. So it's a new landscape every day. Keeps you on your toes.
Liam, gonna broaden out a little bit, get you with a couple Texas related questions and a couple college ball related questions. But our guy Jake Bayless in the comments has a question for you. He says, I gotta ask Liam, are Texas and the Noles ever going to play each other in our lifetime? I will probably try and tackle some of that from the Texas perspective, but from your end of things, could that be a matchup that you could just hypothetically see maybe down the road?
So a couple of years ago, I probably would have said no, but we have a 12-team playoff now and potentially even larger coming up soon. A regular season matchup, maybe not, but I think there's a very real chance that we could see these two face off in a college football playoff game, which I think for a matchup like a Texas and Florida State would just be amazing. The environment would be great with the stakes of, winner moves on the line. I think that we very really could see a Texas FSU matchup. I don't think it's going to happen in a regular season game, at least anytime soon. But I could definitely see it happening in this expanded college football playoff. And personally, I would like to see it so I can share a press box with you again and get some banter in.
I mean, we nearly saw it last year. Before I give my answer, I will say this. Shout out to Liam. I can tell he is in Tallahassee. For those of you who have never been, Tallahassee is a city that is kind of surrounded by these tall, massive trees. I can see my guy has got to fight for some natural sunlight there in his room. Right. Not from the Texas side of things. You know what's interesting? I never say never. Mm-hmm. I would love to, and Chris Del Conte, Texas athletic director, was out at practice yesterday. I would love to ask him what the appetite, what the desire is. And we probably could ask, excuse me, Steve Sarkisian this question. The appetite to schedule some of those out-of-conference, non-conference early season matchups in SEC territory, right? Despite the fact that Florida State, has been an ACC school since the early 90s, anyone who's been to Tallahassee can tell you that's really SEC territory, right? I mean, Gainesville, about 45 minutes an hour south of Tallahassee, but you're in SEC territory. And Steve Sarkisian and that program, Liam, they've made an effort to recruit Florida, Georgia, some of those southern states, Louisiana. Take a look at where they've signed. Obviously they got Diabell, someone that you're familiar with, right? Out of the neck of the woods in South Florida, but they get a CJ Baxter out of Orlando. They get a running back recruit out of Louisiana. Kind of the desire to expand the recruiting base outside of Texas in a way that wasn't there before. So I think that if for any other reason, I wouldn't necessarily see Jake a home and home. I'd love to go to Doak Campbell Stadium and then have Florida State come to DKR. What I could see is a one-off in Orlando at Camping World Stadium, right? Yeah. You fit 75, 80,000 people there. It's a stadium that certainly has hosted big games before. And plus you can make it an event, right? You can make it one of those early season kickoffs, wherever, and then maybe you do a return game at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, right? Maybe you do one of those. So that is a scenario that I could see it happening. Liam, you're a native of the Northeast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you this, right? Because I have a lot of fun doing this show and for Horns 24/7, kind of sharing the fact that growing up, right? Like I was a massive college football fan, but Florida State, Miami, like those were king. Florida, Georgia were king. Texas wasn't a school that I had a ton of exposure to, right? Like, when of course the school, right? The Vince Youngs and the Colt McCoys and things of that nature. And you're a little younger than me, so I mean, the Vince Young, era is just on the infancy of your viewing. But I'm just curious because I know what the Longhorn brand means here in Austin, but I think to an extent you kind of get surrounded in your bubble and you think that the brand is bigger than what it is as far as a maybe more regional or national perspective. What was your perception of Texas football growing up in the Northeast? Because I feel if you take a look, over the past decade and change, we're now seeing what is the best of Texas football outside of a 1-year stretch with Tom Herman. So this kind of what was your, exposure, your thought process to Texas football growing up as a kid in the Northeast?
Man, if it wasn't for me just being a sports nut when I was younger, I think it would have been much lower. But even then, the exposure wasn't crazy. And especially in the neck of the woods that I was from, New Hampshire, in that Massachusetts area as well, college football in general at that time too really wasn't a focus. There was that 1 year with Matt Ryan at Boston College where it exploded and, everybody all of a sudden was paying attention. But, the real focus up there is on the pro teams. And so Texas, it wasn't until I really moved to Florida that they kind of, I became aware. And then through the college football video games, when I was younger, I was kind of aware of Texas because they were in the top 25 at all times. But no, it is crazy. I think if you asked the question to someone now, growing up, I think the exposure would be much higher just with media, with the growing of college football. It has always been such a big sport and a viewing experience for people in the United States. But I think recently, really, we've seen kind of the best of it. And I think brands that, used to be region locked, maybe like a Texas or even down here in Florida with Florida State or Florida, people in the surrounding areas knew about it. But if you go anywhere else, it was kind of like, who? I think now it's such a national interest. So my experience when I was younger, didn't know too much about them except for the Sports Center clips that I saw. Those were my go-to at 6 a.m. But I think you've seen such an explosion in growth, especially with just the revolutionary media agreements, the access. Everything is 24/7 now. You can see and read about anything and everything all the time. So I think that's helped the exposure. But when I was a kid. It was the Patriots, the Red Sox, the Bruins, the Celtics, and that was the extent of everything for us up there. But now especially, it's just wild. And then you factor in all the video games and the way they've taken over. You'll know. You can ask people now, and they'll tell you, they'll point to a map and be able to point out, what is it, El Paso, UTEP, they'll point that out, no problem. So it's crazy how much the game has evolved on the sense of a national scale from just about 10, 15 years ago.
Liam, before I get you out of here, and again, I appreciate you making 15, 20 minutes or hop on with me. Give me your top 4 college football programs entering the 2024 season. I need the Liam Rooney preseason top 4.
Putting me on the spot here. Okay. I gotta still stick with Georgia at number 1. I think the Bulldogs, what Kirby Smart's got going there is just, last year obviously they missed out on the playoff, and that's another team that I could look at it and they could feel like they got quote unquote snubbed. I mean, when that loss came, they were pretty much still the best team in the country, but Georgia's got to be up there. I think what has been happening in Austin with Texas has been very, very impressive, and especially the leaps that Sarkisian has made since kind of coming into that program. Last year, I think we really saw it starting to flourish. So I'll go Georgia, Texas. The jury out on Alabama still. I'm not going to put them in the top 4, but I got to mention them. I like Kalen DeBoer. I think he's good. I think the building blocks are there, but we know you can be an elite coach, come to a new environment. It's different. It really is. But I'm going to go with Ohio State at 3.
Okay.
I'm going to go Ohio State at 3. Man, I'm getting in trouble for this one, but I'm going to go Oregon at 4. I'll leave Florida State out of the top 4 just for now. I think could see them in there come the end of the season. There's a lot of potential in that group, but what Oregon has and what they've been building out there, and even though they're heading into the Big Ten, I still think they're going to be that same program that we've seen for the last decade or so. And I'm very excited to see what they're able to do in the Big Ten and all those weird big noon kickoff games at 9 a.m. Pacific time.
He is Liam Rooney, the Tallahassee Democrat. Appreciate you making a couple minutes to hop on the show. Appreciate it, brother.
Of course. No worries, Eric. Thank you.
Before we get back to Texas, we are going to check in on how JT Sanders and Jonathan Brooks are doing their first NFL camp. Going to check in with Jeremy Grandison of ESPN Charlotte. Shout out to our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. If you're in the market, and you should be, because Texas football season is right around the horizon, for your man cave, your woman cave, whatever you're getting your audio and visual set up for to watch Longhorn athletics, look no further than our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. We'll let them tell you all about it.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Going to head down to the Queen City and check in with my guy, Jeremy Grandison. As I said, he is a reporter for ESPN Charlotte. Jeremy, how's it going, man?
How's it going, Eric? It's been a while. How are you, man?
Man, we haven't seen each other since Texas lost in the NCAA tournament to the Vols down there at Spectrum Center. Man, it's gearing up for college football season. Again, ironically, with the Florida State theme there. We know you are an FSU alum, but we're going to bring it back to the Lone Star State. And I know you've been out at Panthers camp. First off, just want to ask, before we get to JT Sanders, who, of course, has been healthy, and we saw him, your tweet went a little bit viral of him and Luke Combs. That is not a surprise to us down here in Lone Star State. He and Tavondre Sweat, big Luke Combs guys. But Jonathan Brooks, kind of, can you bring us into kind of what's been his progress, what's been the update, maybe what you've heard out of camp? Obviously here he tore his ACL against TCU in the latter stages of the year last year, but for all intents and purposes, looked to be one of the top 1 or 2 running backs in the nation until that injury. Can you just give us an update on maybe kind of how he's coming along?
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke to him during rookie mini camp, at this point, probably a month ago. And the recovery process for him said it's going well. He's got the sleeve over the leg that he injured, but he's saying, we don't want to rush anything because I don't want to come back 90%, 85% and not be the person that I'm used to being on the field. So for Jonathan Brooks so far during training camp, haven't seen much action from him. He's been out there with the team and kind of behind with the coaches, making sure he knows what the play calls are, where he needs to be in that offense, maybe what holes he should be hitting when the time comes. But for right now, it's kind of just been foot off the gas pedal for Jonathan Brooks and kind of just making sure that he's ready to go week 3 or week 4, which is when Dave Canales said that he should be ready to suit up for the Panthers.
Okay, so that actually is a nice segue into my second question. So week 3, week 4 is what we're looking at in terms of possibly making his NFL debut?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where it stands right now. Who knows what happens when week 3, week 4 comes along? Are the Panthers, 1-3? Are they 0-4? Maybe they're thinking at this point, let's save them a little longer. But from where we're standing right now, they say the target date is going to be around week 3, week 4 for Jonathan Brooks.
What was the reaction? Because obviously that's a pick. Again, I think for us down here in Texas, we know how good Jonathan Brooks is, and certainly a good running back, a good offensive line would be a quarterback's best friend, especially one in Bryce Young, who's still kind of developing as an NFL quarterback. What was the reaction here in Charlotte when, the fans saw we're taking a running back who certainly produced in college, but you knew was going to miss some time in his first year?
I think for a lot of fans today, seeing running backs being taken kind of high is, a little discouraging just because the running back position they see the Patriots and they're running out these guys who you never heard of before, and like no fault to them, but running backs feels like a plug and play position. But when you are trying to build around a quarterback like Bryce Young, you want to surround him with all the talent possible. And they've deemed that Jonathan Brooks is going to be someone that could easily lift a lot of weight off of Bryce Young when he's healthy. And that's kind of why they made the pick. Now, I think Panthers fans want immediate action. They want immediate success because they're like, we were the worst team in the NFL. Why are we trying to think about long-term right now? Give us someone that can produce immediately. However, I think it's good that the Panthers are thinking, you know what? When we try to have a flash in the pan success, that's not the best way to build a roster long-term. And I think they're saying, you know what? We have a young guy in Bryce Young. Let's pair him with a young guy in Xavier Legette and the young guy in Jonathan Brooks.
So JT Sanders, first off, what was the reaction? You were there. You shot the video.
Yeah.
JT came out and expressed his ability for Luke Combs. Kind of what was the reaction there in Charlotte?
So I'm in the back of the presser, I guess, on the back row chairs. And right next to me is the person who runs the Panthers.com video. So they're like, this is cool, but we can't post this. I don't want to get copyrighted by Luke Combs. So he's telling shout out to Vashti who reported it or who asked a question. He's like, Vashti, why'd you do that to us? I mean, now you got this great content. We can't post it. However, it was just good. I mean, I haven't seen that much of JT Sanders, like up close and personal, just talking to the guy. But for this to be a introduction, he seems like just a genuine guy, and to be able to go up in front of the media and just give us a 20-second, clip of what he's going to be doing for the talent show was great. Now, Bryce Young followed him up on the podium, and we told Bryce, we said, hey, JT just gave us a little, a little show, and he was like, man, you guys are too good at this. How are you guys letting JT reveal, what he'll be singing? But he was into it, he performed it, and he was happy to give us that whole show right there.
Yeah, I think, again, not a huge surprise for us down here in Texas. Both T Sweat, some of the guys, Quinn Ewers, another big country fan. So not too shocked there. On the field, how is JT doing? Now, you talked about him, kind of his personality. He got to show a lot of that over his 3 years here in Austin. But on the field, how's he coming along? I'll ask one more follow-up first. Was kind of what have you seen from JT in the early stages of camp?
When you think about 3 people who have impressed, you can't get 3 names down without mentioning JT Sanders. I mean, this guy, the tight end position already was kind of, a mixed bag of nuts. People didn't know what to expect. And Dave Canales has said on multiple occasions, his system is tight end friendly. He wants to get guys who aren't maulers, guys who aren't just going to be blocking tight ends. He wants to have skill guys that can run routes and can be effective down the field. And it seems like JT Sanders can absolutely be one of those people. Now, Tommy Tremble, a tight end for the Panthers, he has been absent a little bit with nursing an injury. And Ian Thomas, people might see him as a vet, and every year you're saying, oh, is this the year for Ian Thomas? Is this the year? but it might be JT Sanders. A lot of space has kind of opened up for him in training camp, and he has impressed when he has, taken those reps. The size, his hands to be able to catch some of these balls, the route running that Bryce is finding him on, deep fades to the back pylon in the corner. You can see all the tools there, and I think it's helping that people like Xavier Legette, who is fine. They said it's a day-to-day injury, not a foot fracture. X-rays came back negative. But these guys kind of, taking the sideline during training camp is opening up some space for guys like JT Sanders to really show, hey, I might not be a project. I might be able to come in and give you immediate impact.
I'm glad you talked about and kind of the way that Dave Canales was using JT Sanders, because I don't want to speak for all Texas fans. Of course, my first year covering the program was last year. But I do think there was a little bit of angst, I'll say, because listen, Steve Sarkisian is one of the most creative play callers in all of college football. However, it's pretty apparent what JT Sanders' strength is, right? He's a guy who's not an inline tight end. You're not going to line him up and block, right? You want to get him out in space, get him going vertical. So I'm glad you kind of touched on that, because that kind of was going to be a segue into what my next question was, which is just how are they using JT Sanders? Because the one thing I think that may have caught people by surprise was his lack of strength on the bench press. It wasn't a major number. And again, you're not expecting him to do 20 reps, but for someone who weighs 235, 240, you would think he'd have a higher number than what he put out. So just kind of curious from your eye and what you're hearing, just is he going to be used more as kind of like a slot guy, more of a bigger wide receiver, or just what's kind of the feel for how Dave Canales is looking to use JT in the offense?
Yeah, I'll give you an exact quote, and this is from Dave Canales. He said, I think it's tight end friendly when referring to the offense. We don't ask our tight ends to be really dominant blockers at the point of attack on runs a lot. We'll ask them at times, but within our system, we use their skill sets, and we're looking for tight ends with versatility, not necessarily someone who's big, 275-pound mauler type of tight end. Those guys are awesome, but maybe have a smaller guy who's more of a route runner and who's crafty. And you can slide him in the back. You can block a defensive end on the backside, but that's not his main responsibility. So kind of going off of what you think JT can do in this offense, I think Canales is going to be really crafty with him. And especially with Bryce Young, tight ends are quarterbacks' like best friend when you think about getting the ball out quick and, finding some good options. If he can not do what Travis Kelce does, but Travis is really good at finding gaps in zones, right? And sitting down in a zone and being able to have a safety valve for Mahomes if all the other routes aren't there. And I think JT can provide that for Bryce Young and the Panthers too.
He is Jeremy Grandison. Jeremy, let the folks know where they can find you on Twitter.
You can find me on Twitter called Jeremy Grandiso1, the number 1 at the end. When I was making it, I was like, I don't think I can just put my whole name, and I probably should have, because people just see the 1 at the end. But you can find me on Twitter there, and then you can hear my pods just about NBA and NFL on Lock It or Leave It. That's on every platform. So, Eric, thanks again, man.
Jeremy gives us the update there on Jonathan Brooks and JT Sanders. Thank you. Let me go ahead and bring in the boys as we're up on the 1 o'clock hour. Mr. Cole Thompson in for Chip Brown, and of course, Zay Collier. Cole with the sign, I am not doing Roschon Johnson 2.0 again. Cole can't see that his mic is blocking the last few words of that sign. But
I'm not doing it again. I've already been through this argument once. I'm done. I'm not falling for it, okay? 2 things can be true at once, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need to create nonsensical analogies and narratives that don't exist. Ever. I'm sorry, that got me fired. That got me fired up.
I don't have a problem with it, because I feel like I know what you're getting at, but let the folks know what you're feeling, because I know I've heard some of it too.
So, 2 years ago, when we had this whole shabacle about Roschon Johnson being an elite running back, being the best running back that we have seen through Texas, not named Bijan Robinson, saying, oh, well, his rep count, if he was starting anywhere else, he'd be great. And I'd be like, yeah, he would be great. He'd be a superstar. There'd be no questions asked. Dude would be immediately flourishing as your lead back if you didn't have number 5 in front of you that was on his way to winning a Doak Walker Award. And we're doing the same thing with Arch. Arch would be starting anywhere else. He would. But you have a top 5 quarterback in college football that's blocking his way. So I'm sorry to tell you folks, 2 things can be true at once. You don't need to go for the clickbait. You don't need to go for the hot takes. Skip Bayless went off the air finally because of the hot takes got stale. So we don't need more of that. We want to give you fun, factual information. And the only thing that's going to be fun today is me on my second Alani because I got a call to the bullpen very last second. So I was very excited to be able to do this.
Zay, let me fill you in and bring the audience in on where that kind of came from Cole. Don't know if you had a chance. I think you might have seen my tweet when I mentioned Zay that I get asked, at the offseason, man, is Arch going to push Quinn? And I say, no, he's not. It's like, well, does that mean Arch is that bad? No, it doesn't mean that Arch is that bad. It means that Quinn Ewers is actually a damn good quarterback, a top 5 quarterback in the nation in my mind. So that is where some of that energy from Mr. Cole Thompson came from himself, Zay.
Yeah, I get it. It's pretty annoying being in these parts and hearing national media just ignorantly talk about the quarterback room situation at Texas when there ain't none. Sark has made it very aware plenty of times that Quinn Ewers is the guy, and Quinn Ewers has earned that. And we all know Arch Manning and the fam completely good with that, completely good with the process, because all of those future Hall of Fame Mannings, or Peyton just got in not too long ago, but Eli, he's up for it in 2025, and he might not be first ballot. He might not be first ballot, but you got to put Eli Manning in there. Come on now.
I don't have to do anything. I do not have to do anything. Of course I have to.
Anyways, those guys went through it. So, E. Henry, I know you got to go, man.
No, real quick. One thing before I get out of here. Can I show y'all the most foul thing I've seen in sports media today?
We wouldn't be doing a live show if you didn't show us it now, E. Henry. So, that's the way we got to do it.
I'm going to share my screen because this is the only way I can do it. Let's go and share the screen here. Oh, man, let's do entire screen. Probably going to be the easiest thing to do it. All right, I'm going to share. I'm going to hit this button. I'm going to share the screen, and we're going to come over and this, fellas.
Is that Clutch Sports or Clutch Sports or whatever the dumb website?
This is the most foul thing. Like, Zay, Cole, as someone who creates the graphics for the flagship podcast, I do with Chip Brown. I know a thing or two about creating a graphic in Photoshop and having done this for my career and getting a broadcast degree. Yo, y'all got CJ looking sad in front of a generic hospital dog? Come on, man. Come on, guys. Like that. Am I wrong? Am I being sensitive?
No, because of at least make it somewhat entertaining. Make him have tears running down his eyes or something. But all you do is you have the sad frowny face with the most generic AI version of a hospital that they could come up with, where it's like 30% through. They don't even have where it's located. Like, we can't even go send him flowers and our good condolences during this time. So it's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, Clutch Points?
You let me know, Zay.
Yeah, it's petty, but look, that's where we are in this era. You're trying to make a mockery of someone else and trying to have a good laugh about it. So whoever did it, I respect the petty. I get it. It definitely hurts. Cole and I are going to talk about that today. There's been some good for Texas football today, and then there's been some bad. So definitely going to discuss it. My man Cole Thompson today coming in the bullpen for Chip Brown, who shout out to Chip and his daughter.
Yeah. Those who don't know, his daughter fractured her ankle, so that's why Chip Brown.
Oh my gosh, it's horrible.
Here. But anyhow, I just had to get that off my chest. I was like, come on, man. We just can go sad face CJ in front of a generic hospital. Man, the kid's trying to get it together. He's been banged up a little bit in his career. CJ's going to be good. Prayers up for CJ. Hope it is not too bad. I know that MRI supposed to come back today. But anyhow, my time is up. Keenan Womack will be back tomorrow. Thank you to all of the pinch hit guests: Corey Mose, Liam Rooney, Jeremy Grandison, Cole Thompson, and Zay. We'll take you up to 3 p.m., fellas. Y'all have a great show.
Great show, E. Henry. Appreciate you, man.
What up, bro?
How we doing, dog? Appreciate you coming in a little last minute. As you heard A. Henry talk about Chip and his daughter, wish them well and wish her a very speedy recovery. But hey, you know how you and I get down. We go hard, we have fun, and this is going to be a great 2 hours. If you are joining us here for Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Zay Collier. He is the managing editor of Texas Wire and does a great job on SEC Unfiltered, and you hear him here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Cole Thompson. What's up, man?
Buddy, I'm not going to lie. So you can tell I'm not at my general vicinity right now. I'm actually not in front of my bathroom, as many people like to point out, because of my decorative is apparently just looking like I have a bathroom the size of my entire apartment. But I am actually watching my grandmother because of my mom had to go on a trip and my dad's out of town because my dad flies the Houston Astros. And so they're on the road trip right now. So nobody was here. So I had to come up. But I got a phone call saying, hey, we need you. And I'm like, who am I filling in for? Chip with Zay. Oh, I'm working with Zay? Easily. I can make this work. Grandma, go take a nap. We're going to go ahead and get you some melatonin. We'll put you down for a little while. Don't worry. I'm not as bad as Ben Stiller, but I can be in that movie Happy Gilmore. I can be up to that level. I'm not going to make you do yard duty, but just give me 2 hours, Grandma. We'll be back to normal scheduling in a little bit.
Yo, man, that's love. I appreciate that. You attending the family, but having time for us and myself. And I'm glad you pulled, you brought up Ben Stiller in that role, because that's an underrated role for Ben that people.
Dude, that is his most underappreciated role. How the Orderly, in my opinion, is a top 10 role for him that does not get brought up enough, because the man is not scary. But holy crap, if I was an elderly person seeing the woman, Mister, get me on, like that, like she's scared of him. So what am I going to do in this situation? I'm 5'7" and pudgy. Like, I'm not going to survive whatsoever.
No, for real. And yeah, you're right. He's never had many roles like that. I mean, if you're a fan of that Disney old classic, which they couldn't remake it in any way, Heavyweighters, you remember that movie with the fat camp kids? Like Keenan's in that, Keenan Thompson. I don't know who else is in it. One of the other dudes from the Mighty Ducks, but Ben Stiller is like the head guy at the fat camp, and he's abusive and a lot like his role in Happy Gilmore. So,
have you heard the theory of that? Have you heard the theory? No. So apparently in Heavyweights, he goes off and he becomes White Goodman because he gets fat at the very end of the movie, and that's how the White Goodman story of Dodgeball gets started. So apparently those two characters are intertwined together. Okay. Because it literally is the same attitude. Like when you watch the guy, when you watch him in Heavyweights and then White Goodman, which, by the way, that's his number one role. I'm not going to sit here and argue with many people on this. His number one role is White Goodman in Dodgeball. Immediately top of the list. That is goated. Give me the gold medal. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. Steven, you can have a glass of shut the hell up and not a warm glass of milk, if we're being completely honest. That's how much I care about that role. But apparently they're all just mixed in together.
Yo, that's a good role. Top 5. Maybe I'm just biased when it comes to Meet the Parents, because that's my shit.
So you like him as Gaylord Fokker?
I love him as Gaylord Fokker. Oh my god! And probably the supporting cast is good too. Big De Niro fan. You know, everybody else in that movie did their thing. But yeah, man, Ben Stiller, he's very underrated as a whole when it comes to being an actor. And yeah, those are some of them roles that you definitely remember him by. And all right, so
I'd say
there's a lot going on. Let me shout out our sponsors. I'm definitely very out of it right now with the news that we got to bring to you people, but that's what we do here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got to break it down. We got to keep it real, good, bad, and the ugly. But shout out to our terrific sponsors that give us the ability to put on a show for y'all every day. AV Consultation, Salt Traders, Covert Bee Cave, All Stout Brewery, 34 Wine and Spirit. Shout out to Ricky Williams. Definitely could use him right about now. Relax the back, passes, Cover 3, Olipop, Circa, Millions at Survivor, AC Woods and Plumbing, 7-Eleven, Brain Vault, and Syntex Tickets. All right, Cole. Well, let's start with the bad news first. It is being reported from multiple sources. Shout out to Anwar Richardson at Orange Bloods. That first one that I saw just put out. CJ Baxter is expected to miss the season, tearing his LCL, PCL during practice on Tuesday. Baxter's injury will require surgery and recovery time in between 6 to 9 months. Oh, that hurts.
Damn it.
That hurts so bad. Like, Cole, I went on a rant yesterday. Chip had to leave 15 minutes to get on the field and see what's popping. And I did a rant yesterday about just how important CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue both being up for the Doak Walker Award and what Steve Sarkisian could do with that is. And now you're without him for the rest of the year. That's a huge blow. That's a huge blow.
It's massive for so many different reasons. It's not just the fact of not having your guy that you believe could be a difference maker. It's the fact that it hurts every bit of the process of the offense. Every single part of it is now you're having to game plan around it, and you're having to find new avenues and creases that are going to benefit you and not change the trajectory of this team, which is why it is such a detriment, because we know what this offense can be when they have all the pieces humming at the right time. And every single person was so intricate to their success.
Yeah, exactly. And you just never know, it's hard to avoid these injuries. Torrey Beckman's one of the best strength and conditioning coaches in the nation, and you can do everything to avoid it. All the training in the world, all the weightlifting, and that wrong cut, that wrong hit. I mean, we saw one of the biggest, athletes of all time, Bo Jackson, deal with that hip injury, and his career was over. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. So it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. And now where do you go from there? That running back room, it felt deep because of CJ Baxter being in there. But now you're probably going to have to rely on these freshmen. And I'm not saying that these freshmen aren't capable, but we know what CJ Baxter was supposed to bring to the table with this 2024 Texas team, coming in as a 5-star recruit and, just all the expectation. He didn't get the right jump on the 2023 season because of injuries. And, Cole, you've been around the game for a long time. You've seen a plethora of players at different positions. My guy, Bucky Godbolt, who you can hear in the morning from 8 to 10 with Brad Kellner, he's always talked about him being a former running back coach. Mm-hmm. And as long as he's been around the game, he's always talked about when you're recruiting these guys, it's so hard to nitpick the ones that aren't going to come in already beaten up due to their previous stop in high school. Because most of the time, especially at a place like Texas, when you're a 4 or 5-star person, you're getting 30-plus touches. You're getting buku touches. You're getting a lot of reps, and that could be wear and tear on a guy's body, even if they're in high school and they're not developed yet. So when they get to college, they get a lot of injuries in college. And you low-key saw that with Jordan Whittington. Like Jordan Whittington coming from Cuero, he did everything. He was the offensive and defensive MVP in the state championship game. He was always on the field. And what did Jordan Whittington deal with those first few years? Injuries. A lot of injuries, man. So I'm not saying this is what it is with CJ Baxter, but you do see that pattern with certain guys that get a lot of run, a lot of bump in their high school career. And then they come to college and they just can't get healthy because they come in January, they're thrown into the fire. And even though the resources are as good as they've ever been on recovery and getting these guys right Saturday in, Saturday out, still, there's still guys that don't have that comeback like others and might need a little bit longer and just have those injuries that are always going to be there. And to hear this about CJ Baxter, man, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal.
The problem is that you talk to people in the NFL, and this is where sometimes my brain goes because of I have to go break down to people why you don't want this person on your fantasy team or why you don't understand why they're not being used properly. It's because of the exact same thing. Bucky is 100% correct when it comes from the high school level to the college level, and it goes on to the college level to the NFL level. So one name right now that I was asked about yesterday on a podcast was Blake Corum's role with the future of the Los Angeles Rams. And I went on bold take and said, I don't think he is going to last in the NFL because of how much they wore his body down when he was at Michigan. He was the offense on so many different occasions. That was the guy that was pushing, pile driving, making sure that the Maize and Blue found their way to a national title. And so now you wonder, is that going to be the case for him in the NFL? Can he stay healthy? Can he have that same impact? But you see it in high school all the time when these future phenoms that are multi-talented positionless players come on in. Part of the reason why their positionless was not number one, they were either the best athlete on their team, and coaches back in high school wanted to win that state title. They wanted to put their team in a position to where they were always going to be hell-bent on the dominant force. But also the other thing is that now they don't care about the next role for them. Like, I've had this conversation when it comes to Travis Hunter all the time. I think that personally, Deion's doing a detriment to his career at the next level, not because if he's not the most talented player, but because you could get him to an all-pro caliber level if you just let him play wide receiver or you just let him play cornerback. And unfortunately, that's going to, I think, hinder his success because of you are going to have too many reps and the injury stockpile is going to continue. And for me, it's not that CJ Baxter is going to be injured prone, but there is going to be this notion now about him. What can we see moving forward? Because you got to remember, week 2 last year against Alabama, gets hurt, misses some time, does not come back in, eventually has to come back in because you have the injury to Jonathan Brooks, but also you had it the year before. Now you're hearing it this year. Before the season even begins, in practice, he's now out with the PCL and an LCL injury, which is major recovery time for him, and you're not changing your game plan. So every single year now, instead of talking about how he's improved, what he's looked like, how he's gotten better, what's been the recovery process, the first thing that's going to come to most people's minds, can we trust that he stays healthy? And so it's a bad look for him because of now, unfortunately, that's a narrative that will stay around his career for the rest of his time that he's in Austin. And until he shows you consistently, yes, he is healthy. But at the same time, it also does hurt. It hurts the Texas core. The way that I view right now, you talked about this at the very beginning of your rant when you said it felt like this Texas room at running back was deep because of what they have with CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue. This feels like you set up shop in your mom and pop little Winnebago food truck, and somebody walked in at 11:30 in the morning, said, "Hi, I'm catering an event. I need you to go ahead and buy half of your meals for the day." And now it's just like, oh, well, now we got a game plan and be able to make food for the rest of the afternoon, because if we don't have that, well, guess what? We're out of business. And yeah, you may feel good, but now you lost half your business within an hour span. You lost, I would say, a quarter of your production on the ground within 2 practices. And now you have to game plan for it. And how do you do that? How do you trust these younger players who step up? But also, do you have to start becoming a little bit more creative when it comes to your offensive identity with getting some other players to be involved with jet sweeps, with counter actions? Does a guy like Silas Bolden start seeing a few more reps at running back instead of wide receiver just to be put in that scenario in case of a situation like that? How do we game plan for it? Because this is now a game changer. And I know there's going to be people who say, well, yeah, you got the offense, you got the passing attack that you're able to throw the ball a lot more. That's fine. But the thing that makes Sark's offense so productively problematic for other teams is the fact that they can run the football extremely efficient. And then when they catch you off guard, they're willing to throw it over the top. And so what if you lose that element now? It's a big blow. It's a detrimental blow for this team, especially because the reality is expectations aren't changing. And they aren't, because if you've already seen last year, well, we lost Jonathan Brooks. He was on pace to potentially be the Doak Walker Award winner, and we still found a way to the playoff. Next man up. That's the way they're going to have to treat it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trey Wisner, he's going to have to grow up sooner than we thought he would, because we thought he would be just that plug-in, what we saw from Keelan Robinson last year type of character. And no, that's not the case. Like, you're number 2, and it's not like you should make Jaden Blue the ultimate bell cow. I mean, we know he is the bell cow, but I don't think he should be getting bell cow touches. I still think you need to split it up with him, because that's a guy going back to his high school days that also had injury trouble.
Yeah.
So to just completely throw him in as, hey, you're number 1, you're not coming off the field, I don't think that's a very good idea. But Trey Wisner, them freshmen, Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, got to grow up sooner than you thought. I grew up sooner than you thought. That's just what it is. And I like what you're saying about maybe finding one of these big-time wide receivers that just needs the ball in their hands to make something happen. Maybe mix it up with them. Not saying do it every time, but maybe you can mix it up with a Matthew Golden or a Ryan Wingo or Silas Bolden in the backfield. And, Sark, this is why you get paid 10-something million to figure it out.
But this is what's next. This is also why you go out and you add in all these playmakers and say, oh, they're going to have a role for us. This is the role. This might be the role for Silas Bolden or for Matthew Golden or for Ryan Wingo as a freshman just to see the field. And they may absolutely crush it in this role. They may just be a guy that you see line up in the backfield for quick swing routes to where their speed allows them to win at the point of attack, and they just terrorize opponents. And that's their identity. But this is why you go out and you add these players. And this is why when you get paid tens of millions of dollars, you're supposed to come on in immediately and have some sort of schematic identity that will allow you to recoup the losses that you're going to now have to replace with number 4.
Yeah, and damn, man, just seeing CJ Baxter last week in the presser, he looked so excited. He looked so ready to go, and you feel for him. You work all off season. You saw what Jonathan Brooks did. You weren't healthy in 2023 like you could have been, but you showed those strides. You showed those strides of being a very terrific running back, being that 5-star that we all thought you were going to be coming in. And now you think that you're going to have an opportunity to show the nation what you are on the Texas team that has so many different, just so optimistic goals set for him coming into this year. And now you're in rehab and you're trying to just get back right for 2025. And that's tough. I feel for the guy. I really do, man. Like this, obviously you feel for the team, but I definitely feel for CJ Baxter because he knew how special, and everybody knows how special this squad could be. And he was going to be a big part of that.
I don't mean to come off color with this statement at all, but it hurts even more because if it didn't happen in the game. It didn't happen before the start of the season. It didn't happen during the middle of a rep that could have been a big difference for the squad. Like when Quinn went down against Alabama in 2022, and they kind of set the tone for that game. At least Quinn was able to set a tone for what to expect moving forward. And yeah, you lost the game, and yes, you lost some pieces, but he was a factor into establishing what that roster was going to look like on Saturday. Baxter's not even on the field. And it's a fluke thing that just happens out of the blue, and it happens at practice when really you're not supposed to be going to the ground to begin with, and you don't know what officially went wrong. Did you just cut the wrong way, and unfortunately now your season's over? I think that's what hurts the most, is that he's not going to be contributing in any capacity to this season, where what just happens if he goes and he bulldozes it in for a 3-yard touchdown against Michigan, and unfortunately he can't play the rest of the game, but at least he gets that touchdown. And maybe that's the touchdown that's the difference maker between a win and a loss. For me, the worst feeling is losing a player in what maybe is an avoidable incident before anything actually transpires on the field on Saturdays.
Yeah, man. This one hurts. And now you're looking at this wide receiver room that you lose A.D. Mitchell, you lose Xavier Worthy, you lose J.T. Sanders, you lose Jordan Whittington. And as much talent as you have in that wide receiver room, it might be just straight up throw first. And then, coming in and being good with that. And putting a lot more pressure on Quinn than he would have had if CJ Baxter was in the lineup at this point. And that's risky. In the SEC, those DBs, man. That's risky to do a lot, not have that balance.
They will feast, especially if they catch you slipping. They are literally ninjas in the night at midnight in the middle of a dark alley. You can't see them half the time. They will come out of nowhere and pick you apart. I already think that right now, when you think about this, Quinn already had some of the highest pressure in college football. He doesn't have as big as a security net anymore in the backfield. Does this not raise the stakes for him maybe not raise the stakes is the right word, but does this not put even more pressure on him now to deliver?
Yeah, Absolutely. Absolutely. Because now I think all those touches that were going to CJ, you want to say that Trey Wisner's ready. You would like to think that Trey Wisner's ready, and maybe you could sprinkle in Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark, whoever has the upper hand right now in camp, and until that August 31st game against Colorado State happens. But yeah, I think Quinn Ewers, you got about 8 more throws now that CJ Baxter's at, maybe 10 now that CJ Baxter's out. And like you said, do you get creative and put some of those wide receivers in the backfield and throw some of that swing stuff, or get some nice little wheel routes in there? But also those guys now, if you put them back there, there's going to be times where you're going to have to pass protect and do running back shit, which, okay, you come in today and practice. Are you telling Ryan Wingo, Silas Bolden, and Isaiah Bond, hey, we're going to have y'all working with the running backs a little bit just because that's where we are right now? I don't.
Oh, by the way, Trey Moore. Yeah, by the way, Trey Moore, that's the start of what you may see on Saturdays if you have to go in pass pro. That's just the start. We're not even talking about other guys that may be coming back there.
Yeah. And that's, again, a lot of running backs that are good at toking that rock. They could be shit at pass protection, and they don't see the field because of that. Because protecting the quarterback is number one on the list. So, yeah, I'm with you. Quinn has even more pressure put on him. And look, if you're Sark, you got to keep the main thing.
Yeah.
We're still trying to win a national championship here. Like, this is Texas. It's kind of like a so what? A lot of people don't give a damn what happened. A lot of people are going to lose some of their top players. So it's just like a so what? Nobody's going to take it easy on you. And look, I've said that this team could easily go 8-4. Like, you could lose to A&M. You could lose to Oklahoma, Michigan, Georgia. You could go 8-4. And now that makes that with CJ Baxter even more realistic. So, again, this team with all those 20-something leaders that Steve Sarkisian preached at SEC Media Day, I expect that leadership to really show at a time like this. Like, if anything, this could bring the team together and make them even tighter. Like, hey, guys, we got to really go because we're going to rely a ton on CJ this year, and not just for the running back room. That's for defense, everybody's secondary, defensive line, and not to mention this offensive line with all that experience. This is one of the best offensive lines in the country. Now you guys got to make it easier for Trey Wisner, Jarrett Gibson, and Christian Clark. Y'all really got to move folks like Kelvin Banks. You're going to get paid next year, bro.
You're getting paid now. Like, just now, my guy. This is what we're paying you for. It's for this type of shit right here. Okay, here's the other thing. You maybe don't even need Quinn to be elite of elite every single game. But you got to set the standard. And I think that's really what this comes down to, because you don't know what you're going to do with Gibson and Wisner when it comes to their role for the first couple games. So this is where you are going to need to see him step up. Like, I honestly think that the pressure resides going into the midway point, because at that point of the year, you'll have a good understanding about what your running back room is. You'll know what works. You'll know what doesn't. And unfortunately, you may have to throw out half the playbook because it no longer caters to your strengths. But Quinn's got to stabilize the ship. But I'm glad that you brought this up, because if Sark did mention 20-plus leaders in that locker room, you want to know what is the best team. And I had this conversation when we were doing storylines for SEC on SEC Unfiltered. The reason why I still don't change my opinion about Georgia is because of it's always been the same is the same. What does your locker room look like? What does your leadership in the locker room look like? I'm telling you right now, if you are as good as you think you are, then you should be able to catapult past everybody. Because Michigan last year didn't have its freaking head coach for half the season, and Sherrone Moore was a glorified babysitter. He's going to get a shot now to be able to take over, and I'm excited to see the Sherrone Moore era take flight.
Damn, babysitter? Come on.
Dude, you're playing the 3 biggest games of the year and your offensive line, without Zach Zenter in one of them, balls the hell out. Your defense steps up without a head coach. Your wide receivers play out of their freaking mind, and your running back room is ready just to pulverize people. That's leadership, and that's Georgia. Like Georgia right now, the entire point that I look at is if they're going to be a great team at some consistency, a Carson Beck or a Dylan Bell or a Malachi Stark has to sit people down and go, stay the hell off of the damn straights. We don't need you racing on a Friday night to make a point against somebody that's calling you out on Twitter because we need you for a Saturday game. It's the same thing at Texas. You want to be compared to those squads. I've done it. I have firmly, I'll play devil's advocate. I have been one of the people who has said Texas has the identity and the culture moving forward in a version of the SEC to where they will show up at the big boy table and they will say, we belong, and we're going to show you that we belong. And it'll take a game for them to be able to do that. It'll take a buck minute for them to be able to go, yeah, we're good. But that's where culture steps in. And I'm glad you brought up defense. Defense has got to step up. The defense has got to be able to get 3 and outs and the ball back to the offense as much as possible. They got to force turnovers. They got to be able to put offenses behind the 6 on 3rd and long. They have to be able to march into environments. Wide receivers got to step up. Offensive line's got to play better. And I mean the offensive line's got to play better for Quinn because also, what if there are games where you realize we just can't run the football? We can only win through the air. We got to pass. You got to be able to block for him so he has time to be able to move down the field. So I'm looking at where this roster is. If you are as good as you think that you are, as much as this injury does hurt, as detrimental as it is to crushing the souls of some inside the locker room, you have to realize that it's next man up mentality, and the best teams and the ones that survive to a 16-game season are usually player-led. Which players are going to step up and deliver?
Yeah, well said. Well said. And going back to CJ Baxter, Priest Holmes was always hurt at Texas.
Yeah.
Always hurt. Priest Holmes was barely ever healthy when he had the burnt orange. Ended up having a very lovely NFL career, especially for the Kansas City Chiefs, where he was a fantasy football junkie's, dream. So for CJ, where modern medicine is, I'm not worried about his future, but this is worrisome at the moment, just because it's like, man, maybe you just got the ball so much in high school, you haven't really been able to fully heal like some other guys once you got to campus. Going from last year, now this year, that rehab process is a mother. Like you hear athletes talk about it. You go through some of your darkest days, and thankfully, you got guys like Tashard Choice that have dealt with injuries at the highest level to help you through that. Jonathan Brooks talks about how much he relied on Tashard Choice in some really dark times, and now I think Jonathan Brooks is going to be a huge focal point for the Carolina Panthers in these upcoming years. But, yeah, it's just how – this is why Sark gets paid the big bucks, Kyle Flood, all of those guys, AJ Milwee. Like now you got to come up with a different game plan from week to week because one of your soldiers is down. And this is why you recruit the way you do. Some of the good news that we're going to talk about a little bit later today, you just got another 5-star wide receiver.
Exactly.
Khalil Lockett. Like that's why you bring in all those guys and have as many as possible, because if one goes down, next one up, and you still feel good and like you're not going to have any type of drop off. So the Saxy Texas, Khalil Lockett, yeah, that's definitely a pro for today. But with just 3 weeks, less than 3 weeks out from opening day, you're right, Cole. Like it didn't happen in the game. It happened in practice, which I hope nobody took him down. I mean, he's a big guy. He's 6'1", 220. You're going to go for those legs. If you're a good
but
tackler.
Why are you doing that practice?
That's what I'm saying. But it's hard to tell guys to, you're getting yelled at by a coach for not doing stuff. You want to showcase, like, these are rabid animals. They play the game for a reason. Big time power for football here. It's hard to tell these guys to slow down and not go full speed and be in the moment.
Texas came out with a statement.
Okay,
Texas official came out with a statement. Texas sophomore running back CJ Baxter sustained a knee injury in practice on Tuesday, will undergo surgery, and will be out for the season. So Texas football has confirmed that he is not playing a single down in 2024. And so when now you hear that, now you got a game plan. And now you have, I want everybody in this chat right now, everybody, go ahead, take a moment of silence, light a candle if you have to, say a quick prayer. All right, we're back to work. That's got to be the mentality.
Like that, yeah. Just like
that.
that.
At this point, we're back to work.
Yeah, just like that. Yeah, that's how you have to do. You know, again, the main thing, still the main thing. You still should be able to compete with anyone in the country, and you're Tashard Choice and Steve Sarkisian. You gotta get Trey Wisner up to speed. Like right now, go in, have a meeting with Trey Wisner one-on-one. If you're Sark, be like, hey, bro, this is what you came here for. I know the circumstances might not have been what you envisioned, but here we go. You ready? Because time for you to take a huge step in your development and your progression, because they're going to need them. They're going to need them. Jared Gibson and Christian Clark, not as much as Trey Wisner and Jaden Blue. Same Jaden Blue. Like now he's the guy. He's the guy. But I don't want Sark and them to get ignorant, because you could possibly play 16 games this year if you get to where you want to be. And I don't want them to, by, let's say, Kentucky, you got a Jaden Blue that's just beat up because he's had all these carries and had to go through Oklahoma and Georgia. You know, you got to be strategic about it. You got to be smart about it. That's why, hell, you might have 4 running backs getting tick. All those guys that I just named at this point now, like Jared Gibson and Christian Clark, you letting those guys know, like, hey, you two, y'all fighting for some serious minutes now. We recruited y'all for a reason. Y'all big-time players. Y'all better be ready. It is what it is. All that sitting on the bench stuff, waiting and watching, like what Jonathan Brooks did for Bijan and Roshan. Nah, not with y'all. We can't afford it. So get with it. Let's get ready. Let's go.
It's a TV show, but I really kind of hope internally, just a little bit, that Steve Sarkisian is taking out both Gibson and he's taking out Wisner and he's pulling a Matt Saracen like he did with Coach. Why am I blanking on his name? Coach Taylor. Right before the game, he's like, "You can get this. You can do this. We'll go to the other backup, son. We'll make it happen. This is your team now. This is your moment. This is your time to shine." I hope that he pulls that moment. He takes them out in the DKR, middle of the night. It is dark. The lights are barely on. He's like, "This is your moment to shine.
What are you talking about?
This is your moment to shine, son. Right here. This is it. Your time. We'll go to blue. We'll give it a blue. And he'll have. It's your time. You make a name for yourself." I want that Friday Night Lights moment. I want that Friday night. I don't care if it's a TV show. I want that Friday Night Lights moment.
Yeah, you got to have it. You got to have it. The whole team. But yeah, you're right. Great show. Friday Night Lights. The show is better than the movie. Was it not?
Oh, it's 1,000% better than the movie.
The show was better than the movie. Absolutely.
By the way, it was the one show that I thought actually got better when they decided to make a switch. I love the Vince Howard storyline. I think that when he's at
Michael B. Jordan, who is that?
Michael B. Jordan. That's the first Michael B. That's the first moment of Michael B.'s career. To me, when they switch it over to East Texas, immediately, just light clicks on. They knew what they were doing. The writers had a damn good plan in motion, and they gave us Vince Howard. That's
the first time I saw Michael B. Jordan, because I didn't watch The Wire back then.
I didn't either.
Now, but I didn't watch it back then, so I didn't know Michael B. Jordan was making hits before that. But yeah, he played his ass off. I ain't gonna front.
Him and Tinker
he played his ass off there. He showed that he was destined for greatness by being on Friday Night Lights. For sure.
Someone's got to pull Vince Howard. Someone's got to be him this year. Destined for greatness. But instead of winning, going to Oklahoma Tech or wherever the hell he got a scholarship from, you go to New York City and win a Heisman Trophy. Just do that instead. It's the same deal. We all know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, is anybody on that wide receiver group, will anybody be like, all right, coach, I played running back in high school a little bit. I'll give you some reps. You know what I'm saying? I see somebody, Daryl, saying that Savion Red's kicking himself in the butt right now. Yeah, maybe, but still, a big reason why Savion Red did leave was because of what Christian Clark and Jared Gibson and Trey Wisner are bringing to the table. So, you know, he saw the writing on the wall there. And Jake, I'm kind of there with you with the size that Ryan Wingo has. And you just have, like, I know Ryan Wingo's going to get his tick for sure. But still, like, if you want to play and just with how much power that he has, why not? Why not just see what's going on there? Because Silas Bolden, even though I think he could do all right at the spot, he's a little small for my liking to take that type of beating. Matthew Golden, maybe. I know you're big on Silas Bolden. You think he can do everything. You think he's the next Steve Smith. I know it hurts. He's light. Somebody said he was like $158. Come on, man. Going in between the tackles at $158.
Hey, just hear me out. Hear me out. Keelan Robinson's role.
He ain't get the ball enough. So
okay, but he plays the Keelan Robinson role. You let him play the Keelan Robinson role.
I would.
Third down, outside zone, corner, let him win with speed. Just let him do it. Zay, I will be unstoppable on this show. I will be the worst person alive if he starts to have success doing that. I will be so egregiously annoyed. My dog's freaking out because he's like, okay, even I agree with you, Dad. Yep, 100%. Yeah, Silas Bolden immediately has got to do that role. I'm not saying you put him between the tackles. You don't throw a 165 wide receiver through the tackles. You want to get him killed, do that. You let him play the Keelan Robinson role. Let him go to the outside a little bit. A couple swing passes. You're not telling me that you can get 4 touchdowns that way? You're not telling me that you can get a couple first downs? You can keep drive alive and move the sticks? You're gonna look me in the face, Zay. We have been friends. We've been colleagues. We see eye to eye a lot. You're gonna look me right in the face and say that would not work.
You can dabble with it. I'm sure you can find something where he can play in the backfield a little bit and not get him killed. Yes. Yeah, Keelan Robinson, yes. Definitely very good comp. I'm right there with you. It's just,
Thanks.
I don't want it to get so desperate where they're giving some of these wide receivers a ton of reps because Wisner hasn't came along or Gibson or Clark haven't come along. Because, again, now everything has been pushed on a fast-forward type of level. You know what I'm saying? Like the pace that they were originally going at, the whole running back room has accelerated out the ass. And who's going to be ready for that? Who's going to embrace that? You know what I'm saying? Because it's so easy to just say next man up. We hear that in sports all the time. You know what I'm saying? I saw Kevin Durant go down with an Achilles for the Warriors. And did they have a next man up? No, they just lost. they ended up losing in the finals. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying CJ Baxter is equivalent to Kevin Durant. Not at all. But we just never know where this coaching staff was and the vision that Sark had coming in by having that thunder and lightning combination of CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue. That's what we all envisioned. We were all ready for it. Some of us, which I got called in and I had to dial myself back, we could have thought 1,000 each. Give them a G each. Why not? I would hope that. I would hope. You know, that would sound lovely. This is RBU, even though you don't agree with it. Because your Alabama ties.
Oh my God! Here we go with the RB. Okay. Oh, okay.
Who has more Doak Walker awards? I'm just saying. You could.
Who has more 1,000-yard seasons in the last 25 years? We gotta go down that. Okay.
Tomato.
Exactly.
But
we can both agree this A&M falls behind both of us. That's all we'll say on this.
Yeah,
there we go.
Behind. I'm good. Even though I like Devontae Achane, A&M's behind at the yin yang. But yeah, man, it's now just changing everything up and going through that process and now trying to figure out who's ready. That's going to be exhausting as a whole. But again, Sark, I'll continue to say $10 million. that 10 million, you're on a different standard. You know what I'm saying? Like your idol mentor was making 11 and he has way more skins on the wall than you did. So shit, show me something, figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Because yes, I feel for you, feel for the team, feel for CJ Baxter. But like you said, we had that one moment of silence. It took about a second or two, and it's on to the next. It's time to figure out how you could still be a national champion caliber team.
Zay, I'm going to go a step further than you when you said it's Steve Sarkisian, $10 million. We already know what the man, the myth, the legend, my Lord and Savior, Nicholas Saban, has done in his past. You're freaking Texas. Own it. You're Texas. Like, this is what you prepared for. This is why you went out of your way to make sure that you were put in a great situation. This is why you allowed Sark to do what he had to do to get the right players in the system. This is why you went out, you got the Pancake Factory. This is why you went out and you made sure that you got every NIL collective out there as possible. This is why you made sure that you built your offensive line to be able to block and bulldoze over everyone. This is why you went out to make sure that you got every piece of the puzzle to where when you are to lose a little piece, a small crumb, which I'm not saying CJ Baxter's a crumb. You didn't compare him to Kevin Durant. I'm just saying he's not a crumb. Like, so he's right in the middle of it. He's right in the middle. He's a solid piece of the puzzle. But when I look at the squad, you're Texas. You are Texas. Own it. Own being the burnt orange. Own being hook 'em on Saturday. Own DKR when people come march into your territory. Because that's what great teams do. So you can't sit here and worry about that. And if you're as good as you say you are, if you're as good as you're supposed to be, it's a blip on the radar that by the time that we get to November will be a sad but serviceable memory that will be catapulting you to the conversation and making it to Atlanta and even deeper.
Yeah, I don't know if you can make it to the CFP on 9-3. It all depends on the losses. You know, I still look at this team as a 10-2 squad, but again, now without CJ Baxter, 9-3, not too out of stretch. You know what I'm saying? And
I still think it is. I do.
You still think that'd be a disappointment?
I think anything less than 10-2 is a disappointment. I do.
With CJ Baxter out for the
without CJ Baxter, it still is a disappointment because if you're loaded. What you've done the last two off seasons to be able to bring in the right pieces in the recruiting trail and on the transfer portal side, and the veteranship at quarterback, like you think right now. Okay, here's the thing: you think right now that Oklahoma fans are going to be okay going 6-6 this year, despite having a brand new offensive line and a new quarterback and a new offensive coordinator? No, they're going to be pissed as all hell, saying we paid a crap ton of money for a dude that has no idea what he's doing. And then 3 years from now, when they're in the college football playoff, they'll go, oh, we were overreacting. It's the same thing. Yeah, they're expecting to march on into the SEC and be an immediate player. The same thing should be said for Texas. It doesn't matter that you lose a piece. It doesn't. And of course, me personally, and I'm just gonna come out and just again go to war for this. I think Texas is the second best offensive line in the country. I think top to bottom, Texas is the second best offensive line in the country. If you can't win with that offensive line, you have bigger problems than anything in the backfield. Honestly, the running back room itself is not the problem. It's the offensive line if you can't win with the guys that you have back there and the guys that you brought in.
I hear you. I mean, offensive line, all those guys, man, so many vets, so much experience. Kyle Flood, one of the best in the country. Again, we're talking about everybody's responsibilities taking the notch up. Their responsibility is going crazy right now. And
I'll tell you a guy real fast that has gotten a lot more pressure added to him over the last 24 hours. Jake Majors.
Yeah, at center. Yeah.
That is a dude that I think I had him as the most underappreciated offensive lineman in the SEC because he's got 30 reps underneath his belt. 30 starts underneath his belt in 3 years. That dude added a much bigger pressure added to his name this year because he's got to be able to set the standard and he's got to hold everybody else accountable for him.
Yeah, Jake Majors, when you lost him in that Oklahoma game last year, even though Connor Robinson played his ass off, and you think about the 4 consecutive stops that Oklahoma had on the horns when you're on the 1-yard line, a lot goes back to Jake Majors. And if he were in the game, how that probably would have been a lot different. So, yeah, he's a hell of a player. And him and Quinn got really good chemistry. He's a leader on the team. And, again, you need those leaders to step up. You need those leaders to let these guys know, main thing, still the main thing. We still trying to get this national championship. We're still trying to go to Atlanta. We're still trying to be a top 4 seed in the CFP. And you're right. They still have enough weapons to do so. And the coaching has to be that much better. You know, Steve Sarkisian, there have been times where he's made some questionable decisions. As good of a play caller that he is still the same guy that had Bijan Robinson out the game against TCU when you're in your own red zone inside the 5-yard line. You know, I'm sorry. We can't forget shit like that. We can't.
No, we can't. But hopefully he has. Hopefully that's not dialed up like Pete Carroll redoing it with Londale White in the Super Bowl at the 1-yard line.
Nah, I need him to remember that shit. You got to remember the dumb shit to help you overcome. You know.
See, so you say remember. I say forget it, as in like it is out of the realm of possibility. It is so far deleted from my inbox in my brain that if someone ever said that, I look at you and go, "What the fuck did you just say?" Like that's the way I go about it when it comes to
it's kind of like an alcoholic going to rehab and no longer drinking and stuff. You got to think about all those dark times on why you're choosing this path now, why you're as a sober person trying to live that type of life, because when you were drunk, things were very, very dark. That's what I compare it to. So I need him to just have in the back of his mind, like, okay, once upon a time, I was leading against U of H 21-7, and I decided to do a fake field goal with Burn Auburn, you know, and then we got stopped, and the whole game shifted, and the momentum completely changed, and we had to use Trevondre Sweat and John A. Barron to get 2 big-time stops for us to just squeak out of H-Town. I need that to be in the back of his mind, because, again, the room for error with C.J. Baxter not available has become that much more important, because now those guys that you're dependent on to step up, those guys got to get the ball at the right times. So whether that's Quinn Ewers, whether that's all the wide receivers that you got, hell, going for over 300 yards a game if you Quinn. Why not? Why
Zach,
not?
quick question. Was Stark on staff with the USC when they played Texas in 05?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So he learned at that moment we need Reggie Bush on the field to win the national championship, and he saw Pete Carroll a few years later say, "Oh, we need Marshawn Lynch on the field to win the Super Bowl." Hopefully, he doesn't have a Pete Carroll 2.0 moment. Let's just hope that shit doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is one of his mentors, old Pete Carroll. You know, Pete Carroll.
How do you do it twice? Is my question. How do you not realize it fucking twice that this is the same thing that's going on? You're at the 2-yard line. No, we're going to let Lendale run it in, not the Heisman. Nah.
Look. Yeah.
No, he's off the Arrow game. Fuck him.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the Heisman, but Reggie was weird that game. Remember that weird pitch that he tried to do?
Yeah. Okay.
You know, how locked in was Reggie that game? You know, that was
game on the line. You're not turning the number 5?
I agree. I would have had him, man. But again, Reggie was doing stuff that was a little out of character that game. As a Texas fan, loved it. Loved that Reggie Bush had an off game when they needed him the most. And he's out here trying to make the big play and instead forcing turnovers in the same, you know, on the same room. But yeah, his mentor, Pete Carroll, has made mistakes before. Hopefully Stark could tune that up himself, and you won't see those types of problems. But yeah, if you're just now joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, no Chip Brown today. He had a family emergency with his daughter who hurt her leg, so Chip should be back tomorrow. I don't know for sure, but word has come out, CJ Baxter will be out the rest of the season with an LCL injury and a PCL injury. So, yeah, I mean, Feel bad for CJ again. Can't repeat that enough, Cole. I mean, if you're trying to be optimistic about the situation, I made this comparison earlier. Priest Holmes missed a ton of time when he was rocking the burnt orange in the 90s. And he had a few games where he was big time, but it wasn't until the NFL when those things were put behind Priest. And he ended up having, in my opinion, a Hall of Fame career. So
sure,
you want CJ Baxter, when his time is here, to be on the field and show what he can really do as that big 5-star coming out of Orlando, Florida. But also, you want him to be able to go to the NFL and hopefully have a chance and be healthy there, because he'll be in the NFL most likely longer than he is here in the ATX, even though they call it the not for long league. So, yeah, man, I don't know if you practice different if you're start, because we don't know how it happened. As you mentioned, we don't know if it was a bad cut, he just turned the wrong way and blew his knee out, or if somebody on the defensive side went after that knee, because he is a bigger guy, and to get him down, you got to go after the legs, and it was just the wrong shot. We don't know, but yeah, that's not a good look. You never want this to happen at all. It is football. These things are going to happen, and yeah, we'll see where Texas Longhorns and this team go from here. But let me ask you this, Cole, before I hit sponsors a little bit. Trey Wisner, Soto, Texas, state champion, him and Jonte Cook, both teammates, one state. One thing that was so compelling about Trey Wisner is his versatility.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they had a big-time running back at DeSoto, and even though he played running back, they kind of moved him all over and had him as a slot receiver, and had him on a whole bunch of jet sweeps and reverses. So he did a little bit of everything. And now he's more of a traditional running back. And he showed flashes last year, Texas Tech. He had a touchdown, but didn't get the ball much, was more of a special team guy. How difficult is it to change your whole mindset, thinking that, okay, I'm just going to be this plug-in guy, to, I'm going to be a huge factor on this offense. I might get over 10 reps a game at the running back spot. How do you think that's going to affect him? And how do you think Sark, Tashard Choice, and the rest of this coaching staff are going to go about implementing him to the offense?
As nice as I can put it, because again, we did just see a running back go down that was a contact injury, apparently, to the comment section down below. And now you have to turn the corner to where Jaden Blue and now next guy up. But I want running backs that are coming into Texas that are going to say, oh no, I'm surpassing you. I'm surpassing you on the depth chart. Like, my entire goal this offseason is to watch you play well, me get better, and eventually catapult you and get more reps. So for Wisner, that should be his MO before an injury. Like I want the guy being like, no. Jaden Blue, it's been a lot of fun for you, man, but it's my time to shine. CJ Baxter, I know how many 5 stars are next to your name. I also know that I'm better than you internally. I want to have that mentality. And the reason why is because of when you hear the term iron sharpens iron, I get so annoyed whenever it's like defense versus offense. No, iron sharpens iron, in my opinion, comes down to your position group. How can you better yourself to stand out against your compelling opponents? So for Wisner, the entire MO should have been throughout all of training camp, throughout all of spring football, I'm going to stand out to where you have to put me on the field. I'm not coming in out of necessity. I'm coming in out of want. You want me on the field. You want to see me do what I can do. You want to see me be as good as I can be. So as long as he has that mentality, and that's the mentality I think you need to have at a place like Texas, especially with the history of running back, what we know about the guys who have come before him, the guys who have made their mark on not just the collegiate level, but also the NFL level, and how they've carried themselves with the brand of Longhorn football past their days in Austin. I think that he already has that mindset. And if he doesn't, then that was a guy that automatically I'm already worried about, because of I don't want him on my squad. I want a dude that comes on in ready as a freshman saying, no, I'm going to beat you. Like CJ Baxter last year, First freshman since Ricky Williams to start the season opener, get the very first carry. Many people were surprised about that. But it's like, no, I want to make sure that I am the guy. I am that guy.
Yeah, in a way that could have put a chip on Jonathan Brooks' shoulders and been like, okay, they think this guy is number one. I'm going to go prove to him why he's not. And he definitely showed that going over 1,100 yards in the limited games that he had. So, yeah, I'm right there with you. You got to have those alphas. You got to have those dogs in the locker room that think when they aren't on the first string, they're getting disrespected. And coach really isn't seeing me for what I could be and giving me that opportunity. And when I get that, I'm going to prove everybody wrong. So if Trey Wisner, Jaden Blue, same with him, because now his usage should go up. Again, I don't want it to go up much. Maybe give him 5 more carries that you weren't gonna give him when CJ Baxter was available, because I need Jaden Blue at this point to last. Because if God forbid anything happens to Jaden Blue, this whole we're Texas, next man up shit, it gets a little murky if you're gonna rely on 2 freshmen and then Trey Wisner. So I'm going to need this team. Like, it is one of those situations where you come in the following week, Cole, and Jaden Blue ain't really even touching the field.
Yeah.
Because you want to preserve him and just keep him right and as healthy as possible, because you need Jaden Blue. You need Jaden Blue to still get to that goal that you want to get to, and that's hopefully win a national championship, SEC championship. So,
like, I'll change my opinion on Texas if Jaden Blue is out for a significant amount of time. Sorry, at that point, I agree with you. Like there are certain levels to where I'm like, nope, it's still Texas, still the big brand. It is what it is. The standard is the standard. Whatever moralic type of battle cry you have to use to get out of bed in the morning and make sure that you enjoy life, yeah, that's fine. You lose Jaden Blue, there's a lot of things changing, in my opinion. A lot of things changing surrounding this organization.
Yep. And it's just that running back spot. Those guys take such a beating. You just never know. And now going to the SEC, all those dudes, they're looking to rip your head off. But let's hit some of our sponsors before we get back to the sports football talk. Shout out to Passes, man. Passes is a creator content company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. If you want to see some of your favorite athletes at the University of Texas in a behind-the-scenes way, all types of sports, baseball, softball, volleyball. You see the Olympics on Passes, basketball, obviously what you got with football, and they're just taking you behind the scenes. You can get this question and answering sessions, memorabilia, merchandise, just everyday life of what these collegiate athletes are going through. And when you see what the NIL's popping with, see what Texas One Fund's popping with, Passes is just another part of that. So head to passes.com so you can get a closer look at what's going on behind the scenes of the game. And Passes is also the best place to donate and support the Texas Longhorns and donate and subscribe to the Texas One Fund so you can get access to the tailgate parties, the meet and greets, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlight access. So again, go to passes.com and check all that out. And in a couple of weeks, we will be in Vegas. Cole Thompson will be there. Brad Kellner, Double R, Rodney Rodriguez, Chip Brown, and myself will be at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas, living it up, having a good time. It's going to be hot, but it don't matter. We're going to be in there stunting on them. And if you want to sign up for the Circa Millions, Circa Survivor contest, get to Vegas. You could come with us, or you could get there before September 6th and sign up. You have to be in Vegas. You have to go to Circa to sign up. After that, you can go back to wherever you reside, wherever you stay, and you could play the Circa Millions and Circa Survivor contest, win $6 million, win $10 million. You could win buku bucks. We will be there doing shows the 22nd and 23rd. Shout out to Circa Resort and Casino. All right, Cole, let's get to some good news, man. We've been talking a lot of bad news here with the CJ Baxter situation, and, we still got a lot of good stuff going on here at the 40 Acres, and a lot of that is due to 5-star wide receiver from Saxe, Texas, Collier Lockett, committed. Always backs up. You definitely didn't sign. Committed, because these vultures out here, the rest of these universities will still be hitting up Collier Lockett. Like, you sure you're good? You sure you like Texas? You sure you made the right decision? You know what I'm saying? That's just how the game goes. But man, Saxe, Texas, that's super northeast Dallas. Super northeast, like pretty country, but the boy could ball. Collier Lockett could ball. When you miss out on somebody of the caliber of Collier Moore and you get Collier Lockett, you kind of wiping them tears with $100 bills type of situation with, Collier Moore going off to Oregon, because I think Collier Lockett is just as dynamic and just as good. And I think what Steve Sarkisian, Chris Jackson, and the culture they're building, wiping those tears
with my NIL credit card. Oh, my NIL credit card. Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't look at that.
Yeah. This is how it should be, man. Collier Lockett, all bid of 6'2". You know what I'm saying? The dude is an absolute freak athlete. He has that speed, 6'2", 175 pounds. According to 24/7 Sports, he's a 12th overall prospect in the nation for 2025. Second prospect at wide receiver in the nation and 5th in Texas. And that's what you want. We had Hank South on yesterday, Cole. Hank South, recruiting guru for Horns 24/7, does a terrific job. Yeah, love what Hank does, man. Just a great guy. But he came on and said, it's not a necessity to get another big-time wide receiver. And, I get what Hank says. Completely understand that, especially when you're trying to find these big humans, as Steve Sarkisian likes to refer to, in offense and defensive line, and how rare those guys are, and kind of what you saw with some of those guys decommitting a part of this class. But you're gonna lose Matthew Golden next year, most likely. Silas Bolden probably won't be here next year. I think he has another year, but I'm not too for sure. And then you've been hearing Isaiah Bond talk about next season he wants to break Xavier Worthy's record. So I doubt if he's here next year. So there's going to be some spots to fill, And when you got somebody like Collier Lockett, a lot with what we're hearing from Ryan Wingo coming in on his freshman year and making an impact, especially now that you don't have CJ Baxter available, even though that's two different positions. We talked about that in the first hour. Bringing in somebody like Collier Lockett, that's still big time. No, that's still a good get. Like, this is your state. You should be getting the top players in your state. And even if that wide receiver room is mad heavy, if he's looking at that room and being like, okay, I want to compete with these guys and get better and compete against the best when it comes to the secondary in the nation, and I see what Sark has done, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, putting guys into the NFL, I want to be a part of that. I don't give a damn if that wide receiver room is thick. Those guys are going to push me and make me better. And for Collier Lockett to see that and still commit, I think it's big time and shows what the culture has been set for that wide receiver room and as a whole for Texas.
It's more than that for me. What it is number one, you're keeping the same. You are the flagship of the state of Texas. You are the brand that people turn to when talking college football in this state. You want the best players from this vicinity not to be going elsewhere. For years, we saw this with Nick Saban, and it was unfortunately the Saban's tax, but it also was the Saban luxury. You're going to come on in and you're going to be immediately a name that we're going to target. We're going to get a lot of reps to. And even if I don't believe it, you're going to be winning national championships at Alabama. And there were kids from Texas that would go there. And there were kids from Louisiana that would go there. And kids from Georgia that would go there. And everyone would go, well, we got to win our state. We got to win. Well, you can't win the state when you have Alabama handing out 5-star gold dishes. And more importantly, a couple of bags full of McDonald's. That not really McDonald's, but we know it's actually inside that.
There ain't no double cheeseburgers in those bags, baby.
That's for damn sure. But you have that. On top of that, you get to now do it legally. But also, think about this. The only thing that's going to happen when adding in a player of Lockett's level is it's going to better the wide receiver room. However you see it, whether that be eventually a kid will transfer, he'll go elsewhere, he'll ball out, potentially become a household name for a school in the SEC or a school in the Big Ten or the Sun Belt. But usually that means that the guy behind him has already surpassed him. But that level of competition's raising, and that's going to lead to another spot open on the roster for you to be able to target in the next offseason, for you to be able to go out and bring in the next recruiting cycle. So it's already a win there. The other major win in all of this is you're also building for the future. You look at Tennessee right now, and I hate bringing up those dirty, rotten, scoundrel, volunteer faithful. I hate bringing up the Volunteers. I do. Yeah, Knoxville's a beautiful town, but unfortunately they have that god-awful puke orange on their sidelines. Regardless, they're loaded at quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years, and everyone in that room is going to get better because, number one, Josh Heupel knows how to work with QBs, but everyone is up to a certain brand of football to where if they were to leave, that room is only going to get better because if they have a certain bourgeoisie that caters toward them. And the other thing that's really important in all of this, they also are only going after certain type of players. So you're doing the exact same thing with this now becoming a wide receiver you. You're putting your brand, you're putting your stamp down right alongside LSU, right alongside Alabama, right alongside Ohio State. What Oregon's trying to do underneath Dan Lanning, getting all these guys to come on in, from Evan Stewart to Tez Johnson to DeCorian Grant, who, by the way, let's just make this clear. He committed. He didn't sign on the dotted line. There still is a shot that the 40 acres comes flying back into the race at the very last second, pulling up the rear, and now you get another 5-star phenom added into the conversation. It could happen. It could. You add all that together, again, you are making a standard for yourself. And so there is no losing in this scenario. Yeah, would you like to get better at maybe bringing in linebackers? Sure. Would you like to maybe not have to go to the portal to bring in the safety? Sure. But adding a player of this caliber to then be able to not only expand your recruiting grounds to that vicinity of Texas, but keeping them in the state a little bit longer and making you the priority, the committal, the standard signing. It's a win. It's a massive win for Texas. And it's going to be a win because of, for years in the past, you watch these players walk over to Ohio State, walk on over to LSU, walk on over to Alabama. They ain't walking anymore. They're staying close to home. Mom and dad are going to be able to not have to go on a plane to see their kid play. They're going to just get in a hop, skip, and a jump car drive, be up there for a weekend.
Yeah, I remember how hurt I was when Garrett Wilson committed to Ohio State.
Exactly.
Really? We let this happen, Tom Herman? We let this happen, and then, yeah, I get it. He lived in Ohio before he moved to Lake Travis, but still, that was a guy that you could have used, and who knows? If you would have got Garrett Wilson, maybe Tom Herman would still be here. Probably not, but just saying. But, yeah, Khalil Lockett, to hear what he said about Texas, shout out to our guy Mike Roach of 24/7 Sports. Khalil Lockett talked about it was a lot of great options, and it was a really tough choice. It was probably one of the hardest choices I've ever had to make in life. It was about where I think I'll fit in and where I think I'll get the best opportunity to make it to the next level. I have everything I need right here in Texas. The support with my state, the fans are ride or die. Us Texans love the people that come from the state and the people that put on for the state. It really made a lot of sense to me. The support system of Coach Jeff Banks, Coach Steve Sarkisian, Coach Chris Jackson, Kyle Flood, and the rest of them was huge. They kept in touch with me from week to week. It made the most sense. They went over my plan and what they have for me, and they believe in my ability and what I can do. What stood out for me in that quote, Cole? Make it to the next level. That's it. Like, we all want these guys to come in and just be like, oh, straight national championship and stuff, but these guys are thinking about the rest of their lives. You know, they're going to make a little bit of scratch here with NIL, but the money that they can make in the National Football League at the pro level doesn't touch it. So to hear that and to hear where Texas used to be, That was the biggest thing, where you weren't putting anybody in the league at one point. And it was an absolute disgrace around here. It's no longer the case, man. All those coaches that Khalid Lockett named, a big part of that. The rest of them, a big part of it too. And yeah, you got to keep those guys in state. I know times are different, and these guys are going to all these camps, and you could have somebody from California recruit somebody to Texas because you see them about 5 times a year at these camps, and you communicate with them via social media, this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, you got to keep the top players in state. As you said, it's the flagship. You got all the resources and stuff. There's no reason not to. You just got to have the right culture, and for something for these guys to look at and be like, oh, okay, this does look dope. It does look cool to be at Lake Austin and just have all these different things to do, but also have a city that's completely focused on the university and the football team. Like, Austin's such a unique place that I think some of these SEC teams don't really understand, because they have their traditions and they get it. But the ATX is different. It's different. And it stands out in the way, just like other. Tuscaloosa stands out in the way, and Knoxville stands out in the way, and Athens stands out in the way. So if you're from the state and you've been to the ATX and you've been able to enjoy the fruits of your labor here, there's a certain pride that you heard Khalid Lockett say, yo, us Texans, it's a prideful thing. So I can appreciate him saying that. And I can appreciate Steve Sarkisian and, again, the coaching staff making that culture known and making it a place where those guys should be welcomed here, something that we didn't see during the Charlie Strong, Tom Herman era like we should have.
Sure. I mean, he's ready to build a name for himself. He's ready to create his own image. He's ready to have a likeness about him. I mean, you know, there's all the same things there, man. I mean, we all know it. I see, you got there. Can you just listen? Can somebody just one time, just throw in a couple of small darts like that and just make it clear? Yeah, money played a factor. I'm not saying that he's getting more than $1,000. What I'm saying is that the man actually, or the kid actually, gets Texas. He is going to be a superstar. I do believe so. I do believe he will be a good fit for Texas, especially for the offense. But, like, also, come on. It doesn't help that you get a lot of money thrown into the mix. It does help you have the funds.
There's probably a little Skrilla being thrown around to, you know, the young boy. I can't front that. We're in a different time, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah.
I just want someone to be a smartass like me and sneak that into their little, like, message to Hank one time. Like, oh, you know, I want to create a name for myself. The imagery that I had there was fantastic. There's a likeness about this community. Just sneak in the NIL through it in. Like, it's fun for me.
Oh my gosh, that's absolutely terrific. So yeah, shout out to Khalid Lockett signing today. You know, A&M was on that list. Glad the Aggies didn't get them. That always feels good when you could get a win over that team down in College Station. But let's get into some NFL talk, Cole. Hard Knocks came out last night, and I didn't watch it. I've been seeing different clips. You know, I've got to wait for my wife. She didn't feel like watching it last night. We watch Hard Knocks together. She likes watching, you know, the mic'd up and behind the scenes of the sports and stuff. So we watched that together. So I got to wait on her. Hopefully she can figure it out, and we got to watch it as soon as possible, because it will be nice for my job. But whatever. That's a different story for a different day.
You're a good husband.
Thank you. With it all, the fact that it's kind of sacrificing my job a little bit should show that I'm such a good husband. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to wait. You know, I'm willing to be a little bit behind. You know what I'm saying? I'm good with that. If it means us to have a happy marriage, then I will take those steps in doing that.
Let me ask you, are you the only person that is it always that way for us where we're willing to sit behind, but 5 seconds we leave the room, they hit fast forward on the TV show that you're watching? Because I'm like 3 episodes behind on my wife when it comes to one of our TV shows. She's like, oh, I was bored. I decided to watch it without you. But when I hit pause and you're not paying attention, you automatically get mad. It only happens when I'm in the room.
See, I don't have those problems.
No, man. Lucky you. Oh, I have a perfect marriage and life is happy.
Hey, we go through our shit too. But yes, it is a very lovely marriage. I am very happy. absolutely. But anyway, Hard Knocks.
Watching the show, honey, I am happy. I'm
very happy, honey.
I'm not blinking twice. I'm not. I'm okay.
I love you. Yes.
Yes.
I'm great. Life is great. But Caleb Williams, headlines again. You know, we know Caleb Williams is different. We know he paints his nails. We know he's Gen Z quarterback. I've heard from everyone that this is the first Gen Z quarterback in the league, which CJ Stroud's Gen Z, Bryce Young, but how he acts, I guess, like the whole TikTok stuff, just being different.
Hold up, are they actually Gen Z? Like, are they in that category? I thought CJ was like the very last year of what millennial was.
What was he born? I think it's 96 is the cutoff. 97.
Is 96 the cutoff of millennial? Damn, I barely made that.
Maybe 98, maybe.
I thought it was 99. I thought Gen Z was 2000 on.
See, that's what we got Google for. So.
Yeah, exactly. So now we get to find out. I mean, don't get me wrong. The stance is that the guy paints his nails. He's on social media. He's pulling out TikToks all the time and going and doing stupid shit dances. Like, that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah. Okay, so Pew Research Center says 1981, 1996 is considered millennial.
Just made the cut.
Yeah. So I guess Pew Research Center knows best because they were the first one jumping up on Google. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, people are going crazy seeing CJ Stroud, Caleb Williams talking to coach, gets up from his chair, grabs a bag, and people are saying that it's a purse. Okay. Who gives a shit? For one, I could care less. Like, whoever's bitching about it needs to look at themselves in the mirror and reflect on their lives. It shouldn't be grinding your gears that much. If you're that old school and that just old timer, then whatever, do your thing. I could care less how he represents himself off the field. As long as he's a good person, a good leader, and a good quarterback, it's all that matters. It's all that matters. So what he does and the type of bag that he likes, which it didn't even look like a bag. I mean, it didn't even look like a purse, Cole.
It didn't look like a satchel?
Yeah, I don't know if it's even satchel. It just looked like a fancy-ass bag. And I think because it's him, we're assuming that's a purse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to pull up this video. Shout out to our guy, Chris Bennett, for sending it to me earlier. But it just looks like one of those really nice designer bags that neither of us could afford, but these guys can.
As soon as it comes, I'm going to be so excited.
Oh, I don't have it yet. Let me get it right.
My bad. I was like, okay, this bag better be freaking elite. Here's the thing. So I finally got like the ultimate backhanded compliment of my life, which I've never been more excited to talk about. And I was going to do it on SEC Unfiltered, but I'm not on until I think Friday this week, if I'm even on the rest of the week. So now you guys get to listen to me. Somebody commented on a video that I did and said, your points were on perfect level. Everything you said was awesome, but I can't take you seriously with the backwards hat. Therefore, you're not professional enough for me to continue this. I'm like, bro, if you're really going to be that fucking old school, I don't need your opinion to begin with, boomer. And listen, I'm not trying to be that guy, because if I understand everyone has their own backing, but like Colin Cowherd, I get it. If you just want to be on the burner account and still be coming at me because I called you out for making fun of CJ Stroud and then never actually making a good rebuttal, just say so in the comment section next time, because my God, I wear a backwards hat, but I'm smarter than half the people that are on FS1 to begin with. Like, come on. Like, what are we doing here? And also, if you have I carry a backpack. Like, I have a backpack. I don't carry a briefcase when I go inside the press box. I'm not going to events and walking in like, oh, gotta get ready because if my buddy brings one to his work at a law firm. Like, dude, what I do and what we do is completely different. It's the same thing with a quarterback. If you're jealous that the dude has a bit of flair to his game and he also can throw a football a country mile and gets paid to do it, just say so next time. That's all you got to do. Nobody needs to be rude about it.
Yeah, the whole quarterback backwards hat bit was a little odd because I've seen a ton of quarterbacks rock the backwards hat and have a lot of success.
But Baker does it, and immediately I got to get down this rant about how Baker's overrated.
Yeah, there's some quarterbacks that do it that might not be good, but it doesn't mean anything. To me, it just means some quarterbacks have style and some don't.
I don't wear a frontwards hat because I don't look good with a frontwards hat. This is what I look like. And then people are going to see the logo and go, oh, he's an Astros fan. He's an awful human being. Burn him at the stake. But when you do this, nobody knows. And I look awesome. I look damn good.
I'm glad you're feeling yourself. All right, here's the clip of Caleb Williams getting up with a purse that everybody is throwing fits on social media. See, is it a purse?
Okay, that's a purse.
That's a purse?
Purse. That's a purse. That's a purse. No, I don't care. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. Like, whatever. That's a fucking purse. My wife has a purse that looks like that.
I can't. I don't think I can bring myself to say it's a purse, man. I don't think
it's a problem. It doesn't bother me. It's not going to define how he throws a football this year.
No, not at all. You're right. But I'm just saying, like, man, that has to be called something different. That has to be called something like European or something that's just way out of where we're at, the stratosphere that even you and I could think about. You know what I'm saying? Like, just way more pinky up that we could think of. And what's in there, that depends on the lot. You know what I'm saying? If he has the things that go in the purse, you know what I'm saying? The nail paint for his nails and different things like that, then, you know, okay, it's a purse. So what? But yeah, Jack, I'll show it again.
I want to see this again because this is...
see it again. It's green. It's hard to tell. It's tough to tell. It has the handles that look very purse-like. But again, I've seen some really nice bags that could go for purses. All right, I'll be showing it again.
Let's do it again.
Caleb Williams. Getting up, Hard Knocks. Does he have a purse? Does he not? We'll see again. It's looking more and more like a purse the more I watch it.
Okay. So I actually was looking up what it is called. I found the name. So it's very similar. It's a German style bag.
Okay, knew it. European. Knew it.
Yeah, okay. So it's called a Geldbeutel. It's a Geldbeutel.
Okay.
That translates to purse. That translates to purse in German. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because it's a purse. It doesn't change who you are. I'm not going to give a shit. Like, if I show up one day with in my head lightning stripes shaved in, is that going to change the way I talk about college football? No. Am I still going to be a smartass that comes on this program all the time and be the most authentic version of myself that people either love or hate? Or are you really going to judge me because of after all these takes, after all these numbers, after all the highlights that I've had on this program, you're finally going to be like, oh no, this is what drew me over the line. A purse? Like, really? This is where I can't stand people. When they see something that just is a little bit off key, a little bit off touch, and it's like, nah. Like, that's what drew me over the line. But everything else I said was fine, right? Like, leading up to this. But the second that I said Texas is a solid program, and I'm not sitting here in the corner just going, everyone loves you. It's like, oh no, now it's a problem.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you watch the NBA, you see these athletes dressed in the most ridiculous attire that could be considered a little, different. No one really says anything. Everybody just like, oh, that's the NBA. That's how these guys are. They can be a little out there with their clothing, like the Russell Westbrooks of the world, James Harden, all of those guys, Tyrese Halliburton, all those guys have worn things that you're like, that's interesting. But in football, because it's such a macho, masculine, oh, you got to be tough sport, now this is a headline. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's very odd about it. Like, if you're a teammate, are you going to disrespect Caleb Williams and look at him different because he carries himself in this way? You know, what's going to happen when they start losing? I guess that's the thing. Like, because we're not going to say with these losses, it's because he paints his fingernails. That would be straight up ignorant. You know, that just would be flat out ignorant to say something like that. And that would be disrespectful to these defensive coordinators and opposing teams that are preparing to stop Caleb Williams and negate anything that he does well. Like, that's just, I don't know. It's very odd. And again, that's just where we are in society. You know what I'm saying? Like, very judgmental. And you heard that person go off. I don't know who it was, but it was somebody in the media go off on Caleb Williams talking to his teammates, allegedly talking to his teammates about
the guaranteed money shit.
Yeah. Like about cleaning up in the locker room and stuff, and saying that he was out of place. And then that same person was like, I'm not going to have no rookie that hasn't played it down coming in with his fingernails painted and stuff. Like, what? Why does that have to be mentioned? You know, but it's because some of those old heads are, you know, they think different. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how Caleb Williams responds to it. And now I really want to watch Hard Knocks to see how he carries himself with his teammates and stuff. Because, again, I think Caleb Williams is a good guy.
Hey, Zay, out of curiosity, Zay, quick question. Do you remember when Dennis Rodman decided to wear a wedding dress?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you remember what the reaction was?
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. Do you also
Dennis?
Yeah. Would you also go toe to toe with him in a boxing ring?
Hell no.
I'll see myself out. Same kind of scenario there.
Hell no.
It's the same shit. It's the same thing. Like, honestly. Oh, he wears a purse. Okay, can you throw a football better than him? Can you start for the Chicago Bears? Be the first quarterback in franchise history, which, by the way, is the second oldest franchise in the NFL, to throw for 4,000 yards? No? All right, sit down and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That's it. Say there does Robin. You want to fight him in a dress? See what happens.
Yeah. And that we just said that was Dennis, MJ, Phil Jackson, Pippen, all those guys that were a part of those very good Bulls teams that three-peated when he was on the squad. We just said it was Dennis. It's whatever. The guy led the league in rebounds in the 90s, nonetheless.
Yeah.
The time that was way more physical than what it is now, led the league in rebounds multiple times, and was also smashing Carmen Electra and Madonna. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dude, what can you say about that? Like, come on now. Like,
well, he wasn't smashing Madonna. Let's start off there and then work our way around. I'll give Carmen listen, Carmen Electra has a very soft spot in my heart because if I love like the Scary Movie franchise, and that was like her claim to fame after dating Dennis, where Madonna, I mean, it was a little prayer, if we're being completely honest.
Yo, love Madonna. How dare you, man?
Well, she was not like a virgin, that's for damn sure.
Oh, she definitely wasn't. But we love Madonna, man. Hey, if you're willing to have your coffee black, you're good with me. You're good in my book. She was with Rodney and Tupac. Madonna, yeah, she liked them roughneck. She liked them thuggish brothers, man. I salute Madonna. She always gonna be good in my book, but
she's an A-okay person. I'm gonna leave it at that.
She's terrific, man. But yeah, you're right. I love the Dennis Rodman comparison, and yeah, I don't think Caleb Williams should get any of the heat that he's getting right now. It's definitely undeserved, and I hope he proves people wrong. Like, with all this shit, I'm becoming more and more of a Caleb Williams fan. Because I can appreciate somebody that's authentic and completely themselves. Like, screw everyone that has beef with you, bruh. Like, screw them all. Like, they're just haters, in my opinion. Like, do your thing. Like, and trust me, this is coming from a guy that has hated before. But I hate on very specific things, you know, and it's all just goofy hate too. It's nothing really malicious or anything, but
sure,
I am rooting for this guy. Like, I'll hate on Trae Young's hair. Like, that hair, it's toe up. He can do something about that. It's
he can shave his head. It's time.
He can shave his head.
We don't need a receding hairline, buddy. We understand it. male pattern baldness is a thing that runs in your family. It's okay.
Yeah, you can do something about that. You don't got that Jada Pinkett Smith like alopecia, and you can do something about that, Trae Young, and you got the millions. You'll be fine. But this, this is where I draw a line. And again, even though Caleb Williams is a Sooner, former Sooner, I look at him as a former USC Trojan, and that's it. That's the only school he went to in my book, especially with how he did the Longhorns when he took over for Spencer Rattler in that Red River game. But I'm rooting for the guy. I want him to have success so he could prove all of those old heads that have that ignorant thinking, yo, I could be the way I am and carry myself the way that I do and still be a very good quarterback on the highest level.
It's not that I don't agree with you, because I do, from the sense of what you're bringing up. The parts about him being his authentic self. All for it. That's the best version of you. If I came on this show and I try to do Chip's role the way Chip does, it would be a terrible show. Nobody would watch. They'd be annoyed. I am my own authentic version of myself. When I'm on the mic, that's who I am. That's who I'm always going to be. I appreciate that. I just am not a believer in Caleb Williams until I see it. Because of also, here's the thing. How are you going to react? And this is where the Gen Z part comes in. How are you going to react when a game is blown and you're the quarterback, but it's not your fault? Because it's so easy to go ahead and say, I got to be better. I got to be better. I got to be better. When you're the problem of the situation that goes on. But if a defense allows the last play of the game to be a Hail Mary and you end up losing, do you throw your defense under the bus, or do you say, oh, well, no, this is a team sport. I got to step up. I could have made a throw on third down that would have led to another touchdown, and we wouldn't even be in that situation. Because that's what quarterbacks do. And so, just again, the part of where I think 5 years from now, we'll look back at when he was crying in his mom's arms after the game as just a blip on his overall persona. Until I see how he handles adversity where he has done his part, but another person doesn't. And he doesn't make sure he throws them under the bus, and he's not running into the stands and, handling himself as the true leader of the team. That's where I got to see it. The authentic part, I'm all for. And I think that from that standpoint, if he balls out, again, it allows you to show that you can be your most ideal version, feel the most comfortable in your own skin, and still be that badass that takes the field on Sundays. But I want to see how the attitude adjusts when it's not his fault. Does he allow himself to make sure that it is still a team, or does he throw someone under the bus? And the only way I'm going to know that until I see it. That's just it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said. Well said, my friend. All right. So when I talk to you, I always got to get my update on the Houston Texans.
Okay.
What's going down right now in H-Town? Who are they playing this week? I mean,
they're in Cleveland. That's why I'm able to be here, is because they're in Cleveland and I didn't make the trip. So they're in Cleveland because they did the Hall of Fame game. They didn't go back like Chicago did. They stayed there because they played Pittsburgh on Friday. So they go to Pittsburgh and they'll face off against Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, who probably at this point would be better off waving the white flag than trying to get the comeback and let's ride, or let's melt, or whatever the hell you would say for the Steelers. Let's weld, I guess would be their slogan, like Broncos country. Steelers Nation, let's weld. Yeah, that works. Whatever. I personally just don't see it anymore. They're playing this week against Pittsburgh. Offensive line still is a problem. I'm sorry. And I know there's probably a few Texans fans in here. I am not a hater, even though everyone in the public eye apparently thinks that I am just the worst person who has ever existed on the beat for Texans football because of I keep it a buck. I think that a lot of people are going to be disappointed with this team from what the preseason expectations are. Doesn't mean that they're going to be bad, but everyone is they are doing so much. I've had this conversation with somebody, and I did a radio hit in Knoxville. Speaking of the one beautiful place that I love, full of that fan base that's just toxically awful. They came at me because I said, you cannot put this much pressure on Nico to be the guy the second he touches down week one and he ends up balling out. Because if you do, he's going to crack. Everyone would crack under that amount of pressure. It's the same thing with CJ. And that's my fear right now, is that I get that CJ is so intricately perfect when it comes to his processing and when it comes to setting a standard for himself. But my God, Like, this offensive line is in a world of hurt right now because of injuries. They are just barely getting by. You're seeing regression from the passing attack. I worry about this Texans team. I really do. I really do think that there are going to be so many fans that come midseason, they'll be saying, what did we do wrong? You know, fire Nick. It's like, dude, you got to realize you were playing last year a fourth-place schedule. You didn't have to go up against hell-bent teams like Detroit and Kansas City. And on top of that, let's also throw in the fact that everyone has a full year of film on you. Like, you can't just rely heavily on CJ to be the dude. Like, you can't, because even Mahomes doesn't. Like, Mahomes still has guys like Travis Kelce and Chris Jones and Justin Reed and at one point L'Jarius Sneed to take some pressure off of him. Like he had the moments where it wasn't all just on him. And so I'm nervous. I am for what is going to be the narrative around the squad this year.
Yeah, you look at those wide receivers, and they could be the best wide receiver trio in the league with, Collins and Stephon Diggs and them. But with this schedule, yeah, it might be an underachieving season for some folks who think they could just go back and win the AFC South once again. And we'll see what this defense is about. I think this defense could be really good, especially with Daniel Hunter coming along. I think he's the most underrated edge rusher in the league, and him and Will Anderson is going to be a force to be reckoned with. But as you said, if this offensive line can't get it together and C.J. Stroud doesn't have that same protection with all that talent that you're going to face playing the first-place schedule here in 2024, that could be a problem. That could be a problem. So
just a minor one. Just a minor one, And again, I'm not saying they won't go to the playoffs. I'm just saying they won't be the number one seed in the AFC and things won't be running through Houston like every fan here wants. And CJ may not win the MVP. And so that doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback, even though there will be people out there that say, we're stressing because we didn't win 13 games this year. Like, you remember that you won 11 combined games in 3 years before CJ arrived. Like, you guys remember that.
Dark times, man.
You remember that time, right? But you weren't stressing them. No, you weren't stressing them, but now you are because 13 was the goal and you didn't get there because you lost by 1. My God. This is the problem with fan base. This is the problem that I have with so many fan bases that are unrealistic with their expectations. Like, I get it. There's a certain, but like, the way Alabama is, and I say this as kindly as possible, the way Alabama is because they've earned that kind of attitude of expecting 11 wins because that's all they've known. Like, the whole Ohio State bullshit when it comes to Ryan Day, like, we're going to fire him if he doesn't win a national title. Like, who says that when you have a coach of 9 losses in 5 years? 9 losses in 5, but half of them were to Michigan. 9 losses, and that's your attitude. Who wants to come in and take that job to begin with and also understand those expectations?
Yo, man, who's calling the plays down there? Is it Chip? Is it Ryan Day? They doing it together? We'll see how that goes. But yeah, great shit from Cole Thompson. He is managing editor of Texas Wire. Got to give us that good Texans talk. He is in the know. He's talking to the players, and you see him on SEC Unfiltered on the reg. Yo, Cole. All right, so 2025 nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame have dropped. You look at this list that I am presenting the people that are watching us on Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever you call it, and YouTube. You got one of my favorite linebackers of all time, Luke Kuechly on there, Adam Vinatieri, great kicker for the Patriots, Marshawn Lynch, Eli Manning, Darren Sproles, Clay Matthews, Terrell Suggs, and a few others, but those were the main ones that stuck out to me. If you were to choose one person for that list that is going to be in the 2025 Pro Football Hall of Fame, who would you take?
I'm going to take the easy one and just go Vinatieri.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the easy one because the guy has, I think, the most points ever scored. And, like, so when you do that, you make history. How do you not? Like, I can make a case for every other guy besides maybe Marshall Yanda. Like, Yanda, again, is a boring player because he's an offensive lineman, which pisses me the hell off so much, is that everyone's like, oh, they're an offensive lineman, so that means that they're boring. We don't have to pay attention to them. Guys, when they allow fewer sacks than starts in their career, that says something about you. That's pretty freaking cool. Like, that's honestly about borderline all godly level status in the NFL. Yanda allowed fewer sacks in his career than he had starts. Like, that should be automatically, no, you're not even on the list. Like, no, we're just throwing you out. You're on. You're in. Done. Everyone else can make an argument for. And so, like, Vinatieri feels like the safest bet.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, all of the big kicks, as you said, all of the points, like Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, they get the headlines, but if Adam Vinatieri wasn't clutch, then who knows how many those two would have. And he was a big part of those dynasties. Luke Kuechly, man, that dude, his preparation, his knowledge of the game, I don't think we'll ever see another Luke Kuechly. Like, he was cut from that old school cloth, went to Boston College. We know, other than Bucky Godbolt, not too many people know about Boston College and the talent that they got coming out of there. And Luke Kuechly put on for that team, and he was an absolute warrior for the Carolina Panthers. Love Terrell Suggs on those really good defenses with Ed Reed and, you know, Ray Lewis. Like, those Raven teams were a force to be reckoned with. So Terrell Suggs, I could see him making it too. And probably the most controversial guy on this list, Eli Manning. I mean, the stats don't scream nothing much, you know, compare him to all the other great quarterbacks, but those 2 rings, man, being the underdog, winning both of them, that name, the Manning name, I think that in itself is going to put Eli in first ballot, maybe.
You think okay.
Maybe second, but yo, come on, man.
Okay.
That name is legendary. What he did winning those Super Bowls, how? With those duck balls that he be throwing.
I will make an argument for you. Now, this is the only way that we can agree on this. It's the only way. I will let Eli in the first ballot Hall of Fame, and I will not complain whatsoever if Rivers gets in as a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Come on.
No, I'm sorry. Rivers was better. Rivers is better. You have 2 highlight moments of your career with Eli Manning. That's it. Consistency. One is going to rank in the top 5 in every single category until it is broken in passing yards, passing completion, QBR, passer rating, and the other one had 2 of the biggest throws in Super Bowl history. Yet they're both not going to be first ballot Hall of Fame. Come on, Zay. Come on. I will give Manning. I will give Manning if I get Rivers first ballot.
I love Rivers, man. So I might be right there with you, just because somebody with that awkward ass arm to be as good as he was a dog too. He talked his shit. Man.
He never chopped legs. Never chopped legs on and off the field. Always was shooting straight. He had his eyes on the prize and the target, locked and loaded. He was always good.
Yeah, man. He's coaching his kids now in high school. They're that damn old, and it was all with the same woman. He wasn't out here Tyreek killing. Like, it was all with the same woman. So, yeah, salute to Phillip Rivers, and yeah, we can put them both in first ballot.
I will agree with that then. Let me say, the Kuechly one is really interesting to me because I honestly didn't think he made enough of a name for himself in the years he played to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But then Willis got in. And when Willis got in, after playing that less amount of time, I think that's gonna open the door for him. I think that did a lot of heavy lifting, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, the way he played, I think he said, you know what? I can only play one type of style. If I continue to do this, then I'm going to be on my CTE watch and just problems for the rest of my life. And football is only a slither of your life. It's not that long. You know, the rest of your life having to deal with that. Every time I see Earl Campbell, my heart breaks just to know the type of beating that he took during this Houston Oilers days, which have resulted to what he's going through now. So when you see those types of examples, you see guys like Barry Sanders and Calvin Megatron Johnson and Luke Kuechly hanging up early. Got to salute those guys, man. Even though we're selfish, we want to see them on that field because they played the game the right way. They're the ones that got to live with themselves for the rest of their life, and I want those guys to be as healthy and happy as possible. So, Luke Kuechly, those ones.
I don't have a problem with him retiring early, though. Like, honestly, like, number one, what more did you have to prove besides winning a Super Bowl? Like, honestly, when you look at the resume of a guy like J.J. Watt, the resume of a guy like Luke Kuechly, the guy like a resume such as Patrick Willis, Barry Sanders, another one that retired at age 31. He was 1 year away from setting the all-time record for most consecutive 1,000-yard rushing seasons and said, you know what, I'm good. I'm good. You have number one, you owe nothing to us. Like the thing that fans need to understand, they owe nothing to you. They don't. They owe it to their teammates. They owe it to their coaches, and they owe it to themselves. If all three of them are on the same page saying we good, all right, sucks. Sorry, I get. I'm a fan. I'm gonna be hurt. I'm gonna be sad. It's not the end of the world. Like, so many people right now are like, oh, JJ's gonna come out of retirement and he's gonna play. It's like, bro, he had his heart zapped back into rhythm and nearly died. But yet you want him to win a Super Bowl so badly for this team that may or may not happen. You're okay with risking his life for it. Yeah, that's always the smartest thing for people to say. Fans are, like, as good and loyal as fans are, they're also the fucking worst sometimes. They really are.
Yeah, we're the worst. I put myself in that category because I get caught of being like, really? And then I have to come back down and be objective and be like, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, that fandom, it's a mother. It's a mother. Hey, quick JJ Watt story for you. So my sister-in-law, as a friend, she lived in the Minnesota area for a long time, has a friend that went to Wisconsin, turned down JJ Watt when he asked her out. Turned her down because she thought that he was just a typical football idiot meathead. And you know what's ironic? She looks like JJ Watt's current wife.
Really?
Yes. Yes. They look very similar. I don't know where she's at now. She could be happily in love with her husband and has children and stuff, but I'm sure
she's going to be sitting out trying to find her perfect man and that perfect man.
Yeah, I'm sure she's looking at that fumble and thinking, maybe if I would have given this guy a chance, what could have been. But
there's so many. So I'm seeing this thing on TikTok right now with this like really, really sad sound by the song Yellow from Coldplay. And it's like, thank God I didn't ghost this guy. And I'm wondering how many chicks right now are just out here saying, oh yeah, I ghosted him. Oh, he's a Fortune 500 millionaire. Oh, he plays in the NHL. Oh, he's a baseball player that now is winning Cy Young awards.
Hey,
I'm really happy at home right now. This is great. Yeah, I'm on my third marriage. This is fun.
Yo, my cousin Tasha, shout out to Tasha. Sorry, I got to shout you out because she's one of those, which this kind of makes sense because this guy was batshit crazy. She turned down Vernon Maxwell back in those Hey Rocket days when they were out at some club back in H-Town during the 90s, and Vernon tried to approach her, and Tasha, she was with my cousin Vance and to her brother, and Vernon was trying to push up on her, and she was like, nah, you ain't no Vernon Maxwell, because I guess he had his hat and brim low, and she had to raise it up, and she was like, oh, shit, you are Vernon Maxwell. But she also knew Vernon Maxwell was absolutely insane.
That shit.
Yeah, it was just like, even though you're Vernon Maxwell, you're Vernon Maxwell. Like, being with you would probably add more stress to my life, so I would politely decline. And yeah, Tasha's had a good life since then, but I get the Vernon Maxwells. The JJ Watts of the world, that's tough.
Sweet angels like that don't exist everywhere and also get to be called Hall of Famers. Like, they're Hall of Famers in communities and Hall of Famers in Canton, Ohio. They're a very rare breed. It's like seeing a black golden retriever that they actually do exist. There's like 2 in the world every like 6 litters where they're made from 2 golden retriever like parents, and then it's like, or like a green golden retriever, which there is actually that thing. Like 1 in every 6 million, you see one in the litter, and their fur stays green. They're very rare to come by.
Yeah.
You're very rare to find yourself a JJ Watt in the world.
Yeah. Oh, man. Today's been a good show, even though it's been kind of a dull day with the CJ Baxter news. But for the right call, let's shout out Covert BK. Covert Automotive Dealership. I've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. My wife and I are thinking about getting a new car, and you know who we're going to call. We're going to call Covert BK to see what they got for us. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, and Chrysler. Go to covertbk.com for the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And yeah, for the right call, Cole, just gotta shout out CJ Baxter, man. Feel for you, bro. Feel for you, man. If you just now chiming with us, getting ready for SEC Unfiltered, CJ Baxter will miss the 2024 season with an LCL and PCL knee injury. It says it usually takes 6 to 9 months to rehab and get back right. So he will miss this season. A lot of optimism with this Texas Longhorns squad that, yeah, they've taken a step back, but as Cole and I have mentioned today, you still should be able to get to those goals that you're striving for this season, and that's an SEC title and national championship, because those other teams that are up for it, they're going to have losses too. Like, this is football. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. But you have to have a lot of luck in order to win a national championship, and that luck, most of the time, you know, you could have those Isaiah Bond, Jalen Milroe type plays. That's the type of luck you need too. But when you talk about luck as a whole, a lot of that is with injuries and having your best guys on the field so you could be able to accomplish those national championship goals. And even though CJ Baxter would have been a huge part of this 2024 team, they got guys that can make a name for themselves, and we can see what they're about with Gibson and Trey Wisner and Christian Clark, and obviously Jaden Blue. His role has accelerated out the ass. So new questions for this Texas football team and what we're going to see in a couple of weeks, Cole, but still excited about it. We just feel for running back CJ Baxter.
Zay, let's end on a very positive note. Let's end today's show on a very high. Feeling yourself, you're starting up the mountaintop. It's only a little bit of a fall down. It's not that bad. Let's end it this way. It happened now and not in the middle of the season. You have now 3 weeks to game plan on how you're going to attack the rest of the year. You now have time to figure out what works, what doesn't. You won't have to be scattering yourself throughout the entire week, staying up late at the office, calling the wife and saying, I can't come home tonight, honey. We're doing this because we got to figure some other things out. You found out early on in the year, which as detrimentally heartbreaking as it is, there's going to be other teams in the SEC that have to find a way to be able to win. And they're going to find out a week before a rivalry game, a week before a must-win showcase, a week before a top 20 matchup, a week before what could set the standard for one roster making it to the college football playoff. You got 3 weeks now to figure out, is Trey Wisner the guy? Can Jaden Blue be a guy that we get 25 carries a game to and maybe 8 carries out of the backfield on passing downs? Do we have to utilize our passing attack in a different way? Do we have potentially a wide receiver we can throw in the backfield? Maybe we got to teach him to do a little bit more than just being a pass catcher. Maybe he's got to be a pass protector. Maybe we can utilize him on jet sweeps, on motions. Maybe we can utilize Quinn's legs a little bit more. Maybe there are some things that are out of the way. We all know that there are. By the way, Nathan, I'm using a giant example. Doesn't mean Sark married. It means anybody married. I'm married. I might not be married tomorrow for all I know. Doesn't change the standard. The system is the system. What I'm telling you guys is that you have 3 weeks to prepare on how to react to the loss of a guy in CJ Baxter. Some teams won't be that lucky. So consider this a only blip on the radar to what still is going to be, for I think many people, a very promising, successful season on the 40 acres.
Well said, my friend. That's why you're one of the best. That is Cole Thompson joining me for Chip Brown today. Hopefully, Chip will be back tomorrow, though. I am Zay Collier. Let's bring in our guys in SEC Unfiltered. Chris and Harrison. What's popping, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hi, boys.
I don't think I hear anybody say the phrase the 40 acres more than Cole Thompson. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say the phrase the 40 acres before I heard Cole Thompson say it. So I've
heard it before.
I've never heard the phrase the 40 acres until a couple months ago. And now
welcome to the 40 acres. Hashtag 40 acres.
Every time I hear Cole speak, he's saying the 40 acres. So keep it up, Cole. I'm not complaining. I'm just making the point that I always find a way to tune in when you're talking about.
So as much as I love the university, it's one of the more uglier campuses.
Thank you.
And Texas is really?
Yeah.
Texas got an ugly campus.
Yeah.
Really? Hey, might be finding out this fall.
Yeah, there's
I'm definitely going to find out. But so Austin, great campus stinks. That's just
there is no campus. That's the problem.
No campus, really. It just blends in kind of with downtown, and when you have
then it'll be just like being in Columbia. I mean, there's no campus at South Carolina hardly. I mean, there's a little part.
True.
I mean, they've got. Is there like a historic part of campus anywhere? Like a specific?
Yeah, the tower.
There you go. The horseshoe. There you go.
Part. Again, I'm not even gonna go there. No, there's
who's got the prettiest campus in the state of Texas?
Well, it's.
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of them. But
SMU
of the major schools.
I'm thinking probably a private
SMU's like in the heart of Highland Hills, which is like the part in Dallas. So it is pretty, but it's a weird campus.
TCU?
I couldn't tell you. That's a good question. I might have to do my research, Chris.
I'm thinking a private school with a huge endowment and a lot of money.
Do you not think Waco's pretty? Do you not think Baylor's pretty? I don't think Baylor has the best campus, but it may be because I think San Marcos has a little bit of gusto to it. It's dirty as shit, but there's some prettiness to it. I mean, you may be walking into a bar and walking out with a VD disease, but you're definitely going to see some pretty landscape out there. That's for damn sure. That's my vote.
New poll for Twitter. For X.
Oh, man. You fellas have a good show. Cole, appreciate you. Harrison, Chris, y'all take it away.
Zay, Cole, appreciate y'all. Harrison, what's up, man? It's been a while.
What's going on? It's been too long.
Yeah, I know it's been too long. Texas Sports Unfiltered. What is up? I'm Chris Phillips. He is Harrison Fan. Again, we are SEC Unfiltered. Here on the SEC Unfiltered Hour live, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain each and every single day. Talking all things SEC as we continue. Again, the countdown to kickoff. Kickoff is just around the corner. Right at about 3 weeks. We've got 22 days until kickoff. 3 weeks from tomorrow, we'll have games. Missouri and Arkansas will kick off the SEC slate. Cannot freaking wait. Week 0 is even closer than that. Again, I'm joined by Harrison Fant. Harrison, what's up, man? Again, it has been a while. Obviously, college baseball season came and went. College World Series came and went. We took a little bit of a break, if you will, you and I teaming up on this thing. But great to have you back in the fold, talking a little football. Here. I feel like you and we will organically get into some baseball chatter. We may even start with that. But either way, appreciate you taking the time, man. It's always a good time.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here. And always love talking SEC sports with you, Chris. It's always a joy.
I know it's not SEC, but should we talk about the Braves not being very good this year? You mentioned that I was at the Braves game, and I don't think I went to for those that don't know, I went to the Braves game Sunday. I don't think I could have went to a worse Braves game. I mean, they literally lost 7-0.
You were at the Max Fried game, right?
I left in the 8th inning. Like I mean, I couldn't have gone to a worse game. So I don't know, man. Braves kind of stink. Like they stink.
A lot of injury. Okay.
In terms of Braves expectations.
Well, if you think about it, you have, outside of Marcell Ozuna, who's an all-star this year, obviously several other all-stars, but all on the pitching side. You think about it, I think, was it 5 or 6 hitters in the lineup had record years last year? So obviously that wasn't going to be repeated. I think that has to be stated. I think it's pretty obvious, even though people don't want to talk about it or don't think about it. But no one saw this big of a drop-off from the offensive stats across the board for every single one of those guys that dropped significantly below. We thought, kind of some insiders thought that they're going to drop off a little bit. It's like, wow, if they can repeat this again, and they just got Chris Sale, and they have Acuna's healthy, Stroud's healthy going into the season, right? Who's going to stop them? That was the question. But then to have this big of a drop off, the pitching staff has saved the season with on the backs of, Ronaldo Lopez, who has not pitched more than 180 innings in a season since 2018, 2017, I believe. He's been a reliever. He's an all-star this year. Chris Sale, who's been battling injuries, I think he's done 130-something innings the past 3 years combined. He'll surpass that this year. You lose your Cy Young candidate, Spencer Strider, and then Charlie Morton's, 39-40. He's kind of just, filling a role. And then you have one of the best rookies, I think, sleepers of a rookies this season on the pitching side, in Spencer Schwellenbach, who has done what I don't think many Braves have ever done on the pitching mound early this season in their career. And so just the poise that he has been unbelievable. So it's been frustrating. And I think a lot of teams have things to be frustrated about, obviously. But let's be honest, Chris. We're glad we're not White Sox fans. I'm glad they got a win last night.
Yeah, what was it, like 20 straight losses?
I'm not White Sox. Yeah. They were going for history. But it's
bad history.
History. Yeah, bad history. But it's just one of those things. You can't have that powerful an offense that just is putting up historic numbers. It's going to cool down at some point, but just like I said, it cool down way too much. Guys are underperforming outside of Marcell Ozuna. Matt Olson's been playing a lot better the past month than he has the whole season. So it's just, Austin Doppler's getting the right guys at the deadline is kind of his forte, his MO. And I know people in the state of Texas that are Houston fans are pretty well aware of that with how the 2021 World Series went, taking down the Houston Astros in Minute Maid Park to cap it off. But it's about being healthy, being hot, the right season, the right time, late in the season, and it's the dog days of August, right before the playoff stretch. So, anything can happen in the postseason.
I mean, maybe it works out for the Braves because winning the East doesn't typically work out. And I mean, you think about when they won the World Series, it was a kind of similar. I mean, this was a team that was 10 games below 500 at the All-Star break, and we know
to win the All-Star break.
Yeah, we know it's all about getting hot at the right time. So but to your point, I was talking to a buddy about this, and bro, you really think about it. I mean, virtually any team in Major League Baseball, you could apply this to college, any level. You lose your ace and your best position player. Most teams are cooked. Most teams are cooked. Yep. Like it's just that's it. So, for them, if they make it past like the first round, I think you have to look back and be like, you know what, dude, even just making the playoffs, I think would be like, you know what, with what they lost, could have been a lot worse.
All right. Let's not get making the playoffs as a satisfying year, Chris. No matter.
I don't think it'll be satisfying, but I'm just saying, I'm sorry, but when you lose your ace and Ronald Acuna, I'm not saying the year becomes I'm not going to say the year becomes a wash, but anything more than getting out of the wild card round would be an incredible year.
Maybe that's what, like you said, what the Braves need is to not have that first round bye.
Dude, they won it without Acuna. They won it without Acuna. So, if they win it again without Acuna,
MVP and the World Series MVP at the deadline.
They did get Collier back though.
They did, and they got Luke Jackson back as well. But
they should have just gotten Jock back and just put all the Infinity Stones in.
Run it back, baby.
Just run it back with the entire squad. That's what it kind of feels like they were doing. Yeah. So Luke Jackson pitched when I was there, and but funny enough, he gives up a 3-run bomb to who else? Jonah Bride that played at South Carolina. Yeah, I was like, and literally it was 10 seconds before he hits the bomb. I'm like, wait, is that Jonah Bride? Boom, bomb to the left field fence. And then Luke Jackson, though, shoved for the next 4 innings. So Luke Jackson style. So, Luke Jackson style. Never know what you're going to get. Harrison, for those of us who, let's just call it for what it is, haven't been paying attention to college baseball, right? A lot of people, once the College World Series is over, the Schloss thing happened, the Michael Early thing happened. Kind of after that, most people, a lot of people at least, I should say, college baseball goes to the very, very back seat, and it's all college football. You know that. For those of us who have not been paying attention the last month, Anything notable that stood out to you from the college baseball world, SEC wise? Anything else? Anything been happening in the college baseball world? I guess the first thing I can bring up is Ryan Prager's back at A&M. Anything else that's caught your attention in college baseball over the last month that you feel like the audience should be aware of?
Yeah, I mean, Texas has retained a couple big names and key guys that they thought that they're probably going to lose with the draft or whatnot, like Max Ballou, I believe is his name. A big piece of Texas's offense last season, and they're getting, obviously, if that coaching staff with Max Wiener and the Arm Farm can implement what they did at A&M and flip that pitching staff around at A&M, imagine what they can do at Texas. I mean, obviously, it's going to be year one, big challenge, but getting key pieces there, bringing in some big-time recruits that they can develop that work well with their system, because obviously when you bring new coaching staff in, you can enter the portal, players can for 30 days after the coach is fired or leaves or whatnot. So getting the right pieces in that, like we've talked to Nolan Kane and the rest of the coaches there, they look for guys in the transfer portal especially, but recruiting, out of high school, of guys that fit their development and their program and style the best. You could go get a guy that, slashed 25 bombs last year, but if it doesn't work with your philosophy, your development program, and you guys don't think you can develop him further, he's not going to be a great piece, not going to be the right piece for the program. So that's going to be huge, obviously. And those are names that even some of us, I don't really know who's going to be that guy that steps up or who really shines and develops under that leadership and coaching. And we'll see that come to fruition, obviously, as spring and SEC play comes around. Obviously, Texas being in the SEC this season, or the upcoming season for baseball in 2025, that'll be interesting to see. And then I think on the other side, you talk about Tennessee, retaining a lot of talent. Hunter Inslee coming back. Word is that he was coming back anyways. That he was planning on coming back anyways, but made a big announcement that he's coming back. You got Kirby Cannell, one of the best mustache in college baseball. I'll say the best mustache in college baseball. Great personality, phenomenal pitcher, ice in his veins, poised. He's going to be an assistant coach. I think a grad assistant on the team.
Wild,
so
that he's sticking around. That's so funny. He's sticking around. That's awesome.
Like a victory lap without having to take classes, Chris.
I mean, really, truly, that's kind of what it is.
It seems kind of like a mentoring role getting into coaching, I think, too. So, I mean, good for him. He's always been great to us. But I think, you're going to get a bunch of huge recruits in. You're going to get even more recruits in after the national championship. The portal, they hit really hard. They did really, really well in there. And we know Tony Vitello is going to continue. I don't know if there's ever a satisfied Tony Vitello, but he is thrilled with how the season went. Obviously, not how it ended. But I think you got to compare him to like a Kirby Smart, or in the starting to be the likes of Nick Saban on the college baseball side. Last year. New group of guys, new season. Last year means nothing. I think that's going to be his mindset going in. Last year's seasons, hits, wins, strikeouts, can't win you games this upcoming season. So that's going to be his mindset going on, I believe. Hopefully to get up to Knoxville to do a little something with the team and with coach this fall. So we'll see about that. So stay tuned with that. But I think those are the biggest kind of things around the SEC for sure right now.
Harrison, to that point, because you compare Vitello to like a Smart or a Saban, and I think Vitello obviously is at the top of the game right now. I think college baseball, though, especially SEC baseball, I think it's too competitive to have Georgia's going for their third national title in a 4-year span. I don't see that. Think about it. We haven't even had a back-to-back national champion since 2010, 2011. South Carolina did it. And as good as I think Tennessee is going to be, I know, we're talking college baseball, but as good as that program is and as highly as I think of Tony Vitello, I don't know, man. I think the SEC is too good. I think there's too many good teams for any one program to separate. It'd be well, this team is the dominant team, then it's there's a gap. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible at all, but I don't know. It's going to have to take a really, really special team program coach to ever go back to back again.
It's going to have to take a deep, young team, because then they'll come back, juniors and looking to repeat, I think it happens before 2035. And I think it predicated on the shrinkage of the draft from 40 rounds to 20 rounds, and a lot of sway and kind of murmuring from scouts and whatnot. Hey, go to college. You're going to develop. You're going to, especially these SEC programs, you're going to get that experience. You're going to develop. You're going to have education. I think the push is really go to college right now, because statistically, guys that are drafted out of college have a significantly better chance, I believe, to have a longer career and make it to the big leagues than guys out of high school. Unless, like I said, unless it's life-changing money out of high school, you go to college and develop, get experience, get that education as well, because baseball is for everyone at some point, whether you're 18 or whether you're 40, we're all told, as they say, Moneyball. And I just think that the development in the SEC, it's so deep, Chris, and obviously anything can happen when it comes to the postseason. I mean, just look at Evansville. They were 1 win away from Omaha, beating Tennessee. They beat Tennessee in a game in the Super Regional at Tennessee. Anything can happen. So it's going to be really hard to, but I think a program in the SEC, it's going to come from the SEC for sure, is going to repeat before 2035. I just think because of the shrinkage of the draft, the development of guys wanting to go to college, and just how many young guys stepping up in college, Chris, and just I think the competition in the SEC kind of pushes everyone to be better. And I think we probably see we see 4 teams again in the SEC in Omaha. I mean, half the field is probably going to be SEC again. You got the addition of Texas and Oklahoma. Oklahoma's there recently. Texas is no stranger to Omaha, that's for sure. And it's just going to be a deep SEC field. And with how good the SEC teams are, someone's going to repeat.
You know, Tennessee A&M, our national championship series from literally a couple months ago, I'd probably pencil those 2 back in. Dude, A&M should probably be the favorite to win it all. I mean, they're stacked. They're stacked. A&M is stacked. If you're Michael Early, just get out of the way. Just make the lineup and let them go, because they've got more talent, I think, than anybody. So,
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And just, who are those key pieces like a Caden Kent that, steps up late when an injury happens or fills a role and just takes it and runs with it and, becomes a postseason MVP, becomes that glue guy, that huge base knock that lifts him up to Omaha. Someone's going to do it, no matter who.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee fans, I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. They might be paying SEC Unfiltered off to write another Rocky Flop article to inspire the
They're not paying me, and they're not paying me enough, that's for sure.
I'm just glad the Tennessee folks took it in stride. For those that don't know, we had one of our writers, Andrew Wright. And listen, I mean, he could have been right. That's the thing. He could have been right, but I give all of our contributors the freedom of creative control. And if you think somebody's going to stink or you think somebody's going to be good and you can back it up and you have points to make, then, then so be it. Like I went on record before the season. I didn't think Vandy was going to be very good. I had questions about South Carolina. Hey, one of my coldest takes, I thought Auburn would surprise, and they were miserably bad. So, we're all wrong. We're all wrong. But there are levels of being wrong, and Andrew was as wrong as you could ever be. And, that
was the coldest take in the history of college baseball.
And probably the history of college sports. I think Tennessee fans, because Andrew, and I told him, I was like, listen, man, I know you don't want to do it. I get it. But, you got to own this take. You want to call it an apology letter. You want to, whatever you want to call it. You got to own this take. And he did. And I think most Tennessee fans took it in stride. And I wore the L for us. He wore the L. I wore the L for us. You just got to take ownership of it when you do something like that. But, to be fair, he also in the title of his article said Rocky Flop could it be a tough year? Right. He didn't exactly.
It was expected down year.
No, it was a question. He presented a question. Could this be a down year for the Vols on the diamond? Essentially, it was a question. It was
down
not a
year incoming for Tony Vitello and Tennessee baseball ?
With a question mark. With a question mark. Yes. So it was presented as a question. Granted, he didn't think Tennessee was going to be as good. He didn't make a record prediction, anything, whatever. But yeah, it was. But it's funny, again, the Tennessee fans that were joking that were like, yeah, can you please write one of those articles for football season? So I can assure you, Harrison, I'm going to make the joke going into next season of I'm taking if Tennessee fans Venmo me $1, I'll write a Rocky Flop article.
I mean, they lost Chase Burns too, but he said Vols. He goes, it comes down to Vols not having enough star power in the rotation. They had enough star power, that's for sure.
Yeah, it worked out that way. So no, it was funny. All right, let's talk a little college football. Texas, big news out of Austin. I'm sure the boys over here at Texas Sports Unfiltered have covered this today. CJ Baxter out for the Longhorns. It's always unfortunate when you see this, Harrison, these, and we're seeing this start to pop up in other places. Oklahoma had an injury to one of their top wide receivers yesterday, I believe. I think Jaden Gibson was the kid's name. This is the time of year, Harrison, where, to compare it to baseball, it's kind of like when practice starts before the season, right? That spring ball starts before the season, and no news is good news, because typically the only news you can get during that time is somebody got hurt, right? Like we get news every year before college baseball. Some guy is having Tommy John. Some guy tore his UCL. Some guy did this, that, whatever.
Every year.
I mean, and it's inevitable. It's part of sports. Injuries happen. But CJ Baxter, the Texas running back, out for the year. Obviously the question goes to Harrison, who steps up in the running game. I think Jaden Blue is the very obvious guy that is going to have to shoulder the load. But I tell you who this just puts even more pressure on is Quinn Ewers. I mean, he's got to carry the load, I believe. And, you posted, we'll get in this in a second, the 2024 Heisman Trophy odds. Quinn Ewers is right up there at the top, third best odds. But it really does put it on the shoulders of Quinn Ewers to carry the load, to be that guy. We've talked about what he's got to do to take the next step and progress, if you will. But it's all on Quinn. You lose a guy like Baxter, they're going to be fine. They're deep, but really does come down, I think, Quinn Ewers shouldering
Jaden
more.
Blue. Yeah, Jaden Blue showed a lot of promise. And if he can, like you said, help take a lot of that load off of Quinn Ewers, I mean, he rushed for 400 yards, 3 touchdowns last season. He caught 14 passes at the backfield too for 135 yards with a touchdown. I mean, he's got the potential to step up and be a good, really strong running back in the SEC, and can take that load off Quinn Ewers, so the pressure's on him. He's not having to carry the whole offense, and you're thinking, oh, here's a pass almost every play. But maybe we see a freshman like Jared Gibson or Christian Clark also step up in the backfield. I mean, maybe they run a 2-man show, or kind of, who knows? I mean, I think one of those freshmen will step up and kind of be a B, not an A, but a B back, and, kind of help keep Jaden Blue fresh so that he can take that pressure off of Quinn Ewers. So we'll see. I think one of those freshmen is going to have to step up too.
Yeah, and that's the good news. They've recruited well there. Like many other places, Texas has recruited well. You hate it again. Terrible news out of Austin. We saw the reports yesterday that he was getting an MRI, and you keep your fingers crossed. But Harrison, the pads aren't even on yet. And if you go down, it's non-contact. And if it's non-contact, it's not good. It's typically not good news. So
yeah, they were top 15 in Power 5 schools in rushing last season. So.
Yeah, so they Texas should be fine. A lot returning on the offensive line. You have your trigger man under center. A lot of talent still, but you hate to lose a kid like CJ Baxter, especially at this point during fall camp. Now, I just mentioned Quinn Ewers, Harrison, and more pressure on him. You brought up here the Heisman Trophy odds. I believe these are probably via FanDuel. Am I correct?
Yep, via FanDuel.
I tell you, I be gambling because I can recognize the graphic even. That's pretty wild. But anyways, Heisman Trophy favorites, Dylan Gabriel at Oregon. And I think this is actually recent development over the last month. He has ascended into the favorite at plus 700. Carson Beck, Georgia quarterback, plus 750. Quinn Ewers is plus 1,000. Will Howard at Ohio State, plus 1,400. Nico's at plus 1,400. Thoughts on the Heisman Trophy? Maybe dark horse favorites. Jackson Darts at 1,400 also. Garrett Nussmeier, 1,800. Cam Ward at Miami is at 1,800. If you want to go real long shot, you got Riley Leonard, Connor Wegman at plus 2,000, right? DJ Hughes at plus 3,000. Jackson Arnold, Oklahoma's plus 3,000. So when you look at this list, what jumps out to you? Favorites, sleepers. It's funny. You know what this reminds me of, Harrison? This kind of reminds me. I always go back to baseball, but this reminds me of our Golden Spikes talks in the preseason. So, Heisman Trophy odds. Who do you like here?
Yeah, it's one of those things that for me, college football is such. I think college sports in general are such so many things can go right, but so many things can go wrong, Chris. And I don't like really taking preseason Heisman odds, let alone conference champions a little bit better, I think. Just because you don't know who's going to step up. There's so many pieces that have to go right for a quarterback to win an Heisman Trophy. It's a quarterback award historically over the years, especially in the past 10 years. It really primarily is. But you got to have a great offensive line. You got to have a great running back. You got to have great receivers. I think some people last were surprised when Jaden Daniels won it because of how bad LSU was. I mean, so I think obviously being a really good team helps. But if I had to, I'd probably look more long shots, like a Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart. I mean, Riley Leonard could be really interesting. I mean, obviously, he's in a new situation at Notre Dame, but you and I talked before, and we've talked in our community in SEC Unfiltered just about Carson Beck is just kind of some people are saying he's a system quarterback. He's in a very good situation, which helps, and I think that's really key to have a successful season. We've seen Stetson Bennett do it. We've seen so many other quarterbacks do it, but you got to be in the great situation and have the talent to back it up. And I think, like I said, those guys like Jalen Milroe, it just the pedigree that he has as a player and the athleticism, the abilities and talents he's had. He's going to be under a new offensive coach, obviously new head coach at Alabama, but to play under Nick Saban is something players can't really say they've done anymore. And to have that legacy of, to have that coaching ability, he's going to be such a mature veteran on the field. Jackson Dart, another one, as long as he stays healthy, as long as all these guys stay healthy, because it all predicates on health. Nico, I think a lot of people want to take Nico, and it's just, Chris, anything can happen in the SEC, and we know how talented
bit of a wild card. Bit of a wild card.
Exactly. It's a wild card. It's a great way to put it. Mm-hmm. And I just know I'm staying away from Quinn Ewers. That's for sure. Dylan Gabriel might just be kind of, I want to say a sleeper favorite because of where he's going to be. He's going to be at Oregon, just, Pacific Northwest. They're playing in the Big Ten, though. That's just going to be, I don't know. It's one of those things too early for me to take. But like I said, those kind of sleepers, Jalen and Jackson, are going to be kind of where I would lean towards at this point.
100% on a side note, I'm curious, are you as adamant about your, I don't want to say you have a no gambling policy, but you definitely go out of the way to make sure people know you're like, I don't advise betting on college baseball. College football the same for you? Or are you more lenient with the betting on college football? Okay. All right.
A lot more lenient with betting on college football. I think there's more value and there's less complications of it than college baseball because, like we said, I mean, did anyone expect Evansville to go to a super regional, let alone beat Tennessee in a super regional at their home field when they were incredibly outmatched in game two? I mean, game one, they probably threw the best guy, but I just think even professional baseball is really hard to bet on. I don't bet on it for several reasons, but I think college football has a lot more value in game lines and some live betting. These individual accolades like a Heisman, I think preseason is really tough unless it's like there's two or three candidates that are like, Jack Caglione or Charlie Condon, or those kind of guys. It's like sticks, above the rest, the cream that has already risen. That's just at the top. I don't really go with props like this. And plus, I don't want to wait all season to find out if I won or lost my bet, Chris. To be honest with you, Saturday afternoon, I'm all for it. So college football betting, I'm here for. I'm in support of, as long as you gamble responsibly.
Indeed. Gamble responsibly, for sure. Just play money, beer money, nothing crazy.
I know you like to wager and dabble a little bit in the college baseball landscape, but I assume you're a lot bigger in the college football landscape.
Yeah. I mean, the college baseball, again, like you said, gamble responsibly, especially too when one or multiple of your business partners is gambling business partners. I'm certainly not going to say I'm anti-gambling because I want you to go gamble and use our promo code when you do it. So, anyways, yeah. So there's definitely more. I mean, here's the thing. My sports book, my bookie that I have didn't even carry college baseball. So listen, I wasn't, I mean, I would see people like our buddy Ben Upton with 11.7, our guy Mincy. These dudes are dropping Tuesday gambling picks. I'm just like, why are we betting on UNCW Wake Forest? Like, why?
Y'all have fun with that.
Some people just got to itch. They got to scratch, man. It is what it is. Let's move to this, Harrison. Sticking with college football, obviously. Montrell Johnson update from Billy Napier. Says he's week to week. Said everything went as good as it possibly could. I'm really curious what the status of Johnson's going to be. This is another running back situation, right? Not nearly the severity of CJ Baxter.
Position.
Yeah, vital. Not nearly the severity of CJ Baxter. The biggest question is he going to be able to go against Miami? Got something cleaned up in the knee, a routine procedure. He's already up and walking. There was a picture of him yesterday, already, I think, back in pads, like hanging out at practice. So the signs are positive, but I tell you, the closer we get to it, Harrison, the more Florida people I talk to about this Miami game, they need all hands on deck because this Florida-Miami game, I mean, that game against Miami is as must win as it gets for a football team and a fan base. I mean, literally, Nick De La Torre, today we posted the clip. He's sitting there going on record saying, psychologically, I don't think this fan base can handle a loss to Miami. Like, they're very on edge right now. So,
yeah, I mean,
need your guy.
I think they should be. But they say it's a very minor injury, which is odd for me. Just the timing of when they had it done. They say he cleaned up an unspecified kind of area. I want to think, just from my experience of having knee surgery and, having a really close friend and living with a doctor who actually did my knee surgery and is an arthroscopic surgeon, probably some, maybe something around the meniscus kind of cleaning that up, but I think some cartilage kind of cleaning that up so it moves more fluidly in the joint. But it's one of those things, Chris, do you rush him back? Like, I know it's Miami, but do you rush him back with the potential of, putting him in a position in which he can end up being out for the season, possibly, if something goes wrong? Like, is the juice worth the squeeze?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good – I think that's a judgment call about do you rush him back. I think that's a judgment call. You do have to be careful, though, to your point. Florida's still got a pretty good running back room with Trayon Webb and some other guys, but it's not nearly as good. I heard a crazy stat, Harrison. So Trevor Etienne's obviously gone. He went to Georgia, which I know stings for Florida fans. Trevor Etienne and Montrell Johnson took 92% of the snaps at the running back position last year. So think about if both those guys are out. Like, you talk about the questions that would all of a sudden arise.
Johnson is fifth nationally among active running backs in career rushing yards at almost 2,500, coming off back-to-back seasons in which he led the team in single-season rushing yards.
Yeah,
with over 800.
It's definitely something you got to watch carefully. I mean, you love for him to go. The good news is this, and again, our buddy Nick pointed this out, that week 2 they've got Samford. So potentially, as long as it would do no more damage or anything like that, he could go week 1 against Miami in some capacity. Maybe he gets 15, 20 carries. He could rest week 2. Ideally, you'd like to think you could beat Samford without Montrell Johnson. Could do that.
Yeah, because the first half of the season is a lot easier than the second half, I'd probably say.
Oh, dude, absolutely. But it is vital. That's why it's vital, too. They need to beat Miami. They need to beat a Texas A&M. They need to start hot because the back end is grueling. So
yeah. Well, the question is then, Chris, who takes the reps when he's not in? Trayon Webb?
I think it's Webb. Yeah.
I think he'll probably be the starter.
Yeah, I think that's the next man up. They've got some other guys they're really excited about.
Jacoby Jackson, who would, I guess, be in contention, but it's probably in Webb. I mean, I guess it's an all hands on decks going into it. But the thing that's weird for me is, or kind of like just puts me off a little bit, is how consistently and how often it feels like Billy Napier goes out of the way to express how very minor this situation is with his knee and his surgery. I mean, I saw an article. It was like very minor. It's very minor. We're monitoring it. It's really minor. I'm like, how many times are you going to express? Like, is it really that minor?
That's a good point.
Like, if you have to go out your way to say it that much.
Well, listen, now we get injury reports. So
yeah,
I mean, we'll see if that really does anything. But I want to transition, move the conversation here, Harrison, because you speak on the running backs, you speak on Montrell Johnson. I think what's interesting, and this account we collabed with on Instagram, College Football Blitz, they dropped a top 10 SEC running backs rankings. I think what's interesting, though, is like we don't have a clear-cut stud in the SEC this year at running back, right? You look, his top 10, Jarquez Hunter from Auburn, Rocket Sanders from South Carolina, Trevor Etienne at Georgia, Montrell Johnson at Florida, Justice Haynes at Bama, Dylan Sampson at Tennessee, Logan Diggs at Ole Miss. I'd put Ulysses Bentley there. CJ Baxter at Texas, who just went down. Marcus Carroll at Mizzou, who is I believe that's the Georgia State transfer. And then Jaquindon Jackson, who I believe comes over from Utah. I read all that to say, like, it's really interesting because we've seen in the NFL, you hear people talk about the devaluing of the running back position. Like it's not a high priority position, not a high value anymore. It kind of feels like it's getting that way in college. Like we don't really have a Darren McFadden. We don't have a Mark Ingram or a Derrick Henry. Like I think this is a great year for the running back position in the SEC. Some guys to emerge and show themselves, but I don't know, man. I don't know if it's like a weak year for running backs, but I remember thinking like Jarquez Hunter. This is no slight at him, but most people look at him as like the best returning running back in the SEC, the kid from Auburn. And you're just like, I'm like, that's the number one guy. Like, really? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to make that not sound like a slight, but it
to
seems
me, it's
like
got to be ETN,
yeah.
especially in the Georgia offense.
Yeah,
Talent and ability.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy to think South Carolina has for this rankings the second best running back in the SEC.
I mean, if Rocket Sanders is healthy, if he's healthy, 100% healthy, I mean, I could see it. The dude's a stud. He needs blocking more than anything. So,
yeah, I mean that's the big question is like blocking, having those lanes to run, because then it sets up play action, then it sets up the run game, and it all works in unison. And Georgia's been so good at doing that year in year out. South Carolina hasn't. Auburn really hasn't. Florida really hasn't. Bama has. It's just you got to have all the pieces. And I think it's good, Chris, when you talk about it for college football and SEC specifically, that it feels like everyone can win. Anyone can win, obviously, but it feels like just the level of talent rises, obviously, now that we have Texas and Oklahoma in, but also it just feels like the field of like talent throughout, the distribution of talent with the transfer portal, obviously NIL, and just how recruiting has continued to develop, that there's just, I don't want to say one better team, category A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way down, better than every other team, because there's so much talent distributed throughout the SEC. And I think it's so good for the SEC and so good for college football.
That is a good point. That is a very good point. I mean, the SEC is deep. Don't get me wrong. And I will say, though, if there is one team, I think you're potentially looking at, I think Georgia is. But I thought it was interesting. When we were previewing Bama, Alex Scarborough, who covers Bama for Bama 24/7, mentioned that there's more parity at the top of college football than there's ever been, where those top teams, like all the talent is going to like 10%, like 1% of the teams in college football, which is fair. I mean, it's the elites of the elites. The top 15 to 20 teams are getting all the good players. And so to your point, like, I mean, I think Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss now, Bama, they're all kind of crunched up there. LSU, Tennessee, Mizzou, et cetera, et cetera. So it's interesting. I mean, the game's never been better. Like we talk about how college baseball, the game's never been better. College sports have never been better. Maybe college basketball could work on some things, but college football and college baseball have never been better. I mean, just from a pure game standpoint. So,
and the SEC is only getting better. And the SEC dominates college baseball, dominates college football. Because, Chris, we all know it just means more.
Just anytime we can pull out, every time we say that, the SEC gets a ding, just gets a notification, gets a little check, gets something in the mail. Hamperson, I posed this question today on social media to the masses, asking if anyone should be on upset alert in week one. When you look at the week one slate, again, we got 16 games, Harrison. A lot of football, a lot of games. Is there anybody in the SEC, and let me remind you, so Florida's like a 2.5-point underdog. A&M is favored. Is there anybody in the SEC you look at and think should be on upset alert? I mean, and again, I don't expect you to say, Arkansas is going to lose to Arkansas Pine Bluff, which, by the way, I made an error when I did my game-by-game predictions. I just saw UAPB, and I guess this is the baseball in me. I called them Arkansas Pembroke. Pembroke. Yeah, but they're Pine Bluff. So, but I was like, what does it matter? Arkansas is going to win by 30 or 40 or however much, whatever. But in the SEC, I'm going to pull this up if I can find it. Here we go. All right, week one. You got that Arkansas Pine Bluff game and Mizzou Murray State. That's on the Thursday. Those should be no issue. Oklahoma Temple is on Friday.
That should not be an issue.
It shouldn't be an issue.
No excuse.
Georgia Clemson. Georgia's a 14-point favorite. I could see Clemson keeping this close. I really could. I'm not saying winning, but covering 14. I could see that. Does Vandy have a shot against Virginia Tech? Any shot?
No.
Vatek, a 13.5-point favorite. It might be worth sprinkling some
It'll
money.
be a close first half, maybe.
It might be worth sprinkling some money on Virginia Tech, to be honest. Cover the 13.5. I'm surprised, like, with as much hype as Vatek is getting and as bad as Vandy's probably going to be, I'm surprised it's that small of a spread. So, Tennessee, Chattanooga, no comment. There's not even a spread on the game. No worries there. Again, Florida, Miami. Miami, a 2.5-point favorite. If you want to call that upset alert because Florida could win, sure. It's essentially a pick 'em, but I guess I'm asking the question, Harrison, are we going to get any drama in week 1? Texas, Colorado State. Texas is a 35-point favorite. It's not happening. South Carolina, Old Dominion. South Carolina, a 21-point favorite.
No, don't do it.
I'm not saying Old Dominion's going to win. You don't think Old Dominion could make it uncomfortable? Old Dominion does stink. They were bad.
First quarter, maybe.
They were bad last year.
Yeah, I mean,
Mississippi State, Eastern Kentucky.
No.
Jeff Lebby's first game. Alabama, Western Kentucky. Wouldn't that be something? First game of Kalen DeBoer.
Hell no.
Bama struggles out the gate. How about Ole Miss and the Furman Paladins? This is going to be bad. We're going to be dropping game previews and predictions upcoming weeks. We're kind of just shooting the shit right now, obviously, guys. Harrison, I'm telling you, I could see this game being one of those like 42-0 in the second quarter kind of games. I'm not joking.
Yeah. Well, let's just say, tickets, Chris, are sub $10 right now.
Yeah.
You can get tickets for cheaper than $10. Hey, I saw Mississippi State, Eastern Carolina, Mississippi State hosting Eastern Kentucky, $3 ticket.
$3. That's insane, bro. Auburn hosting.
It's not nosebleed, obviously.
Yeah, Auburn hosting Alabama A&M. No issue there. Texas A&M, Notre Dame. A&M is the 1-point favorite. This is actually going down, I think, a little bit. Yeah, A&M minus 1.
I think Notre Dame has a real shot here. I really do. I mean, it's going to be how fast that Riley Leonard, the implementation of him at Notre Dame and the offensive philosophy and scheme go. But when we talk about running back rooms, Chris, Notre Dame's is deep. And they've had some historically deep running back rooms, talented ones over the years. But you have Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Prince, and Kendron Young. That's their top 3. I mean, they got a deep running back room. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they kind of approach the game. Obviously, playing Kyle Field is an incredibly tough environment. But Notre Dame's played in big games. Yes, we know they haven't played great in some big games. But a primetime game week 1, I think A&M should be a little worried because you cannot lose that first game in the SEC against Notre Dame. They can't. I mean, it's definitely possible. And I think Notre Dame's going to be coming in really hot and everyone's going to be riding A&M going in. But Notre Dame's going to come in and give them a run for the money. I see that one as a potential upset, Chris.
I do too. I mean, Notre Dame was I picked Notre Dame to beat Texas A&M in my game-by-game predictions. I just think week 1 of a brand-new head coach, everything's brand new. I know Kyle Field's going to be rocking, but all it takes is one big play to quiet a crowd. So,
Yeah, especially like if Connor Wegman throws a pick, I mean, that crowd's going to go quiet.
Right.
I mean,
We've seen it.
Coaching staff, it's going to be really tough. I mean, you got to jump out the gates fast.
Yeah.
Marcus Freeman's not doing that. He's not, on the new shoes, new kid on the block. He is, let's roll. And I think he's a fantastic coach too. So, I think that's going to be my game to watch for upset in the SEC.
And Notre Dame playoff hopes. They got to win that game. I think you got to.
Ticket prices, Chris? Tickets as low as $268. Steal.
That makes sense. Kentucky, Southern Miss. Kentucky, a 26-point favorite. Southern Miss plus 1,500 if they won outright. It's not going to happen.
They have a decently historical program.
They do have a proud program. They really do. But I don't think it's going to happen. And then finally, LSU, Southern Cal. LSU, a 6.5-point favorite, that being on Sunday night. The total in this one right now is at 62.5. I will be hammering the over. I
the
will.
over?
Oh yeah. I will be hammering the over. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, that's a given. I will be hammering the over. No question. No question. So,
Primetime game. We know how primetime games work, Chris.
I mean,
traveling west for LSU. They're going to
Yeah.
play at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. I mean, that's gonna be a show. I mean, tickets right now $150, as low as you can get. So that's gonna be, I think, I hope for the sake of college football and SEC that it's an incredible, wire to wire game to cap off week one. I mean, that's just only gonna make everything so much better.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Week
do
one.
Do you see LSU potentially losing that game?
No, I don't. I mean, I can tell you this. They better not lose. LSU hasn't won a season opener, I believe, since 2019. It's been that long.
They have played some very tough season openers.
They have FSU a couple times. I mean,
I think they played Clemson once, didn't they? Definitely FSU a couple of times. They've played some tough. I mean, they play the cream of the crop to open the season every year. It feels like.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Florida State they lost last year. Florida State they lost the year before that. UCLA they lost at UCLA. I think UCLA was pretty solid that year, 2021. COVID 2020. So I mean, I guess don't count it, but they did lose to Mississippi State. So.
Harrison, thing you're most excited for the football season? Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to above all else?
Oh yeah, thing I'm looking forward to most.
Personal storylines, like just things you're excited to see play out.
I think call it like I don't want to say it's a cop out, but I think it's just the headline is the headline for a reason. Texas in the SEC, Texas ain't Oklahoma, but just the implementation, just the pedigree that both the SEC is. In the Texas is, as well as Oklahoma, and the implementation, the tradition, everything. I mean, obviously, you have star-studded power all throughout the SEC, including Texas. You got Quinn Ewers. Obviously, CJ goes down. But then do we see Arch Manning? Do we see Arch Manning at some point?
I don't think
Quinn Ewers has some injuries.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, though, man. In the SEC, it's going to be more difficult. And if Quinn Ewers is not playing up to the standard, when you got a guy like Arch Manning waiting in the wings, there's a chance they call for him. Like fans, at least fans. I mean, I think this is Quinn Ewers' team, but that doesn't always matter. So it's just,
I mean,
fans will be fans.
It's one of those things. It's going to be what's their welcome to the SEC moment for me. I don't think it's going to be Mississippi State when they play them. I mean, what's their season? Colorado, and they play at Michigan week 2. Mm-hmm. That's gonna be the biggest test to start the season, obviously, but it's not SEC. Mississippi State's their first SEC game, then they play Oklahoma. So I think, it's probably gonna be Georgia for me. Georgia, I think it's like week 6 or 7. Mm-hmm. I think that game is gonna be just like, where are they when they get to that point in the season? Are they, cream of the crop in the SEC? Hey, we're legit. We're in the SEC here. We came to be one of the big dogs, or are they going to be, kind of middle of the pack? And it's like, what's going to happen going into? I think that's going to be the biggest kind of SEC headline for me is Texas in the SEC, the tradition, like I said, the pedigree, the history, and then they're welcome to the SEC moment.
They're definitely going to be judged. That Georgia game is going to be like the barometer of the measuring stick.
It's going to feel like that Alabama Texas game at Texas the other year.
Yeah, because you think about it, I think one of the biggest reasons we're talking about Texas the way we are and anointing them as one of the favorites in the SEC this year is because of that win over Bama. I mean, I really think that changed the narrative when it comes to Texas. But I think for me, it's a great question, Harrison. There's so many different storylines. I mean, there's personal storylines. I'm so excited for SEC Unfiltered, our first football season covering the entire conference. I mean, it's
that was a given. That's a cop out.
Yeah, right. I know it is. I'm just saying in general.
I'm stoked for that though.
Storyline I'm most excited to follow along with. I won't go Texas and OU. That's the low-hanging fruit. I mean, obviously I'm excited for that, but that's the low-hanging fruit. I'll go with the place that we're starting week 1, which is, and I'm talking about the SEC U Tour is starting. I'm curious to see what Florida does and what Billy Napier's future is. I just think that it's not just about winning games. I mean, you need to win. You need to win. But I think the way it looks, I think this year will be really telling for Napier in Florida. If they go out there and they're making dumb mistakes again and self-inflicted wounds, 2 guys wearing the same number jersey, they got 8 guys on field goal block when they're allowed 11, just making dumb mistakes, and those dumb mistakes are costing them games. If it looks that way, I think you'll kind of know what you have, man. I don't think Billy Napier, the closer we get to the season, the more I believe he's not going anywhere. I think he's going to be back in 2025. I mean, you got DJ Lagway on the bench who they're super, super excited for. So you don't want to lose him, but I don't know, man. The moment you know, or at least you think you know, but the moment you know a guy's not the guy, any time after that you hold on to him is just you're delaying the inevitable. I mean, you really are. You're delaying the inevitable, right? So, and again, I'm not saying that Florida should fire.
Unless it's wait 2 more games to finish the season, and our buyout's $12 million less.
Right. I mean, I get that. There's different circumstances for everything. I'm just saying, from the standpoint of I think it's going to be a telling year for Napier, man. Because if they look that way, if they play that way again, Harrison, I just think it's one of those things where it goes from, okay, it was year 1, then it was year 2, and they're still kind of getting everything input. Now it's just that's a characteristic of your program. It's been 3 years, man. This is, if it's not fixed by now, it'll never get fixed. So
there's a couple of programs on the SEC that feel like that, but I mean, outside, I guess, of a cop out of Texas, Oklahoma doing SEC, definitely Alabama and the legacy post Nick Saban.
Yeah,
I think that's got to be. Yeah. It's a full season storyline. It's a multi-season storyline.
DeBoer is going to be wildly interesting. I think also too the other thing I'm interested with, and it relates to Texas and Oklahoma, Harrison, is just what does SEC hierarchy look like now with no divisions, no East and West, and Texas and Oklahoma joining the league? Because I think there's a lot of fan bases out there, and there's a lot of people out there that have been barking at Texas and OU and have been talking shit, and they're going to realize very quickly that your program takes a back seat to both these guys. You just went 2 slots further down. So I'm excited
in
about
regards to that. Yeah. And Billy Napier, how many coaching changes do we see at the end of the season in the SEC?
Yeah, so my over under total, Harrison, has been 1.5. So there's a difference. Okay. There's a difference between how many coaches are fired and how many coaching changes do we see? Because that could equate to fire, that could equate to retire, take another job, and take another job anyway. Right. So how many changes? I think of Pittman and Napier, 1 are gone. I don't think they both survive.
What about Clark Lee?
The thing with Clark Lee, man, I hear people say Clark Lee's got to show us something. And I'm like, dude, what does that mean? He's at Vandy. It's so hard to win there. It's insanely hard to win. They can't even finish their stadium. They are behind in NIL. They're behind in portal stuff. He's trying to win there with one hand tied behind his back, realistically. Yeah. So do they need to win a conference game? It would help. I think that would assure him being back next year. I think he should be back next year no matter what. Now, granted, unless you're losing Alcorn State and you're going 1-11, well, then I could justify a change. But, dude, here's the thing with Vandy. This is probably the most Vandy talk you're going to get on this show or any point. What's the sales pitch to the next guy? It is an impossible job. Impossible. At least at places like Mississippi State, South Carolina, Arkansas, maybe they haven't won national titles, and maybe that feels like an impossible goal, but those programs have won double-digit games in a year. Those programs have, a few of them at least have made an SEC championship. Those programs,
history, tradition.
Those programs could make a 12-team playoff. Bro, Vandy's not making a 12 team. You can make it a 64 team playoff like college baseball, and Vandy football is not getting in. Like, they're just not. They're not. They play in the smallest stadium. It gets taken over every game day. I mean, really, like it's a joke.
Especially when Georgia's there.
Yeah, it's a joke, but it's for real. Vandy fans just wait all year for baseball season to come back. And, like, I feel for them because this past baseball season wasn't great. Like, that Vandy team was wildly inconsistent and got their shit kicked in the regionals. So they didn't even have that to hang the hat on.
Yeah, well, I mean, in regards to the SEC and the 12-team playoff now, what's the over-under and how many teams do you have making the 12-team playoff?
Yeah,
the SEC?
That's the other huge storyline. What if I told you, Harrison, there's a world where I believe the SEC gets 5 teams in the playoff and neither one of them were Ole Miss or Missouri? Now, that would be something.
So Georgia, Texas, Alabama.
LSU, Tennessee. I'm just telling you.
LSU or A&M.
Not A&M, no. I got A&M 7-5. But here's my thing. My predictions are they're going to be wrong. It's okay. They're going to be wrong. I did my best, but they're probably going to be wrong.
Bookmark them now.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Bookmark them, whatever. But I've got like the ultimate chaos scenario. And I didn't try to do this, but I've got the ultimate chaos scenario. 7 teams at 10-2 or better. 2 teams at 11-1, that being Georgia and Texas. 5 teams at 10-2. Ole Miss, Mizzou, LSU, Tennessee, and Alabama. In this scenario, like I'm telling you right now, bro,
one of them I think goes 9-3.
Fair enough. But I'm telling you right now, if you're Ole Miss and Missouri, but if you're Ole Miss, you cannot lose the wrong games. Because, dude, you look at their schedule. If Ole Miss loses, I got them losing at LSU and Georgia. If they lose those 2 games, what's their best win? I mean, Oklahoma? You better hope Oklahoma's really good. Kentucky? South Carolina? I mean, and when you compare that schedule to, for example, like I had Tennessee going 10-2. I had Tennessee going 10-2 and beating Alabama. Yeah. I had LSU going 10-2 and beating Ole Miss. I had Bama going 10-2 and beating LSU. In that scenario, all 3 of those resumes are better. I mean,
yeah. I mean, because their best win, let's say they lose to Georgia and they lose to LSU. Looking at it now, I guess their best win could be at South Carolina. On the road, SEC, if South Carolina's good, it could be at South Carolina.
I mean, they would need South Carolina to be like a surprise 7-8 or 8.
Because Kentucky's at home. Oklahoma's at home.
Yeah.
Georgia's, I mean, they're losing, but Florida's probably not going to be good at that point. And Mississippi State's at home at the end of the year.
Yeah. So, to your point, man, probably
maybe it's Kentucky. If they lose Kentucky at a noon kickoff, that would be bad.
That would be terrible. I mean, here's the thing. Again, you don't even have to have 7 teams in this conversation. If
3 disappointing though.
Is what?
Is 3 SEC teams making the college football playoff disappointing?
It will be, and it'll be disappointing, and it won't happen. It's going to be 4. It's more likely. I'll put it to you this way: it's more likely to be 5 than 3. I mean,
okay. No, I like that.
I mean, it's kind of like saying, is it more likely half the field in Omaha or 2 of the 8? I think it's more likely half the field. Like at this point, and then you add Texas and OU, you got even more firepower. I mean, again, transition to a baseball note in closing here, bro. I can't wait next year to see the field of 64 bracket because it's just going to be like SEC team freaking everywhere. I mean, just everywhere.
Yeah.
The SEC team,
6 hosts probably in the SEC.
The SEC is going to literally probably, and everybody makes the SEC tournament. So literally, the SEC is probably going to get like 13 teams in the postseason, maybe 14. I don't know.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, last year they would have gotten 14 teams in there.
What? So Auburn, Missouri wouldn't have, yeah.
Right, but Texas and OU were in, and OU hosted. And Texas went to A&M. That obviously wouldn't happen. But, yeah, it's going to be chaos. So, going to be chaos.
Just means more, Chris.
It means more, indeed. Harrison, this has been a lot of fun, man. It's always a pleasure. We'll make it a more frequent occurrence, obviously, as the season gets closer and everything. Guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you all so much again. Your continued love of sports. Stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered right here. We're live every single day, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain. You can find, again, Texas Sports Unfiltered across all social media platforms, podcast, YouTube, etc. SEC Unfiltered, same thing. You can find us everywhere, podcast, YouTube. We also dropped our Texas season preview yesterday. Highly encourage you check that out. And, stay tuned for all the great content coming your way. For Harrison fans, I'm Chris Phillips. Guys, we appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we will talk to you all tomorrow.